Hunting Hollywood. Welcome back, brave explorers of impossible worlds. We are excited to have you here to continue this odyssey together. Before we continue, everything you'll hear is pure fiction, so please don't try to replicate combat techniques at home. This wonderful story in all its rights belong to its brilliant original author. We are only the messengers of entertainment. Want another dose of adventure? Subscribe to our YouTube channel so you don't miss a single chapter, and if you can't wait, our Patreon has exclusive surprises you'll love. Chapter 1150, The Right Time, Right Place, and Right People. Benedict Community in the east of Beverly Hills. The time is July 25th, Saturday. After attending the premiere of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon on Wednesday night, Jack Chang flew to Los Angeles and settled in this mansion that he just bought last year. It was almost noon. He had just watched the sample of Phantom sent from Hong Kong with Bill Mechanic, president of Disney Pictures. The assistant came to remind him that the guests had arrived one after another. Regardless of his reputation in some aspects, Jack Chang is definitely a person with high emotional intelligence, and he is really the kind of big brother. Noticing that more and more Chinese-language filmmakers have entered Hollywood in the past 2 years, and many people have been here recently, Jack Chang took this opportunity to gather everyone together to keep in touch and help each other in the future. The first to arrive was Chow Yun-fat, and he also brought Michelle Yeung, one of the heroines of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Everyone greeted him, and Jack Chang did not forget to introduce Bill Mechanic to the two. Bill Mechanic had heard some news about the first-day box office of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon in the morning, and was quite enthusiastic about Chow Yun-fat and Michelle Yeung. Later, Jet Li, Sui Hark and other Asian faces who were in Hollywood but had not yet made a name for themselves arrived one after another. Jet Li was not mentioned. Sui Hark, taking advantage of the wave of Chinese filmmakers going to the United States, recently successfully signed a film contract with Warner. The male lead is Steven Seagal, a direct action star under Warner. He is currently writing the script. The initial idea is to tell a story about the cooperation of the police in Hong Kong and the United States in anti-terrorism. This setting is mainly to be able to shoot in Hong Kong, which is familiar to him. It is expected that there will be funds from the other side of the ocean to participate, and the budget is about $25 million. In addition to some Hollywood natives that Jack Chang has met in recent years, when it was past 12 o'clock, the lobby of the villa was already bustling and lively, and even Danny Morris, the president of New World Pictures, came over. This is a self-service cocktail party. Seeing that everyone had already started eating, Jack Chang, the host, had not yet said a few words of opening remarks, and the atmosphere gradually became subtle. Because the most dazzling Chinese film star in Hollywood at the moment had not arrived yet, and that was Bai Jia, who had sold Broken Arrow, Mission Impossible 2 and Face Off consecutively. People who are more perceptive can actually find that at the premiere of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon on Wednesday, Jet Li flew from China to show his support, but Bai Jia, who is in North America, did not attend. Even though Bai Jia's recent actions made people understand that he had no intention of cooperating with Deanery's Entertainment again, this is a film of compatriots after all. Putting aside the factor of Deanery's Entertainment, they should support each other after all. And this time, Suleogue. The grievances of a better tomorrow back then were hard to describe. Now Suleogue has followed the footsteps of others to break into Hollywood, and it is hard to say what Bai Jia is thinking. It was not until 12:15 that Bai Jia finally arrived. After all, Chinese filmmakers are at the top of Hollywood at this time. Jack Chang and others as well as many Hollywood natives all came forward to meet him. "I'm so sorry, Aaron. I had a meeting this morning and there was a traffic jam on the road," Bai Jia apologized repeatedly. Seeing Bill Mechanic, he was warm again. "Bill, I didn't expect you to be here too. Nice to see you again." Bill Mechanic also shook hands with Bai Jia with a smile, and then took the opportunity to say, "Wu, how about we talk about the Double Crisis project sometime?" Bai Jia smiled, but refused without any politeness. "Bill, I think we should not waste time. I hope to have absolute control over my own projects in the future. You obviously can't give me that, right? We can talk. I've talked to Mr. Mercier in France on the phone." "Sorry, I've actually agreed on a script with Paramount," Bai Jia interrupted directly, motioning to the side. "Also, I'll go say hello to Afa and the others." Bill Mechanic watched Bai Jia leave, and could only feel regretful. Then, seeing New World Pictures president Danny Morris not far away, who was indifferent to Bai Jiawu's arrival, he could not help but feel a little gloating. With a domestic box office of Face Off about to exceed 200 million, Bai Jiawu has been very popular in Hollywood recently. Daenerys Entertainment cultivated this big-name director, but now watched him leave without trying to retain him. In the eyes of Mechanic, a traditional Hollywood executive, it was very unwise. On the other side, Bai Jiawu greeted everyone and came to Fajek, apologizing again, "I'm a little busy recently, Afa, and I can't attend the premiere of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. I hope you don't mind." Fajek didn't look strange at all, and seemed to be in a good mood. He smiled and said, "It's okay." Bai Jiawu didn't mean to talk about this matter anymore. In fact, if he wanted to go, he could certainly make time. However, having already made 3 hit movies for Daenerys Entertainment, he does not intend to let the other party take advantage of him again, even though he knows the influence of Daenerys Entertainment in Hollywood at the moment. However, with the big sales of the 3 movies, Bai Jiawu firmly believes that he can still do well without Daenerys Entertainment. Recently, Bai Jiawu successfully signed 2 film contracts with Paramount. One is a gunfight action movie produced with Chow Yun-fat, and the other is a project he personally directed, called American Police, which is similar to the concept of The Fugitive, telling the story of a policeman who discovers various conspiracies while chasing criminals who have escaped from a plane crash. In addition to the fact that Paramount has locked in Tommy Lee Jones in The Fugitive, he has considerable power as a director in other aspects, including the final editing rights. And the budget is also very generous, directly giving $100 million, which is the same as Face Off. Compared with the various constraints when working with Daenerys Entertainment, this is the working state he wants most. When a person is very successful, he will gradually become open-minded about many things. After greeting everyone, Bai Jiawu took the initiative to chat with Su Leogui for a few words, with a sense of reconciliation, saying that if there's anything he needs in Hollywood, he can just say hello to him. The atmosphere of the cocktail party was therefore quite harmonious. When several big names gathered together, the topic unconsciously turned to some recent movies. Golden Harvest's The Phantom Menace. I've also been paying attention to it. It shouldn't be finished yet, right? It just wrapped up last week and is in post-production, Jack Cheng said. Mr. Zhu had someone send a sample film over. Mr. Michnik and I just watched it this morning. After all, the cooperation on Police Stories 4 was very pleasant. Bai Jiawu had drunk some wine and was in high spirits. He talked eloquently. The strategy this time is actually very good. The 2 protagonists are Hong Kong stars and Hollywood actors. However, Haonan's fame is a little low. It would be better to spend more money to find Andy Lau or Tony Leung. And the female lead, Zhang Enki. At this point, Old Wu was not drunk after all. He stopped in time and said, "In short, the strategy of combining Chinese and Western cultures is very correct, just like Aaron and Agee's Rush Hour and Taken. When we come to Hollywood to work hard, we should adapt to the local customs." In my opinion, Lee's Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon is a counterexample. Bringing a pure martial arts movie to Hollywood is simply a mess. How can it succeed? After hearing what Bai Jiawu said, the acquaintances around him all looked a little strange, but they did not refute anything. Bill Michnik, who still stayed, couldn't help but ask, "Wu, do you know the first day box office of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon?" When Bai Jiawu looked at him with a little doubt, Michnik took the initiative to reveal the answer: 143 screens, first day box office $1.65 million. Paramount's Hamburger Thing, which opened yesterday, 1,887 screens, first day box office $1.07 million. 143 screens, first day $1.65 million. 1,887 screens, first day $1.07 million. The contrast is strong. Even if many preview films are inevitably high because of the small-scale screening theaters, it is rare to have a high first-day box office of more than 10,000, not to mention that it is not the award season, the latter part of the summer season. Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon won $1.65 million on the first day, and the first week may be between $7 million and $8 million. Many Chinese films may not have a total box office of $7 or $8 million in North America, but this is only the estimated first-week preview performance of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Thinking of Bai Jiawu's comments, the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. In the end, Jack Cheng tried to smooth things over. Daenerys has spent so much effort on publicity, So it's only natural that the preview results are better. What can a box office of more than 1 million do? The key is to see what will happen next. Long Ge's face had to be given, and everyone understood that this was a step, so they all agreed. Bill Mechanic just now also tactfully said nothing more. After all, they might still work together in the future. When Bai Jiawu almost made himself lose face, the whole of Hollywood gradually paid attention to the box office trend of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Even though many people thought that Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon would sell well based on various feedbacks in advance, it still exceeded almost everyone's expectations. Turned $1.65 million on the first day with only 143 screens. The weekend passed in a flash. On July 28, Monday, the box office statistics were released. The final box office of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon in the first 3 days of the film was $4.96 million. With an average of nearly $35,000 per theater, it surpassed American Pie and ranked 5th in the weekend 3-day box office list, second only to One Day at a Time, Spawn, Nothing to Lose and Twister. Subsequently, a full week from July 25 to July 31 passed, and Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon earned $7.53 million at the box office, and still ranked 5th on the list. The average per theater was close to $53,000. Deaneries Entertainment followed up in time, and the super high first week preview theater average of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon became a hotspot for more media attention, and once again generated a word-of-mouth effect among the audience. On August 1st, a new box office week began. Due to the strong feedback from the first week preview, Deaneries Entertainment made timely adjustments and directly expanded the scale of the original large-scale release of more than 1,500 screens in the first week to 1,863 screens, and planned to consider adding more screens according to specific circumstances. Subsequently, the box office potential of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon officially began to be released. Faced with the attack of 2 new films and a number of other old films on August 1st, under the continued fermentation of the heat, from August 1st to August 7th, in the first week of large-scale opening, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon finally successfully won a box office of $29.13 million. Directly won the first place in the weekly box office list. Perhaps the single-week box office of other movies with less than $30 million can only be considered average, but for a Chinese-language film that broke into Hollywood, it is still a literary Chinese-language film. The box office of $29.14 million is completely a phenomenal dark horse level. Including the first week of previews, only half a month after the release of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, the cumulative box office has reached $36.67 million. Moreover, unlike Spawn, which had a first week of $27.55 million and a direct drop of 53% in the second week, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon will obviously go a long way, and even has great hope of becoming the first Chinese-language film to achieve a box office of over $100 million in North America. Originally, after Independence Day, Hollywood thought that Deaneries Entertainment would calm down and give everyone some room to play. After all, starting from Face Off, as of July 31st, Deaneries Entertainment-related films have won 10 consecutive single-week box office championships in the 1997 summer season. No one expected that a dark horse like Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon would jump out. On August 8th, another box office week began. The number of screens for Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon increased significantly again, reaching 2,393. In order to maximize the box office potential of the film, the publicity and promotion investment of this film was also increased to $15 million, which was the same as the production cost of the film. New York. If the filming process of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon was so tiring that people didn't want to live, the intensive publicity schedule for the restart in the past 2 weeks has made Lee Yao-hu tired and happy. After more than a year of hard work, it was finally not in vain. To be precise, the harvest was rich. Not only has she quickly become a well-known Chinese actress in North America, but she has also become famous in China, just like Zhang Enki in the first half of the year, and she is even more popular than Zhang Enki. After all, Zhang Enki is just a vase with more scenes in Taken. She is indeed a very important heroine. The ratings of Kangxi's Private Visits, which is currently being broadcast, have also increased significantly recently with Jinshu's promotion, because of her participation, even though it is not yet the story unit of her role. The release date of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, which had been delayed in China, was quickly decided with the success of this film in North America, and it was scheduled for September 5th. An executive of Daenerys Entertainment also said that this time she may even win an Oscar nomination or at least a Golden Globe nomination during the awards season next year. Whether it is an Oscar or a Golden Globe, Lee Yao-hu would not have dared to think about it a year ago. August 9th, Saturday. The 2-week promotion schedule after the release finally came to an end. Daenerys Entertainment held a celebration party for the Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon crew at a hotel in the Upper West Side. Dressed up in the evening, Lee Yao-hu finally met a man who had not appeared for a while. Simon has been busy recently and just flew here from Los Angeles today. When Lee Yao-hu approached with a slightly long silver low-cut dress, she heard someone discussing the film's release in China with Ang Lee. I did ask someone to deliberately delay the release date of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon in China. Although it is a Chinese-language film, this film was shot for Western audiences from the beginning. It is more suitable to be released in North America first, and then feed back to China. If it is released in China first, the audience there will not like this style too much, Simon said, and felt Lee Yao-hu approaching in a faint fragrance. He casually took her in his arms, tilted his head to sniff, smiled and changed to Chinese, very fragrant, and very white. How can you greet like this? Lee Yao-hu glanced at someone coquettishly, but leaned against him obediently, consciously acting as a vase. Simon did not ignore Teacher Yu, who was following behind Lee Yao-hu. You are also very beautiful tonight. It's really insincere. Teacher Yu complained in his heart. At least she should praise herself for being fragrant and fair. She was wearing a black dress, which was more skin-friendly than Lee Yao-hu's silver dress. Thinking with such a slight resentment, Teacher Yu was not bold enough to get close to him like Lee Yao-hu did. She just curved her lips and smiled politely at him. She greeted Lee again, and then turned to the man again and said, "You guys chat, I'm going to, eat something." After that, she turned and left. Not hearing someone's request to stay, the slight resentment intensified for some reason. Of course, he would definitely not take the initiative to go back. Simon watched Teacher Yu turn around, and turned to Lee again. Since he had changed the Chinese language, he did not change it, and then said, "By the way, has the preparation for Ice Storm been going smoothly recently?" "Very smoothly." Lee Yan also changed the Chinese language and said, "Also, the intern sent by Daenerys is good and has a lot of ideas." Lee Yan was naturally talking about the unique Sue. Simon said, "If you think it's good, you can help him in the future and serve as a producer for his debut film." According to Chinese sayings, this is called passing on the torch, right? Ang Lee was indeed very satisfied with the intern. Hearing Simon's words of passing on the torch, he was slightly surprised and inexplicably touched. He hesitated for a moment and quickly nodded and said, "Okay." After chatting for a few more words, Ang Lee took the initiative to leave. Simon took Lee Yao-hu to a buffet table and picked some food together. He smiled and asked, "How do you feel recently? Are you feeling dizzy?" "Yes," Lee Yao-hu nodded subconsciously, reacted, and quickly denied, "I'm not dizzy. It doesn't matter. It's normal to feel dizzy at this time." Simon said, but he was thinking of Beige Wu. He already knew that Beige Wu had signed a film contract with Paramount, and he had also seen the script of American Police that Wu was about to read in person. It basically follows the story of The Fugitive a few years ago, with a plane crash and prison break, and the reversal of the pursuit of the murderer. It also reminds Simon of another movie, Con Air, that was supposed to be released this year but was cancelled by Butterfly. After checking, I found that it was a new script written by the screenwriter of The Fugitive. It is similar to the routine, and it relies on its own capital. After getting familiar with Hollywood, you will get used to it. Various splicing and mixing, innovation is not easy on the one hand, and it is safer to do so on the other hand. Looking back, I also found that I had a little memory of this movie in my previous life. Without more information, the box office prospects of the movie can also be imagined. In any case, this story is quite suitable for Bai Jia-woo to shoot. As for the future, it doesn't matter if I don't meet him. If it collides with Daenerys Entertainment's movies, Simon will not be polite. Lee Yao-hu didn't know what Simon was thinking, but he knew the man was teasing him, so he didn't deny it anymore. He just said, "I still feel like I'm dreaming. I went to Cannes in May and the audience responded very well. But at that time they said the North American box office could only be around 50 million. Now, everyone says it's expected to break 100 million. It's incredible that a Chinese martial arts film can break 100 million in North America. After picking some food, Simon took Li Yaohu to a round table in the corner of the banquet hall. After sitting down, he said, "It can only be said that it happened by chance. In the future, if there are such good films, they may not be able to sell 100 million in North America." Li Yaohu had just picked up a crab cake with a fork, but he stopped and asked curiously, "Why?" "The reason is very complicated. You won't understand even if I tell you." Li Yaohu pouted, but didn't ask any more questions. In fact, Simon was also a little surprised by the success of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. In order to avoid the end-of-year release of Titanic, Simon put Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon in the summer schedule. Without the support of the awards season, he was prepared for the film to shrink in box office compared to the past. Now, not only will it not shrink, but it will even be higher. As for the reasons, it is very complicated. First of all, it is the overall environment. The current North American film market is still an era where all types of films can be sold as long as they are good enough, and the audience is willing to buy tickets for all kinds of films. Therefore, unpopular art films such as Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon also have this oil to sell. Simon has been quietly suppressing and delaying the rise of the blockbuster era in recent years. The key is to maintain this diversity. However, the trend is difficult to stop. In a few years, not only will the overseas art film market shrink significantly, but North America will also be the same, and even the diversity of the film market will be hit even harder. Only super blockbusters and low-cost horror films that make a small profit can survive. For other types, the emergence of one or two dark horses can only be considered an accident. The Oscars will also become niche and even self-entertainment because the film market loses diversity. It can be said that this is the last good era for art films. Secondly, the reason for the success of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon is the resurgence of Kung Fu fever in North America. In this regard, Rumble in the Bronx, Rush Hour, Black Mask, Taken and so on in recent years are all beneficiaries. However, Kung Fu is still not as good as superheroes after all. It is better at this stage. Simon is also deliberately suppressing the DC movie universe. In the future, when Transformers, aliens, and all kinds of flying superheroes flock together, Kung Fu will lose its charm. Thirdly, it is still the strong and flexible publicity and promotion capabilities of Deanery's entertainment. Just to mention one detail, Simon has actually been paving the way for Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon since last year. It was Sense and Sensibility that made Ang Lee get an Oscar nomination for Best Director. In the original Time and Space, Ang Lee's adaptation of this famous novel was nominated for Best Picture, but missed the Best Director option. In order to enhance Ang Lee's reputation and increase the publicity and promotion gimmick of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon this year, Guillaumin Films specially won a Best Director nomination for Ang Lee last year. Finally, it is the curiosity of North American audiences. The scenery in Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon is beautiful, and the fighting is very cool, which is something that North American audiences have never seen before. After this first time, it will not be so easy to attract audiences if someone else does the same. Of course, the basis of all this is that Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon itself is a very good movie. In the discussion about the North American sales of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, there is always a saying that this movie was successful because it catered to the tastes of Western audiences, so that many Eastern directors later imitated it and used various Western classic templates, such as Hamlet, to shoot Chinese blockbusters in an attempt to cater to Western audiences. In fact, it is not true. The part of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon that caters to Western audiences is actually a common human emotion. The restrained and tacit feelings between Li Mubei and Yu Ziulian. Yu Jialong's pursuit of freedom under her unruly and arrogant appearance, and her admiration and yearning for stronger people. Even Li Mubei's persistence in revenge. These are easy to understand, not deliberately catering to the West, but emotions that everyone can understand. It is also worth mentioning that many people regretted that Jet Li failed to star in this movie, which reduced the strength of the male protagonist and greatly reduced the action scenes. But in fact, if Jet Li really played the role, it might fail. Because the excessive emphasis on the action scenes may cover up the director's expression of the emotional core of the film. It can be imagined that Jet Li would definitely not be able to play the tired and forbearing Li Mubei created by Chow Yun-fat. Lacking emotional expression and becoming a more pure martial arts film, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon is unlikely to receive a classic-level super high evaluation in the Western critics. If such a niche film lacks public support, the box office cannot be too high. In short, the success of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon is still the result of the right time, right place, and right people. Chapter 1151 The Six Naked Warriors. In a seaside mansion in East Hampton. This is August 9th, Saturday. She tossed and turned last night. When she woke up, she looked at the watch and found that it was already past 8 o'clock. In summer, it is a bit too much to stay in bed until after 8 o'clock, so Teacher Yu decided to stay in bed for a while longer. Lying in bed, she thought about last night. After attending the party of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, a man naturally took her and Li Yaohu away together. She thought they would stay in Manhattan, but unexpectedly they came here by helicopter, and then found that Wei Kansi and a group of girls from the National Style Art Troupe were waiting in this mansion. It was obviously arranged in advance. What happened next can be imagined. When the man and a group of girls changed into swimsuits and played in the outdoor swimming pool, Teacher Yu refused, saying that she was a little tired and went to rest first. She was a little confused the first time and didn't want to make herself seem too easy to talk to. What's more, it was with a group of girls who were much younger than her. It was too messy. A certain guy didn't force her and let her go. As a result, she couldn't fall asleep until late at night. She tossed and turned, and even had a thought that she didn't want to admit. If he insisted, she would obey. Hateful man. When the time came to 9 o'clock, she finally sat up, dressed, washed, and left the bedroom on the second floor of the villa. When she came to the corridor, it seemed very quiet. Knowing that the master bedroom was on the other side, she didn't dare to go over to ask, and they probably got up long ago. As soon as he went downstairs, he met the tall waitress who always tied her hair into a ponytail beside him. Her name seemed to be Carmen Cates. In front of this girl whose face and figure were more than a head shorter than hers, Teacher Yu felt somewhat inferior. She greeted her politely and asked subconsciously, "Carmen, is Simon still here?" Carmen Cates gestured to one side of the hall and said, "The boss is in the study, Miss Yu. Do you want to have breakfast first, or go to the boss's place?" Teacher Yu said subconsciously, "I'll have breakfast first." Carmen also happened to be going to the restaurant, so she personally took Teacher Yu to the corridor on the other side. Teacher Yu followed behind him, hesitating a little, but couldn't help asking, "Have they all left?" "You mean, Miss Lee and the others?" "Yes," Carmen said, "they haven't gotten up yet." Teacher Yu raised his eyebrows subconsciously. Last night, they had so much fun that they didn't even get up now. The two came to the restaurant. Carmen waited for Teacher Yu to sit down, told the waitress a few words, and then went to do her own thing. Teacher Yu finished her breakfast absent-mindedly. There was still no sound from the girls outside. They were obviously still sleeping. The waitress asked again, so she said she was going to say hello to someone, and was then taken to the door of a study. After knocking on the door, the waitress left. Teacher Yu heard the voice inside and pushed the door open. In the bright morning light, she saw a man sitting behind a large white desk. However, Teacher Yu, who squinted slightly because of the change in light, soon widened her eyes slightly. Because there was a little girl sitting in the man's arms. Just one look, she was a standard beauty. Seeing her looking over, the little girl also raised her pair of black eyes to look at her, and there seemed to be a bit of hostility in her eyes. "Sit down casually." The man behind the desk closed a document and changed another one, and said casually. Noticing her gaze, he smiled and said, "This is Miu Miu. Maybe you have seen her mother, Shirley." Shirley is the English name that Ms. Liu gave herself after coming to the United States. Teacher Yu often interacts with the girls from the National Style Art Troupe when he's with Li Yaohu. He met them once last year and heard Li Yaohu gossip about the mother and daughter. This is the first time he has seen the little girl. However, as he walked to the sofa opposite the desk and sat down, Teacher Yu once again looked at the little girl. The main thing was that the girl's posture in the man's arm seemed a little too intimate. After she sat down, Simon let the little girl go and casually ordered, "Pour this sister a cup of coffee." Then he looked over and asked, "How are the preparations for Jinshu Performing Arts School going?" "It's okay. If everything goes well, the first enrollment can be launched soon, and classes will start after the summer vacation," Teacher Yu said, and saw the little girl politely holding a cup of coffee and handed it over. He quickly took it and whispered, "Thank you, After taking the cup for a moment, he noticed that the girl in front of him was wearing a navel-revealing sleeveless t-shirt and short denim shorts, and a pair of bare feet. It was actually a bit sexy. However, at this age, is it too inappropriate? It seems that there's still a certain guy, and this girl's mother. When the thought came to this, Teacher Yu thought it was better not to think about it anymore. Perhaps his thoughts were too impure. He should reflect on himself. Seeing the little girl return to the desk and then return to the man's arms, and whisper something in the man's ear coquettishly, Teacher Yu felt more and more unnatural, as if he had discovered something incredible, and wanted to run away. Simon heard Miu Miu's whisper, smiled and pushed the girl. "You go out and play first, I'll take you to see dancing in the afternoon." The little girl was a little unhappy to hear Simon chase her away, pouted and acted coquettishly, and even hugged Simon's neck, and lingered for a while, but finally left the study obediently. Teacher Yu waited for Miu Miu to leave before relaxing a little, and was a little curious about what the girl whispered in the man's ear just now. She looked at the man and noticed that he was also looking at her, and reacted a little. Oops. Could it be that she has dark circles under her eyes? Inexplicably, she felt guilty again. After all, she was the one who should have gone to bed early last night. If she had dark circles under her eyes, wouldn't it mean something? Miu Miu did say that Teacher Yu has dark circles under her eyes. Very light. In fact, you can't find it if you don't pay attention. Simon didn't look at it for long, let alone make a joke. He got back to business. There is definitely no shortage of performing arts schools in China. In addition to the big ones like the Central Academy of Drama and the Beijing Film Academy, many universities also have acting departments. The problem is the lack of practical opportunities. My expectation for Jinshu Performing Arts School is to become the wireless artist training class of Hong Kong TVB. By the way, did you know this? When Teacher Yu heard the man say this, she quickly put aside those messy thoughts and nodded. I know that many big stars in Hong Kong are from TVB's training classes. If everything goes well, Jinshu Film and Television City in Suzhou will become China's largest film and television industry base. This will provide Jinshu Performing Arts School with enough training soil. What you have to do is to make full use of these resources. Of course, if you feel too tired or can't do it, then do as much as you can, and leave other things to other people as much as possible. You are responsible for supervising the execution. In short, I have high expectations for Jinshu Performing Arts School. Don't let me down. Teacher Yu really couldn't guarantee it. He was only 26 years old this year. Why should he be burdened with such a heavy burden? However, after hearing the man say that if she couldn't do it, she would leave it to someone else, she couldn't help but feel a little stubborn and decided to do her best to show him. After that, they talked about some details. When Simon was about to send Teacher Yu away, he saw that the woman looked unhappy and suddenly said, "By the way, go and wake up Yao Hu and the others. It's noon, and it's not right to stay in bed." Teacher Yu was inexplicably excited again. Go and wake them up. Is there anyone else here? Deliberate. It must be deliberate. With this in mind, Teacher Yu stood there for a while, but still agreed obediently and turned to leave the study. In the study, Simon didn't imagine the scene when Teacher Yu called Li Yaohu and the others to get up, but focused on the latest document he opened. About a media feedback and the first-day box office of The Naked Six, which was first released in the UK yesterday. Unlike Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, which was a Chinese-language film but first opened in North America, The Naked Six is more suitable for the British market, so it will be first opened in the UK, and then transferred to North America after accumulating word of mouth. There is a high probability that it will be better than the previous simultaneous release in the UK and the US. This is also a way of adapting to local conditions. In addition to Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon and The Naked Six, Tornatore's The Legend of 1900 will be released in Italy first next week. Then, the North American release dates of the two films will be postponed to September, a month apart, so that overseas word of mouth can fully ferment. The former The Naked Six had a very low cost of £2 million, equivalent to about $3 million, and won in nearly $260 million in box office worldwide. It also created a box office record for the 15-plus age group according to the British classification system, which was not broken until Joaquin Phoenix's Joker more than 20 years later. This time, Simon is confident that at least he can replicate his previous success, because he has done more in advance. The Cannes Palme d'Or, which Deaneries Entertainment won in May, has made this film a hot topic in the UK. Although the UK is also a major European film country, there are very few British films that have won the Cannes Palme d'Or in history. If it were not for the fear of being crushed by a series of blockbusters that were basically released simultaneously in the UK and the United States during the summer, the best time for Six Big Swallows in the UK would be after winning the Palme d'Or. Because this is a long-term movie, I had to give up at that time. It's not too late now. With the aura of the Palme d'Or, coupled with the quality of the film itself and its practical significance linked to British society, the British media responded enthusiastically after the official release yesterday. Even the new Prime Minister Blair, who personally participated in the British premiere, publicly stated that the current government will pay more attention to the living security of the working class and reform the Conservative Party's long-standing wrong economic strategy. This is naturally the result of Deanery's Entertainment's operation, but it is also a win-win situation. After all, the comedy story behind Six Big Swallows involves the unemployment problem caused by the British Conservative Party's massive privatization economic policy over the past 2 decades. The film's first-day box office in the UK was finally £1.76 million, and it is expected to take about £8 million in the first week. The opening scale of 503 screens is much less than the 832 screens of Independence Day in July, but the first-day data is comparable to Independence Day. Considering the inevitable long-term nature of Six Big Brothers, it is conceivable that the UK box office of this film will not only surpass the approximately £38 million of Independence Day, but also create the previous 15-plus box office record. It is also expected that it will even surpass the original box office of £52 million in the original time and space. Even though Americans have long surpassed Britain in terms of economy, they have always looked up to British culture. Now, Six Big Brothers has created a British box office record, coupled with the equally eye-catching Cannes Golden Palm halo. It is expected to open in North America on September 12, and the success of this film in North America can also be imagined. Because of a lot of children's things, I have been working non-stop for more than a month, and this weekend is mainly for relaxation. After handling some work in the morning, I came to the training center next to the residence of the National Style Art Troupe in the afternoon. The choreography for another Chinese-style song I brought out last time has been completed, so I'll just watch it this afternoon. Inside the small theater inside the center, the performance team is preparing. Simon is still surrounded by a group of girls and sitting on a large sofa in the audience. Several girls from the Chinese-style art troupe first brought 5 or 6 sword boxes of different sizes. When they opened them, they found several ancient swords of different lengths. Of course, they were not real antiques, but antique styles. To be more precise, they were sword styles from the Qin and Han dynasties, with both long and short swords. Miu Miu's mother Shirley stood by and explained, "Because this is a song with a fast tempo, we tried many designs, and finally felt that the short sword was the most suitable, probably this one." The woman picked out a short sword that was only a foot long from several sword boxes. Simon took it and felt that it was very heavy. The ancient style, black leather hilt, and dark patterns on both sides of the sword body, even if the blade is not sharpened, still gives people a sense of sharpness and coldness. Noticing the expectant look on Miu Miu's face, Simon handed the dagger to Yatao, then took the other one that Shirley quickly handed over and continued to play with it, saying, "Yuji is indeed more suitable for using a dagger." He glanced at the person beside him. Yatao happened to have played Yuji before, which was the most amazing version of a similar theme, but it was a pity that the quality of the movie itself was not satisfactory. As they were chatting, a waitress came in from outside the door and approached Simon and said, "Boss, Miss Chen is here." Simon was slightly puzzled. Wouldn't it be fine if she just came in directly? It was not Chen Qing's habit to have someone inform her. Then another figure came in. When the girls saw that it was Chen Qing, they all restrained themselves. However, the girl who was full of vigor and momentum walked towards Simon step by step, but for some reason, her momentum became weaker and weaker. When she got close to him, she seemed to want to throw herself into the man's arms, but inexplicably did not do so. She just leaned softly on the position that Yang Shuli had just voluntarily given up beside the man, and stammered, "Boss, I want." At this point, if Simon did not find anything unusual, he would be a fool. Reaching out to grab the girl's face and take a look, Simon smiled and nodded. Sure enough, they look alike. Then another voice came, Still the voice of Chen Qing, "You are useless. I let you practice for so long." Everyone looked over, and then they were surprised to find another Chen Qing who was dressed and looked exactly like the one next to Simon. "What is this situation?" As Chen Qing spoke, she walked over, stretched out her hand and gently pulled Princess Su next to Simon to the carpet at the man's feet. She took the position she had just held, leaned against Simon and acted coquettishly. "Boss, I wanted to give you a surprise." As she spoke, she nudged Princess Su, who was still soft on the carpet, with her knee. "You're useless. Okay, stop bullying me," Simon said, and with interest he lifted the chin of the woman at his feet with a dagger he had just used. "After dressing up like this, they really look alike. I can't tell who is who." When Princess Su heard what the man had just said, she felt inexplicably grateful. Although she was a little scared of the cold sword tip against her chin, she still cooperated and raised her face to let the man look at her, with an obedient and flattering smile. Chapter 1152, Too Much Sharpness. As they were chatting, a waiter came over from the backstage to remind them that Wei Kansi was ready. Simon retracted the short sword that was poking the chin of the girl in front of him and gestured to the side. Princess Su, who was kneeling on the carpet, understood and moved to the side obediently. She got up from the long sofa in the middle and looked around curiously. She unexpectedly found an acquaintance. Teacher Yu. Both of them were from Beijing Film Academy. Princess Su was from the class of 1988 and Teacher Yu was from the class of 1989. They were both from the acting department and had a lot of dealings with each other during school. Teacher Yu and Princess Su, who were squeezed on the sofa in the back row with several waitresses, looked at each other. Because Chen Qing deliberately dressed her up to look like her, she had to distinguish herself a little before she recognized her. She was a little embarrassed. However, since she recognized her, she could only nod and greet her. Princess Su was not as restrained as Teacher Yu. She glanced at Chen Qing and a man next to her. Seeing that neither of them noticed her, she walked over and squeezed the next to Teacher Yu, who had voluntarily given up some space. She whispered, "Why are you here?" Teacher Yu thought for a moment before saying, "Have you seen the latest Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon?" Princess Su nodded, with some expectation in her eyes. Teacher Yu gestured to Li Yao, who was hugging Chen Xingwei and squeezing on a single sofa on the other side. "I am Yao Hu's acting teacher." Princess Su was a little surprised. She remembered the recent reports in the American media that Li Yao, one of the heroines of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, had the hope of being nominated for an Oscar at the end of the year. She couldn't help but look at Teacher Yu a few times. There was some disbelief in her eyes, but she complimented him. "Then you were really amazing." After they finished talking, they suddenly fell silent. Teacher Yu didn't ask Princess Su why she was here. In addition to some superficial reasons, in fact, not everything is obvious. Teacher Yu didn't know what Princess Su was thinking. Looking at the man whispering to Chen Qing on the sofa in the front row, he felt more resentful. How many women are there around this guy? When the silence between the two was about to become awkward, the lights in the hall dimmed and the lights on the stage came on. Wei Kansi walked onto the stage, holding a short sword, wearing a white printed long gown in the style of the Qin and Han dynasties, with red edges on the collar and sleeves, and a bit of coldness in the simplicity. After Wei Kansi got into position, the live music of the 12 Beauties sounded on one side of the stage. In the passionate music, Wei Kansi began to dance, like a wisp of catkins about to fall, with a kind of sadness in the lightness of the end. Then the song sounded. The sands of the Chu River gathered and dispersed, the vicissitudes of life changed, how many beauties in the troubled times exchanged for a long sigh. Who once broke through the Qin Pass in Zhulu, the blood of thousands of miles of war, after all, it was nothing but a breeze in clouds. Teacher Yu in the audience listened carefully and soon understood the general meaning of the song. Some time ago, Li Yao and Wei Kansi had a private chat. They said they were preparing a song and dance about Yuji. Teacher Yu was not present at the time. However, after listening to passage, it was easy to tell that the girl on the stage was performing Yuji. It was a song that I had never heard before, and it was easy to guess who wrote it. Because of her resentment towards someone, Teacher Yu was a little harsh. She felt that the lyrics were, in fact, just average, at most better than those popular songs in China, and not amazing. In fact, the song was far worse than the dance performed by Wei Kansi on the stage. It was really good. Even people who don't know how to dance can feel some strong emotions from Wei Kanci's dance. However, this harsh emotion only lasted for more than a minute. When the chorus sounded, the amazing opera voice made Teacher Yu feel that his hair was about to stand up. A song of separation and chaos at Geisha, the sound of Chu songs in all directions. With sadness, I bid farewell to the king, drink the sword, and the blood fell and condensed into frost. It's hard to let go of a past, so what if the fate is over? The place where my soul returns with you is the vastness. Amazing. This is the only word that can describe it. Even when the chorus sounded for the second time, Teacher Yu couldn't help but open his mouth and silently echoed. After the 3-minute song ended, everyone in the venue subconsciously applauded, and at the same time, they once again had a strange feeling. Their boss must have been Chinese in his previous life. Okay. It was almost inadvertently hitting the truth. It was a song with a fast tempo, so Wei Kanci's choreography was naturally fast as well. After finishing the performance, she took a break before standing up. Seeing the man in the audience giving her a thumbs-up sign, she smiled and lifted up the hem of her skirt and jumped off the stage. She came in front of the man and was hugged by Simon, who praised her. You danced very well. The boss wrote a good song. However, it's really tiring to dance. My heart is pounding. Oh, let me feel it. Okay. Wei Kanci took the man's big hand and pressed it on his chest, and did not forget to greet Chen Qing next to her. Sister Chen, you are here too. Chen Qing nodded and looked at Simon again. Boss, what's the name of this song? Yuzai Ten. What an amazing song, and a good name, Chen Qing said, and suddenly she was inspired and said, maybe, boss, we can make a movie, A Real Farewell My Concubine, how about it? There shouldn't be a shortage of similar themes in China, right? What I mean is, create a movie based on this song, just like Love Call Transfer. Simon thought again of the film Legend of the Hongmen Feast that Miu Miu had participated in, and another film The Banquet of Kings. Both films of similar themes were not successful. As for the reason, it is hard to say. In the film industry, there are 100 reasons for success and 100 reasons for failure. In short, it is still a gamble. However, if you really want to make a movie based on this song, it is not impossible to think about it carefully. Of course, if you focus on the love between the Overlord and Yuji, it is inevitable to make a lot of adaptations, and it will inevitably be criticized in the future for tampering with history. Not only that, the historical background of the Chu Han contention will inevitably mean that this will be a big production. If it is a small-scale production, it is better not to do it. Thinking of this, Simon said to Chen Qing, how about this? You take the time to send a demo of this song to China, find some screenwriters to try it out, and write a script for me to see. Chen Qing nodded. Simon did not forget the soft girl in his arms and said to Wei Kanci, do you want to play Yuji? Wei Kanci thought of Li Yao, whose recent glory, and was of course moved. However, although she was a road idiot, the girl had a clear control over the direction of her life. She quickly calmed down and said, boss, I think I am more suitable for dancing. Simon put his arm around the girl's slender waist, and his smile carried some other meaning. Dancing has no future. If you miss this opportunity, you may regret it in the future. Wei Kanci blinked and said, boss, if I stay with you all the time, you won't let me regret it, right? Simon was stunned for a moment, leaned over and kissed the girl on the lips, nodded, and said with assurance, of course. Dancing does not have much of a future after all. If she switches to being an actor, with Simon as a strong backer, just like Li Yao, Wei Kanci has a good chance of easily reaching a height that others will never be able to reach in their lifetime. In the future, when the Chinese film and television industry rises, she will be able to become a top star, and it is not impossible for her to make 60 million in 4 days. However, if the girl in front of him really wanted to stay with him, Simon could easily give her a better life than the 60 million in 4 days. Just like now. The daily treatment of the girls in the National Style Art Troupe is still at the princess level, which is even incomparable to the princesses of the ruined royal families of some small European countries. After chatting and resting for a while, Simon pushed the girl whose heart was no longer pounding in his arms again. Go, dance for me again. Wei Kanci got up obediently and went back on stage. After performing again, he started to change to other songs such as Human Meeting and continued until the evening, returning to the manor where he stayed yesterday. After everyone had dinner, Chen Qing had the opportunity to talk to Simon alone. In the study of the villa. Chen Qing leaned on Simon's lap to report on the work during this period, and finally talked about some things about Jinshu. After all, she also saw clearly that the real estate invested by the boss in China was the focus, and Jinshu and other aspects were just a hobby because of their small size. However, because of the two popular domestic projects Supergirl and Kangxi Secret Visits, the original hobby seems to have changed its nature. Not counting the second season next year, there is also the follow-up long-term income of Kangxi Secret Visits. Just within this year, the two projects can probably bring Jinshu no less than 50 million yuan in net profit. 50 million. Now in the domestic circle, many TV dramas earn hundreds of thousands or 1 or 2 million, which is already a lucrative profit. Anyway, some people don't like us recently. Simon hugged the girl in his arms and continued to raise her. While flipping through a final joint venture project plan for the Jingjiang shipyard in Jiangsu, he asked, "What's wrong? We make a lot of money, so we are jealous. We should report it. It's disgusting. There is no problem with Kangxi. It's mainly Supergirl. Because our entry requirements are over 16 years old, some people attacked that this program misled minors to pursue incorrect social values. Anyway, it's probably like this." Simon just nodded. Simon was also an insider in his previous life, so he was used to it. Moreover, since Chen Qing had spoken out now, the problem had probably been solved. Even if it couldn't be solved and the project was closed, it wouldn't hurt Simon at the moment. However, thinking about it more deeply, it seemed that Jinshu was a little too sharp. He needed to hold back. Seeing that her boss didn't seem to care, Chen Qing didn't go into details about how she had found the whistleblower and was going to deal with him. She put her arm around the man's neck and leaned against him, asking, "Boss, what are you thinking about? Considering making a few bad movies and losing some money?" Chen Qing understood immediately and said with a smile, "That's the way it should be. The two TV projects have made a net profit of 50 million, and with that if you are the one, Jinshu's annual profit is equivalent to what some of its peers make in 10 years. If it continues like this, people will definitely be jealous. But, well, with a boss around, it doesn't seem easy for us to lose money, right?" Simon looked like he approved of Chen Qing's flattery. "Yeah, that's the difficulty. Haha." After joking, Simon thought about it and said seriously, "Well, let's support a few more shell companies, don't use the name Jinshu, and cross-hold as much as possible so that others don't know we are behind the scenes. Or, at least it won't be so conspicuous on the surface. Boss, I don't think it's a big problem. Just like the last time Jinshu Film and Television City was reported, and this time with Supergirl, didn't everything go wrong? That's the thing, but it's definitely not a good thing to always be remembered by others. You should be restrained." Simon said, "There should be many emerging media companies in China in recent years. You can operate it yourself and initiate acquisitions from these companies, and then cooperate with Jinshu. The distribution of some projects can be mainly based on those companies. By the way, there are also TV stations. You can also share more profits with them, so that Jinshu can indirectly obtain more media resources. Then I will start to arrange it recently." Chen Qing listened carefully, nodded and said, but smiled again, "But, in this case, boss, perhaps many media companies in China will have inextricable connections with Jinshu in the future. This should be more eye-catching than only supporting Jinshu now, right?" Simon smiled and asked back, "Eye-catching?" Chen Qing tilted her head, then shook her head, and couldn't help but sigh that her boss's understanding of Chinese culture was really no worse than that of a native like herself. It's very simple. Some people just want to cover their ears and steal the bell. As long as they can't see or hear it, it doesn't exist. Even if Jinshu's future projects are still led by this side, as long as they are under the shell of other companies, Jinshu will try to hide behind the scenes. Even if the circle knows some inside information, as long as you don't say it and I don't say it, it doesn't matter. As for the loss of profits for this, to be honest, Chen Qing doesn't care much. Let's not talk about other things, just Supergirl. Everyone sees the scenery of this program, which can bring tens of millions of profits to Jinshu, but on the other hand, the Nongfu Spring mineral water brand invested by the Westeros system in this Supergirl title, with a rapid rise in fame in recent months, is expected to cross the 100 million yuan threshold next year. The profit margin of mineral water is very high. Not to mention the other major projects in the fields of real estate, steel, machinery, technology, food, etc. invested by the Westeros system in China. Even Chen Qing feels that for Jinshu, his boss is more of a personal hobby. Even if it is used to pick up girls, it may be more useful than making money. Thinking of this, Chen Qing changed the subject and asked with a smile, "By the way, boss, how about the gift I brought you this time?" Simon certainly understood what Chen Qing was talking about. He was not very interested in a butterfly that was once famous in the circle, but after all, it was a beauty, so it was nothing to raise it. Thinking of the classic scene in a certain movie of Lao Jiang, Simon became interested again and whispered to Chen Qing's ear, "Let someone." After Chen Qing heard this, her legs sitting on her boss's lap subconsciously tightened. She didn't know whether she was excited or nervous, and her voice was a little trembling. "Boss, do I come too?" "Forget it. Boss, you said you liked this." Chen Qing's face was unusually ruddy, and she wanted to recommend herself. After all, if there was only one, it seemed difficult to satisfy her boss. But then she thought about it again. If that was the case, it would be one person to serve as two, well, three, which would be enough. Chapter 1153 Ukrainian Students. There was a knock on the door. Chen Qing, who was on the phone, answered the call. When she saw Princess Su coming in, she motioned for the other party to sit on the sofa and continued to talk to the other end of the phone. Princess Su moved to the sofa with a somewhat awkward posture. After a pause, she sat down slightly tilted, and listened curiously to the conversation between Chen Qing and the other party. It was about a joint venture project of a shipyard. She didn't understand business matters, but she was a little shocked when she heard the amount of the joint venture. Finally, there is one more thing. The boss thinks that the name Jingjiang Shipyard is too regional, which is not conducive to future development. You should let them discuss a new name as soon as possible. Well, that's it, I'll hang up first. Putting down the phone, Chen Qing, who was sitting behind the desk, leaned forward slightly and looked at Princess Su opposite. "Have you had breakfast?" Princess Su nodded, "Yes." Chen Qing's face suddenly turned from sunny to cloudy, and she said with disgust, "You only know how to eat so much?" Princess Su was suddenly embarrassed. Because she understood what Chen Qing meant, it was actually last night. Thinking about it, she felt wronged. She didn't know that the man was so excited for so long. She tried her best to please him, and she was almost broken. As a result, she was almost unable to hold on for another round of tossing and drinking a few more bellies. After Chen Qing finished speaking, she wrinkled her nose and lowered her head to open a business report of Westeros Systems' investment in real estate companies in China during this period. At the same time, she made up her mind that if the boss wanted to think about it in the future, she should be prepared and fast in advance. Princess Su waited for a while, and saw that Chen Qing no longer paid attention to her and actually lowered her head to read the documents, so she had to take the initiative to say, "Sister Chen, has Mr. Westeros left?" Chen Qing hummed. "This is still the Seaside Manor in East Hampton. It is already past 10 o'clock in the morning. Simon has left after breakfast." How will Mr. Westeros arrange me?" Chen Qing looked like she was going to turn her face and refused to admit it. "Don't even think about Hollywood, you should try to develop in China. Of course, if there is an opportunity that suits you here, it's fine. In addition, you now have a monthly salary of $20,000 per month, and you also have 2 followers and a house. You know what this means, right? If you don't want it anytime, tell me and you'll be free." Princess Su certainly understood what these meant, and she felt a little disappointed. These did not meet her expectations. However, Princess Su had no way to deal with Chen Qing's promise to develop in Hollywood and now suddenly going back on her word. In fact, she didn't even have the confidence to refuse this treatment. Just say $20,000 per month, which is 160,000 RMB. She was also a little famous in China before, but she might not earn so much money in a year. After all, she was not a big star, and she only made 1,000 or 2,000 per episode for acting in TV series, and tens of thousands for movies. In fact, Chen Qing just didn't say a lot of things, which made Princess Su so worried. Following her boss, living expenses are just a side issue. Simon Westeros's woman is the most valuable title, just like herself, like ABCD, and like Ren Jinxie, who can be a producer and shoot TV series in China. The key is to be more proactive. However, Chen Qing has never positioned herself as a good person, and of course she will not take the initiative to tell Princess Su about this. There is no shortage of women around her boss, and if she leaves because of this, it will not matter. Thinking of this, seeing that Princess Su still looked like she was about to say something, Chen Qing was a little impatient and drove her out directly. Okay, you go out first, I'm busy here. Princess Su had no choice but to get up and leave. After the people left, Chen Qing read the report just now, thought for a moment, opened the email box on the computer next to her, and began to write emails to the heads of several real estate companies in China, mainly according to the strategy discussed with her boss last night, urging those companies to speed up the acquisition of land and buy as many plots as possible before the end of this year. This is actually a risky bet. The domestic real estate market has been sluggish for several years. Now, the Southeast Asian financial crisis is raging. China will inevitably be affected. Who knows what the domestic attitude towards the real estate industry will be in the future? If the policy is further tightened, it would be like walking into a fire pit if we buy land now. Chen Qing also understands this truth. However, since her boss is sure that the real estate industry will be relaxed next year, and not only will it be relaxed, but it will also be actively stimulated, then now is the best time to hoard land. For this purpose, the Westeros system has prepared $500 million in funds for several domestic real estate companies that have invested in it, equivalent to more than 4 billion yuan, and requires that all of it be spent this year. Unfortunately, several companies such as Evergrande and Country Garden are somewhat timid, and even worry whether this is a strategy of the Westeros system to eat them up. It seems that we should find more shell companies. Chen Qing pondered, wrote the email, and sent another related email to her team in China. She also recalled in her mind the company called Vanke that she had read the information before. Compared with Evergrande and Country Garden, Vanke, which entered the real estate industry in the 1980s, is a typical domestic real estate giant, so it is not so easy to get involved. But there is still a chance. Chen Qing also knows that Vanke has always wanted to get rid of its largest shareholder, because that shareholder has repeatedly stopped Vanke's financing an expansion plan in order to prevent its equity from being diluted. Otherwise, Vanke's scale may be much larger than it is now. The layout of the Westeros system in China is mainly based on investment, and does not pursue absolute control. After all, it cannot be controlled. Therefore, Vanke is a good target. Thinking of this, Chen Qing simply picked up the phone again, dialed a series of numbers skillfully without looking up the phone book, chatted for a while, and asked the other party to help arrange a meeting with the head of Vanke next time he returned to China. In this way, some other work was handled. Near noon, Chen Qing began to pay attention to some trivial matters again. Talked about last night. This time I brought some information about girls from Supergirl. My boss didn't want to read it. He just casually told me last night to pick those with bigger breasts. Of course, this must be satisfied. I'm just a little curious. I don't know why my boss has this preference again. And how old should he be? When Chen Qing stayed in East Hampton, Simon was in Boston. At noon, I arranged to have dinner with Maria's family. The main reason is that Maria's daughter Anita Bezrek came to North America these days and will start her graduate studies at MIT after the summer vacation. When the woman mentioned it last time, Simon took the initiative to say that they would have dinner together when they were free. In a manor in the wealthy area of Weston in the western suburbs of Boston. Everyone sat at the dining table together. Compared with her 3 younger brothers, Anita obviously couldn't adapt to her mother's man. Even until now, she still felt that the whole thing was a bit ridiculous. Simon Westeros, her own mother. There is such a big difference. This guy should be, well, about the same age as herself. And there are 2 little guys who have been arranged here at this time. Anita has been looking at her 2 younger brothers who are nearly 22 years younger than her. Well, her mother didn't hide it. One of them was from another woman, but he will definitely be her brother in the future. The difference is 22 years. It's crazy. Although, Anita was not ungrateful. Since this man appeared, her family had been turned upside down. Even her father was arranged to be the person in charge of a large thermal power plant project in Raven. Moreover, her father also found another wife, who was also not much older than her. By the end of the year, there would be another half-brother or sister. There was still a 22-year age difference. In short, everything felt a little unreal. Simon chatted with the 3 boys about the recent summer activities for a while. Looking at Anita, who was absent-minded, he remembered something and said, "By the way, there will be a group of Ukrainian students coming to the United States recently. We are sponsoring them. Annie, if you are willing, you can set up a Ukrainian student association. Anita heard someone's familiar tone and did not dare to neglect it. She just subconsciously said, I don't know how to do it. Simon smiled and said, it's very simple, just organize various activities, everyone gets together frequently, keeps in touch, builds connections, and can help each other in the future. In addition, if there are only Ukrainian students in MIT, there must be not many, and the West Coast is too far away. You can only be responsible for organizing fellow students on the East Coast. This is also a kind of training for your future. Anita looked at her mother. Maria also nodded gently. You can try, this is a good thing. Anita didn't think this was a good thing. She was not as kind as her mother, who could always think of things in a positive way. In fact, in some female instincts, she felt that this was a trap set by someone. As for what the trap was, with Anita's experience, she didn't quite understand. However, since her mother said so, she nodded in agreement. Simon said, also, the various activities of the hometown association will definitely cost money. You can try to set up a small foundation. I will give you some money. Before Anita could speak, Maria said, Simon, you don't need money. Huh? I mean, I'm worried that Annie will spend it recklessly. Mom, I won't. Simon said, if you are worried, you can supervise it yourself. Maria hesitated for a moment, but still nodded in agreement. Only Anita couldn't help but curl her lips. Regarding the matter of international students, Anita's intuition was actually correct. After the summer vacation, another batch of international students, except for the inevitable part of the relatives, the others are basically the top talents in Ukraine. Of course, there is no shortage of talents from other countries. The Westeros system's targeted funding is naturally in the hope that these people will work for the Westeros system after graduation, and even become true Westerosians. The key to why Ukraine was once firmly controlled by the United States is here. The top leaders of Ukraine's pyramid are basically all wooed by the United States, and through various interest relationships, they have formed a community of interests with the United States. Therefore, it is often seen that the top leaders of Ukraine frequently make various measures that are obviously harmful to Ukraine's national economy and people's livelihood, without considering the interests of the public. Why? Because the interests of those people have been separated from the Ukrainian public, and they only need to stick to the United States and protect their own interests. As for the loss of territory, the outbreak of civil war, and even the deterioration of the economy, it doesn't matter, anyway, it can't stop those people from getting promoted and making money. That's all. Simon's frequent layout of Ukraine in the past few years has the fundamental goal here. Moreover, the forces cultivated this time are not only pro-American, but more accurately, they should be pro-Westeros system. If this continues, through the layers of penetration into Ukraine's political economy, Simon will be able to easily control the country in a dozen or 20 years. When a beggar is kind to a person, he often gets disdain. When a superior is kind to a person, the effect of winning people's hearts will naturally be twice the result with half the effort. After such a lunch, because Simon was always very patient, Anita Bezrek found that she had unconsciously reduced her rejection of someone, and even developed some closeness. She felt that it was not bad for her mother to follow such a man. Anyway, now that they have children, it is impossible to separate, right? After lunch, Maria went to look after the children, Anita took her 3 brothers out for a walk, and Simon went to study in the villa to discuss some recent work with Celia Miller, who also came from New York to adapt to Simon's schedule. Most of them happen to be related to Ukraine. The past few months in Ukraine have been very exciting. It was mainly due to the turmoil of the Kiev authorities. After Simon's last trip to Ukraine, Leon Kuchma officially began to remove Prime Minister Pavlo Lazarenko. Lazarenko is also a wonderful person. When he found that his confidants were dismissed one by one and Timoshenko, as a money bag, was also suppressed, he even played rogue. Pretend to be sick. Because according to the Ukrainian labor law, units and enterprises cannot be fired when employees are sick. Unfortunately, this rogue delay did not bring him any turnaround. On July 2nd, early last month, Pavlo Lazarenko was officially removed from his post as Prime Minister of Ukraine. At the same time, the Kiev authorities also announced an investigation into Lazarenko. Ukraine's first internal strife since the collapse of the Soviet Union broke out. According to the previous timeline, this internal strife was protracted and continued until more than 20 years later. In Simon's view, this was largely caused by Kuchma's lack of decisiveness. Kuchma is a person who likes to balance, which can be seen from his strategy of trying to get along with the United States and Russia after he came to power. However, politics sometimes requires balance, and sometimes it requires vigorous and resolute action. Take Tymoshenko for example. Although Kuchma regained control of Ukraine's natural gas industry from Tymoshenko, he did not delve too deeply into this woman, which resulted in the instability factor for his forced resignation in 2005. Lazarenko is even more of a flaw. A person with so many handles allowed the other party to continue to jump around in the country for several years, and even won the title of MP in the 1998 election, and finally let the other party flee Ukraine. Perhaps it was the supporters behind Lazarenko that made Kuchma timid, but later facts proved that even the United States regarded Lazarenko as a discarded pawn. He was detained as soon as he fled to the United States, and then slaughtered like a pig and squeezed in various ways. It can be seen that if Kuchma had taken ruthless actions at first, it would not cause much backlash. Unfortunately, the other party did not do so. Of course, these are all considered from Kuchma's standpoint. Now from Simon's own standpoint, the more indecisive Kuchma is, the more beneficial it is for the expansion of the Westeros system in Ukraine. If the snake is not killed, Lazarenko's faction will definitely fight back and make all kinds of troubles, and the Kiev authorities will not be able to distract themselves from the continued layout of the Westeros system in Rivne Oblast. Chapter 1154 Attitude. Krim and Victor are crossed out. There are other candidates related to UFMS. It will be like this in the future. UFMS must maintain absolute independence. Boss, Victor is easy to say. As for Krim, the Derevyanko family is very powerful in Rivne Oblast. Will they have any objections if he is removed? After all, it is just one parliamentary seat. You just need to tell him that this is my decision. In the study of the Manor Villa in the wealthy Weston area in the western suburbs of Boston, Simon is discussing with Celia Miller the list of candidates for the Westeros system camp in the Ukrainian parliamentary election next year. The first parliamentary election after the promulgation of the Ukrainian constitution is expected to be held in March next year. Although there is still more than half a year, it is necessary to plan ahead. Celia Miller brought a batch of names this time, including Krim Derevyanko and Viktor Kostyrev, two leaders of Simon's mercenary corps UFMS, Ukrainian Front Military Service Company, in Ukraine. Simon's attitude is to cross it out directly. Although they are mercenaries, for Simon, the army should have the position of the army, that is, to maintain independence as much as possible. Of course, it is not easy in actual operation, but Simon must show the right attitude. This is also a test. If the two, especially Krim Derevyanko, whose family has a strong foundation in Rivne Oblast, are dissatisfied with this, it is probably time for Simon to replace the head of UFMS. As for the power of the Derevyanko family, it is actually nothing in front of the Westeros system. If there is a complete fallout, it is not a problem to completely eradicate it. Celia Miller understood Simon's thoughts after a little thought, and did not say anything more. She continued to review a series of lists with her boss. There were hundreds of candidates, all of whom were members of the Ukrainian Progressive Alliance Party that was just registered last year. It took more than 2 hours to finally select 20. With the power of the Westeros system in Ukraine at this time, it would be no problem even if this number doubled or even tripled. However, this is not the 1994 midterm elections in the United States 3 years ago when Simon continued to cultivate power to consolidate the foundation of the Westeros system, so it is still necessary to proceed step by step. The 20-person quota will not cause a backlash from the Kiev authorities, and it is enough to ensure the influence of the Westeros system in the Ukrainian parliament. Moreover, in addition to the 20 people from the Progressive Alliance, Simon will also deploy some hidden players in other forces. The final list was all decided by Simon. Simon did not intend to discuss with Ukraine about democracy. Simon just wanted to show his power and see the reaction of Ukraine. Who is in favor? Who is against? After more than 3 years of operation, this time we have to see the results again, and by the way, we will appropriately clean up again to further consolidate the foundation of the Westeros system in Ukraine. Browsing the finalized list of 20 people, Celia Miller found that this was very different from what she had imagined privately. Her boss was really nepotism. Among the 20 candidates, 7 were parents and elders of a group of girls in Rivne. Although, being able to enter the list of 100 people had been strictly reviewed in advance, it still made Celia feel that it was messing around. If someone in the Federation did this, they would definitely be exposed by the media and become a laughingstock. However, think about it again, it is feasible in Ukraine. After all, such a small country has a legal quota of 450 members, which is comparable to the size of the US House of Representatives. It is really too much, and it is impossible not to be inflated. Moreover, with so many people, it is difficult for both the media and the public to distinguish who is who. As for the Ukrainian media, there is no need to worry about this. The media in Rivne Oblast are basically under the control of the Westeros system. These seats for members are basically from Rivne Oblast and some surrounding areas, and will not compete for the share of other regions. If someone still wants to make trouble, just arm wrestle. Simon also leaned back in the leather chair to review the finalized list. He accidentally looked up and noticed Celia's expression beside him, and asked with a smile, "Do you think I'm a bit messy?" Celia paused, but still nodded honestly. "I couldn't help but envy. The group of girls raised by men in Ukraine are lucky. In the past, in Ukraine, oligarchs could push their drivers, lawyers, and even family doctors to the positions of parliamentarians. It was just a joke, so Simon didn't think there was anything wrong with what he was doing now. A country that was just a joke deserved parliamentarians that were just a joke." Thinking of this, Simon leaned against the ground and slightly tilted the leather chair, stretched out his hand to pull Celia next to him, and hugged her on his legs. "I've been addicted to hand care recently." Then he explained, "I did this on purpose, just to tell them that these parliamentarians are just puppets, not that important, and the most important thing is that they work for me with peace of mind. In fact, there are still some things that are not fully explained. Pushing the elders of those girls up, because these people have no foundation. After they come to power, they can only rely on the Westeros system, so their loyalty is very guaranteed. In comparison, let's say Derevyanko and others, they already have a certain strength, and if they are raised a little bit, it is inevitable that they will have other thoughts." Celia Miller quietly kicked off her high heels and curled up on the man to find a more comfortable position. She nodded slightly and couldn't help but say, "Boss, you want to see who can't help but jump out this time, right?" "Yes. Any piece of land that is not cleaned regularly will inevitably be overgrown with weeds." Simon stroked the slender waist of the woman wrapped in a thin shirt and said, "I hope they can understand that these so-called seats for parliamentarians have nothing to do with their election. In fact, I gave them to them. If I don't give them, they must obey. If they resist, I will make them have nothing." Celia Miller has always been a woman who admires power. After hearing the man's strong words, she felt her body was a little soft. She turned her head involuntarily and kissed Simon with her red lips slightly opened. Simon just stopped there and kissed the woman. His big hand grabbed the woman's neck and pulled her away. "I'm going to say goodbye to Maria. We'll go to Julia later." Celia tilted her head slightly because of the strength in the man's hand, and nodded obediently with a ruddy face. It was already evening. Simon left the study and followed the maid's instructions to another room in the villa. Maria and her daughter Anita were holding a little one in each hand, watching TV and chatting. The three boys were nowhere to be seen. Seeing Simon coming in, Anita greeted him, handed the little one in her arms to Simon, and left on her own initiative. Simon carefully held the child in his arms, took a look, and roughly recognized that it was the younger one. The one in Maria's arms was obviously Michael, born Juliana, and she was still feeding the little one. Simon was not surprised that Maria was allowed to raise two children because of her character. He looked at her for a few times and asked her with an embarrassed expression, "Can you feed two children?" The woman nodded with a slightly red face. "There is also a wet nurse. Ulaya will come here often. She is very, well, that?" Simon imagined Ulaya's eye-catching chest curve and said, "It's okay to come here often to feed the children. However, when the little ones grow up, you should try to teach them yourself and don't let them have too much contact with Ulaya." Maria couldn't help but say, "Ulaya is actually a good person. I don't have time to understand this. I only look at the results." "Results?" Maria was stunned for a moment before she understood. "Well, the result is that her 4 children were all taught well by her, while Ulaya, just thinking about the fact that Ulaya had previously driven 2 children who wanted to stay in the United States back to Ukraine, at least she would definitely not do it. In this way, the man's choice was not wrong. Perhaps because Simon's arms were not comfortable enough, the little one who was squinting and dozing off soon hummed and seemed to be crying. Simon tried to rock the child to sleep, but ended up crying. Maria saw the man was at a loss, and while calling for help, she wanted to put the little one in her arms on the sofa next to her. As a result, the other one was not easy to deal with either. She was interrupted while feeding and also started crying. Maria could only hold him again. Soon, a maid with a plain face and homely clothes came in. She was obviously a Slavic girl. The maid looked at Maria and got confirmation. Then she came forward with some trepidation, took the child from Simon, sat down next to him, checked a little, confirmed that the child had not defecated or urinated, then lifted her clothes and started feeding the child. Simon waited for the two children to calm down, and ignored the maid who was feeding the child and glanced at him with a slightly red face, and said to Maria, "I should go now. I will come to see you next time." Maria wanted to get up, but Simon held her down, so she sat down and said goodbye to the man. She was a little reluctant, but she had gradually gotten used to it. Fortunately, with so many children around, she would not feel lonely without a man. Simon said goodbye to Maria and did not leave Boston. Instead, he took Celia to Juliana and stayed in Boston at night. The next day was August 11th. Monday. In the new week, many people's focus is still on the Asian financial crisis that is still surging. Earlier on August 6th, Malaysia was forced to give up its fixed exchange rate protection for its own currency after the Thai baht, announcing the second great victory of international speculators. After the Malaysian ringgit fell, the currencies of other countries such as Indonesia and the Philippines also began to shake. Under this impact, the stock and bond markets of various countries and regions in Asia were in mourning, and the impact on North America and Europe was becoming more and more obvious. However, Simon knew that this was still not the most violent moment of this financial storm. If history does not change too much, the peak of the storm should be in October. In the past memory, because the Asian financial crisis in 1997 reached its peak in October of that year, it also caused the North American stock market to trigger the first circuit breaker after the legislation specially enacted because of the '87 stock market crash. International speculators fanned the flames and attacked cities everywhere. Following closely, the authorities of European and American countries were righteous and rebuked the malicious attacks on the currencies of Asian countries by international speculators. At the same time, various capitals led by the International Monetary Fund also launched rescue operations. It's like an army burning, killing and looting in the front, and the medical team in the same camp as the army helped the side destroyed by the army to save the dying and heal the wounded. The picture is full of internationalist love and peace. In the wind and rain, the Westeros system is also carrying out its own layout step by step. Returning to New York on Monday, one of Simon's tasks was related to various recent layouts. This time it was mainly a wafer foundry company in Taiwan, TSMC. Because the current semiconductor industry is still dominated by self-production, TSMC is far from reaching its former peak. In memory, the new Taiwan dollar will also fall around October. Coupled with the inevitable deterioration of the economic situation in Asia, it is also the best time for the Westeros system to enter the game. TSMC stocks are listed in Taiwan and the United States. Although the stock price has not reached the lowest point at this stage, it is already a good time to buy gradually. In addition, since Nokia, Tinkober and other Westeros system technology companies have arranged a squeeze strategy against Korean oligarchs last time, TSMC will naturally not miss it. However, compared with South Korea, Westeros system does not have many orders for TSMC. Again, TSMC is far from reaching its peak later, and its scale and technology are not top-notch. The rise of TSMC is also related to this financial crisis. The Asian financial crisis in 1997 had a long-term impact on many industries. Among them, many semiconductor companies in Japan, South Korea and even Europe and the United States went bankrupt in this storm. Later, in order to save costs, more and more semiconductor companies began to use the foundry model, which eventually led to the giant TSMC. For TSMC, Simon does not pursue absolute control, but it is not a pure investment. The plan is to buy about 30% of the shares and the corresponding voting rights. After all, it is cutting-edge technology, and meddling in it is messing around. Simon will not do this. Since semiconductor foundry is also a capital-intensive enterprise, the continuous introduction of funds in the development process over the years has made TSMC's current shares quite dispersed. If you get 30% of the shares, you basically have a decisive voice. There is no need to have more. Simon is no longer pursuing making more money, but is more interested in the transformation of the control of the capital held by the Westeros system in various industrial fields. What Simon wants is to gain more voice with the least capital. In addition to the financial storm, it is still the summer season in North America. After the first week of large-scale release, the number of screens of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon increased significantly again in the third week of release, from 1,863 to 2,315. Coupled with the continued popularity of this movie, the box office fell only 17% in the week from August 8 to August 14, and collected another $24.16 million. In 3 weeks of release, this Chinese martial arts movie with an investment of $15 million has accumulated a box office of $60.83 million in the North American market. Even though the kung fu craze in recent years has made Hollywood pay much attention to related themes, a pure Chinese martial arts film that completely abandons Western elements, with a cost of only $15 million, has earned more than $60 million in 3 weeks, and obviously has the potential to enter the $100 million box office club, which still shocked a lot of people. Not only that, when Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon was a big hit in North America, the influence of The Naked Six in the UK also expanded. With a halo of the Cannes Golden Palm, The Naked Six opened in the UK on August 8 with 503 screens, and the theme of the film unexpectedly ignited the public opinion of the British media. In the first week of opening from August 8 to August 14, this low-cost film with an investment of only £2 million won a box office of £8.16 million, equivalent to $12.51 million. Although the British film market is very important in Europe, it cannot be compared with North America after all. In addition, the size of The Naked Six is also close to a miracle. Even Law Day, which was released in the UK in July, had a screen size of more than 800 screens at the time, and the box office in the first week was only £8.68 million. Now, a small film with an investment of £2 million has a box office in the first week that is almost the same as a blockbuster like Law Day. How can it not be surprising? Therefore, at the end of the summer season in August, when there were obviously not many films that could attract attention in previous years, the media fueled the flames and the public began to encounter the joint information bombardment of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon and The Naked Six. Obviously, these two films are very small in scale. Whether it is the single-week box office volume or the expected total box office, they are far from comparable to blockbusters such as Twister and Law Day, but, inexplicably, a trend has formed, and many people have begun to pay attention to various information about the two films every day. After a little research, this mentality is actually easy to understand. The West is a society that values individual heroism, and the public is happy to see small people realize big dreams. Whether it is Twister or One Day at a Time, with an investment of hundreds of millions of dollars, success is inevitable, and failure will only make people sigh. However, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon and The Naked Six, one with $15 million and the other with £2 million, are now creating box office far exceeding their own size. This kind of underdog counterattack drama can naturally bring a sense of resonance to most ordinary people. Chapter 1155, Lord of the Rings Casting. New York, Deaneries Entertainment West Coast headquarters in the Upper West Side. The time is August 21st. Thursday. Entering the end of August, the summer movie season is coming to an end, and the 1997 TV autumn season is also approaching. Simon flew from Los Angeles to New York again on Tuesday. In recent days, he has been involved in the program arrangement of major TV networks under Deaneries Entertainment. As for ABC TV network, this year's blockbuster is still American Idol. This is already the third season of this singing reality show. According to the feedback from the performance of the second season contestants' concert tour in the summer and the recent publicity and warm-up for the third season, unless there are other super dark horses this fall, it is expected that the average audience of American Idol will still be around 35 million, which can basically continue to lock in the ratings champion of the new year. In addition to American Idol, ABC's other trump card Seinfeld is about to usher in the 8th season. Perhaps some people later have the impression that the most popular sitcom in the United States in the 1990s was Friends, especially American drama viewers abroad. Actually, it is not true. The most popular sitcom in the 1990s was Seinfeld. In the 7th season last year, the average audience of Seinfeld reached 33 million, second only to the 37 million of the second season of American Idol. The average audience of Friends, which was launched in 1994 and was in its third season last year, was only 24 million. Of course, Friends still has a long way to go, and Seinfeld is expected to end its 9th season next year. Deaneries Entertainment has made efforts to this end, hoping that Jerry Seinfeld, the creator of Seinfeld, can make it to the 10th season, which is considered a perfect ending. For this reason, it also gave Deaneries Entertainment a stock option as a condition on the basis of a $1 million salary per episode. Unfortunately, the comedy star did not agree, but only signed 2 contracts for the 8th and 9th seasons when he renewed his contract this year. It's not a matter of money. Anything that is repeated for many years will inevitably make one tired. In addition, due to the popularity of Seinfeld, this TV person is not short of money at all. In the end, he took the initiative to give up the high salary offered by Deaneries Entertainment, just hoping to take a break. In addition to the 2 main hits, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, which has been broadcast since 1988, will continue this year. Compared with the American Idol, which is in its heyday, the ratings of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire have fallen to an average of 11 million viewers last year. However, because the production cost of this program is very low and the ratings are in the tens of millions, there is still a lot of room for profit, so it can continue for many years. On the other hand, after all, it is no longer popular. The schedule of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire has been moved to Saturday night, which is relatively unpopular for TV series, and it has been reduced to 1 episode per week. In addition to Deaneries Entertainment's own ABC platform, several other popular public television network programs, NBC's Friends and CBS's ER, are both in their 4th season this year and are still in their golden age of ratings. Survivor, which was born at the same time as Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, will also continue. The average viewership of the latest season of Survivor was 13 million, which is higher than that of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. However, after all, it is someone else's program, and NBC has also reduced its subscription from 2 seasons per year in the early days to 1 season per year at present. In addition to the public television network, there are cable TV networks such as USA, ESPN and Fashion TV under Deaneries Entertainment. Relying on the precise positioning of the Women's Television Network and a series of popular flagship programs, USA, as a basic cable network, has developed very rapidly in recent years. The current number of subscribers has grown from the initial 21 million to 93 million. The main reality show series, The Desperate Housewives, and the 2 TV dramas Desperate Housewives and Sex and the City have been the focus of discussion among North American women in recent years. USA's film list this year has not changed much. In terms of reality shows, in addition to the 2 long-running main series, The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills and The Real Housewives of New York, the earlier The Real Housewives of Atlanta and The Real Housewives of Miami were canceled one after another due to average ratings. Because last year's overseas branch The Real Housewives of Melbourne was very popular, this year another The Real Housewives of London was added. Coupled with several other reality shows involving cooking or fashion, USA can be said to be a big reality show. Simon has actually been preparing 2 other ace reality shows for USA in his memory, Project Runway and America's Next Top Model. However, since the Real Housewives series can still support the ratings, there is no need to bring them out too early. In terms of TV series, Desperate Housewives has reached its 6th season this year. According to the storyline planned by Simon based on his memory, it is expected to end in the 8th season. In the previous 5th season, the average viewership of this TV series was as high as 15 million. It may not be popular on the public television network, but for the basic cable network, it is already a phenomenal level. The ratings of Sex and the City were slightly lower, but it also reached an average of 9.7 million viewers in the 2nd season last year, and it is expected to exceed 10 million this year. Moreover, due to the subject matter and audience, Sex and the City is more popular than Desperate Housewives. The audience of urban elite female groups makes this TV series more popular with advertisers. As for ESPN, after reaching an 8-year, $9 billion buyout contract with the National Football League last year, the agreement was officially implemented this year. If nothing unexpected happens, ESPN will also officially start its own takeoff path and finally achieve the ultimate goal of ESPN tax in Simon's memory. Fashion TV has also developed quite smoothly in recent years, and there has not been much change this year. The main goal is to continue to expand overseas and increase global coverage. Finally, there are some basic cable stations such as AETV Network, which was a joint venture media between ABC and Hearst Group. After the incident 3 years ago, Deaneries Entertainment got all the shares. However, compared with USA, ESPN or Fashion, these TV stations can only be regarded as icing on the cake, and some of them are even losing money. Simon has no intention of closing them. After all, this is the public opinion. Whether it is Deaneries Entertainment itself or other industries in the Westeros system, these media platforms will be used more or less. After finishing today's work, Simon had just walked out of the conference room with Robert Iger, and Lady A came up to him and whispered to Simon, "The Delevings happen to be here today to discuss some cooperation details. They learned that you are here, and hope to say hello. The Delevings are the Delevings of Cara Delevingne." A few years ago, Simon met the Delevings at a Christie's auction in London. Because of the names in his memory, he chatted a few more words. Later, he learned that the man of this family, Charles Delevingne, was a real estate developer and real estate agent, so he hired him to help buy properties in London. In recent years, there have been few opportunities to meet. The reason why the Delevings appeared here this time was because of the Real Housewives of London that was just finalized this year. Charles Delevingne's wife Pandora Delevingne was selected. The Delevingne family is also a member of the London Celebrity Circle, and they have aristocratic blood. Although it is very watery to dig deeper, the indirect relationship between this family and various celebrities is also a gimmick for the show The Real Housewives of London, which is enough to attract a large number of ordinary viewers. It's just a side trip. Simon nodded and agreed, and after parting with Iger, he went to lounge on another floor of the building. The Delevingne couple saw Simon and got up quickly. After a few words of greeting, everyone learned that the Delevingne family had rushed over. After discussing business, they would stay in New York for a few days, which was considered a vacation. Simon casually invited them to attend Jerry Hall's family party in the evening, and by the way, it was considered to be a way to get in touch with the circle here. The couple agreed with joy. Temporary separation. Simon rushed to Greenwich first. It was more than 6 o'clock in the evening. He came to Jerry Hall's large flat. As soon as he entered the door, Hall's eldest daughter Elizabeth Jagger came to greet him, as well as Nikki Hilton from the Hilton family and Kim Kardashian, their little follower. Simon saw the girl's enthusiasm and rushing towards him, and without waiting for the girl to wrap herself around him, he held her head and said with a smile, "No. Dad, I didn't expect that the richer you are, the more stingy you are." The girl shouted sweetly, while pulling Simon's big hand off her head and taking his arm, "And I didn't say I wanted to buy anything. The summer vacation is about to end, and I just want to go out for a trip. Dad, can you lend me your Boeing 767? Simon looked at Jerry Hall, who was walking towards him with a smile. "This requires your mother's consent." Elizabeth reached out and grabbed her mother's arm, sandwiching herself between the two adults, her big eyes blinking pitifully. "Mom, you will be fine, right?" Jerry Hall had no objection. "Okay." Compared with Juliana, who secretly disliked her two children, Jerry Hall was still a competent mother, but she was just fulfilling her obligations, and she was not so concerned about her children's education. Elizabeth is only 13 years old this year. Her academic performance is terrible. She said she wanted to be a model in the future, so Hall arranged training for her. Mick Jagger, the girl's biological father, was very dissatisfied with Hall's indulgence of his daughter, but it was just talk. Moreover, he had no custody. Now it was not the first time that the girl wanted to go out to play. Jerry Hall knew that Simon would arrange it. She didn't need to worry about safety or expenses, so of course he had no objection. Seeing that both the big and small women were like this, Simon agreed. He did not forget to nod and greet Nikki Hilton, who was looking at him with sparkling eyes. Everyone came to the living room and sat on a sofa by the window. After a few words, Hall stood up again. The maids were busy arranging the party in the evening. She also wanted to watch it in person, leaving only 3 girls to accompany Simon. When Hall stood up, Simon patted the woman's empty seat. Nikki Hilton immediately stood up and came over, which made Kim Kardashian, who had no sense of existence, envious. Skillfully babble on various topics. "Actually, we want to go to China, Dad. Nikki and I went to see the movie Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon recently. It was really cool, but the bamboo sea in it was more beautiful. We want to go and see it. We even applied for a visa last week." "Me, Nikki, Kim, Ivanka. Anyway, there are about a dozen people. Anyway, we all need your sponsorship. Simon put his arm around Nikki's waist and casually put the girl on his lap, holding her in his hands, and said, "What if I don't sponsor you?" Elizabeth gently pushed Nikki, who was sitting on Simon's lap, and looked a little jealous. She threatened, "Then I can only call you Simon in the future." "Forget it, there are many girls who are willing to call me Dad." Simon looked at Nikki and his arms with an indifferent look. "Come on, Nikki, call one." Nikki blushed, "I won't." Elizabeth immediately forgot her threat just now, and encouraged with a sly smile, "Nikki, call her. Calling her won't stop you from liking Dad. He will definitely like her more." Nikki shrank her neck, shyly opened Elizabeth's little paw, and glanced at Simon's expression. In fact, if there were no one else around, she would be willing to do it. Now, how could she shout it out? Elizabeth did not pursue the matter further, knowing that Simon had already agreed, so she said, "By the way, Dad, I saw in the newspaper that The Lord of the Rings has started casting recently." Simon nodded and smiled. "Are you concerned about this too?" "I've read the novels of The Lord of the Rings, too. I have a complete set of Tolkien's works in my study at home," Elizabeth said, and she leaned closer to Simon with anticipation. "Dad, what do you think of me playing the elf princess?" "Not very good." The girl immediately grabbed Simon's arm and started shaking it again. Simon would not give in this time. "Don't make trouble. If you were 10 years older, maybe it would be okay. You are too young now, and you can't act. With an investment of more than 200 million, you can't do anything about it." Elizabeth's eyes widened again. "Wow, more than 200 million, it seems that the Titanic, out of control, was only $200 million US, right? 3 movies are being shot together this time," Simon explained, and then tapped the girl on the head casually. "Titanic, out of control." Elizabeth covered her head and laughed. "Everyone says so. It's the 200 million investment. What if it's all lost, Dad? Will you feel sad?" "No." Elizabeth paused and nodded. "Yes, in recent months, Dad, your wealth has lost hundreds of billions. 200 million is nothing." "This doesn't sound like persuasion at all. If you keep being so harsh, I will regret not supporting your trip to China. You've lost hundreds of billions. You need to be frugal." "Well, Dad, I was wrong." The girl turned around immediately, leaned over, and kissed Simon on the face, still a little unwilling. "Even if I can't play the elf princess, Dad, it should be okay for me to guest star as an elf then. I'm 1.7 meters tall now, so my height is no problem." "That's no problem." Simon nodded and said, "If you are willing and can arrange your time, you can go and play a guest role as an elf maid." Elizabeth was not satisfied again. "Just a maid?" "Yes, because there is no better role than this. Otherwise, you can only do odd jobs behind the scenes." Okay, a maid is a maid," Elizabeth said, and did not forget Nikki on Simon's lap. "Dad, where's Nikki?" "Nikki is too short and can't play anything for the time being." Elizabeth immediately gloated. "Haha." Nikki Hilton was also dissatisfied. "I am 1 year older than Liz." Elizabeth was even more gloating. "Who told you not to grow taller?" Nikki was immediately resentful and looked at Simon. Seeing that the man would not let go, she could only feel helpless. "Or the genes are not good enough. Jerry Hall is 183 centimeters tall and was born as a model." Elizabeth also inherited her mother's genes. At the age of 13, her height has increased to more than 1.7 meters. Nikki's mother, Kathy Hilton, was barely 1.6 meters tall, the tallest of the 3 Richards sisters. Simon had personally experienced Nikki's 2 aunts, Kim Richards and Kyle Richards, both of whom were just over 1.5 meters tall and petite. As they chatted, dusk fell unknowingly, and when it was completely dark, guests gradually began to arrive. Chapter 1156 The Queen and the Princess. After entering the apartment building, they were questioned by the sharp-eyed lobby guard. Then, under the guidance of a special waiter, they went to a private elevator with several other guests. The Deleving couple, who were with their 2 daughters, waited for the elevator door to close. Instead of relaxing, they became more energetic. They also greeted other guests around them. They all knew each other. On the left was also a family of 4, the Jenner family in The Real Housewives of New York. Because of the introduction of Sky TV in the UK, Pandora Deleving was also a loyal viewer of The Real Housewives series, and she also knew that the couple's daughters were named Kardashian. On the right was a beautiful and tall single woman who made the women in the elevator feel ashamed. She was the supermodel Elle Macpherson, who had appeared in the Victoria's Secret fashion show. So the Delevingne family seemed a little unknown. Everyone exchanged a few polite words. When they learned that Pandora Delevingne would star in the new The Real Housewives of London this year, Elle Macpherson was a little indifferent and even congratulated her. Kris Jenner's expression was a little subtle, but she didn't show it too obviously. The elevator door opened quickly, and there was another guarded small hall in front of them. The Jenner family and Elle Macpherson walked over first, registered with the female guard in charge of reception, and then entered the door. The Delevingne family paused for a moment. Pandora Delevingne helped her husband check his clothes, then looked at her two daughters Chloe and Poppy, and while helping her second daughter to adjust the collar of her dress, she instructed, "Be polite when you see Mr. Westeros later. Remember, you are absolutely not allowed to ask for autographs like you said in the hotel. That's too inappropriate." After the two girls nodded seriously one by one, the family went forward to check their names for the second time. After such an inspection, they finally entered the door. Not only did the Delevingne family not feel impatient, but they all felt a little fortunate, even honored. Under the guidance of the special waitress, they turned through the entrance and entered the hall. It was already very lively. It was indeed a family party. In addition to groups of adults, there were also some boys and girls walking around, but it seemed that there were many more girls. After searching in the crowd for a while, Pandora Delevingne found a target. She pulled her husband and walked straight through the crowd with her two daughters, nodding to the people around them. "So, Ella, why are you in New York? It's fashion season soon." "Of course I'm in New York and I'm ready to start working. I can't be as comfortable as Jerry now, and I have to work hard to make money to support myself." "Oh, I mean, I thought you were in Australia." "This is prejudice. Australians should be in Australia, right?" "Okay, my mistake." The person who was talking to Simon and Jerry Hall was Elle Macpherson, who came in at the same time. This contemporary supermodel of the same age as Cindy Crawford has participated in 2 Victoria's Secret shows before. Her career, which was originally a bit sluggish, has started to pick up again. At the age of 33, she is currently trying her best to maintain it. In comparison, Hall, 41 years old this year, not only does he maintain his appearance just as well as hers, but also, thanks to a certain man, he is still very successful in both television and fashion. In addition, he is obviously supported by a super rich man. In the eyes of Elle Macpherson, who has not remarried since the end of her first marriage, she is simply enviable. This envy is not without reason. Back then, it seemed like a long, long time ago. She and Hall accompanied a guy to Hawaii to spend a ridiculous weekend together. Unfortunately, after that time, well, being able to appear in 2 of the 5 Victoria's Secret shows should be considered as the affection between the two of them when they first met, but it is not comparable to Hall after all. While chatting like this, noticing the unfamiliar Delevingne family approaching, Elle Macpherson tactfully and reluctantly took the initiative to temporarily leave. Hall knew that this was a guest arranged by the man temporarily. Although she didn't know the truth, she was also very enthusiastic. After the adults greeted and introduced them, Pandora pulled over her 2 daughters who were visibly timid when she saw Simon, Mr. Westeros, "Ms. Hall, these are my 2 daughters, Chloe and Poppy. Actually Kara is here too. She's Kara, who's a good friend of Nina from England. But she's too young, so we stayed in the hotel." Simon greeted the 2 daughters one by one. Seeing that the little girls looked restrained, Simon said to Hall beside him, "Take them to meet Liz." Jerry Hall nodded and took the 2 little girls away. After Hall and the other 2 left, Simon said to Charles Delevingne, "I am very satisfied with your work in London in recent years. I hope you can continue in the future." Charles Delevingne was flattered and bowed slightly. "Thank you for your recognition, Mr. Westeros. I will definitely keep it up. Don't be so polite." "You can call me Simon," Simon said, and then said, "Also, you used to work on real estate projects, not just as an agent." Charles Delevingne was refreshed and nodded quickly. Of course. Although he said so, family members know their own business. In fact, it was just a small fight. The largest real estate project Charles Delevingne had operated a few years ago was just a 6-story office building in the West End of London, and it was in cooperation with others. He was more of a manager. The main reason was that he didn't have the capital. Simon certainly understood Charles Delevingne's situation, But he had already purchased enough properties in London, so he couldn't keep buying. Charles Delevingne was also easy to use, so he gave him more work and said, "Try to find some suitable real estate investment projects when you have time, but you have to remember that my trial and error rate is not high." Charles Delevingne quickly made another promise, and after a little hesitation, he asked, "Simon, how big should this be?" Simon smiled and said, "You choose it yourself. This is also a test." What is being tested? In addition to ability, of course, there is also character. How big a job is worth how capable you are. If Charles Delevingne only had the ability to manage a £100 million real estate project, but he came up with a £1 billion level project, Simon would not be stupid enough to let him mess around. Charles Delevingne was not stupid, of course he understood, and made promises again and again. Simon then looked at Pandora Delevingne again. "I learned a little about your situation before the party. The drug addiction can be used as a plotline for the Real Housewives of London, but I hope you don't mess it up. This show is very important in the layout of USA, understand?" The man in front of him spoke in a calm tone, but Pandora Delevingne felt a bit of pressure from the intimidating power without anger, and nodded like her husband, "Of course, Simon, I won't let you down. Pandora Delevingne is addicted to drugs, and the most serious drug addiction is a drug with a letter high in its name. This is something Simon only knows. After all, he can't take care of all the details now, and many tasks are done by his subordinates." The couple came to New York this time to discuss this matter in detail with the head of the TV department. After all, this kind of thing is not a taboo in the West. Of course, in order to avoid the project being messed up, it is also necessary to be very cautious. In the end, a plan was proposed to use Pandora Delevingne's fight against drug addiction as a story branch of the first season of The Real Housewives of London, which is also a good gimmick. Simon believed that the TV department would put more details into the contract, so he didn't say more to Pandora Delevingne. He raised the wine glass in his hand and took a sip. Seeing this, the Delevingne couple knew that this big shot still had many guests to entertain, so they said goodbye and walked away. When they came to another place, the couple looked at each other with satisfaction in their eyes. After all, at such a social party, being able to meet Simon Westeros was the biggest victory tonight, and they didn't expect to have an unexpected gain. How can real estate agents make money as much as real estate developers? In addition, regarding Pandora Delevingne's drug addiction, Simon didn't expect it to be spread so quickly. Pandora was able to receive the invitation to the show because her husband worked for Simon. Moreover, because of the popularity of the Delighted Wife series, they also knew the benefits of participating in this show, and of course they didn't want to give up. The couple had to hide it before, but they were accidentally found out by USA. This time they came here, and they thought they would lose the opportunity to participate. After the formal negotiation, it was a turnaround. Westeros was just mentioned, and he was shocked again. If a young tycoon minds this, then it's useless for anyone to say anything. Fortunately, the other party didn't take it too seriously and just gave a small warning. On Simon's side, the Delevingne couple had just left, and the Jenner family, who came in earlier but walked a little slower because there were more acquaintances, came forward and greeted them again. Kris Jenner didn't think about giving her husband much room to play and rushed to talk to Simon. Her expression was obviously flattering. "Simon, I didn't seek him. She came here this afternoon. I hope I didn't cause you any trouble." Adding trouble would also cause trouble to Hall, not to mention that Kim Kardashian was just Elizabeth's little follower, as sensible and obedient as her mother. What kind of trouble could there be? Simon just smiled and responded casually. While chatting, Kathy Hilton, who was considered Kris Jenner's nemesis in The Real Housewives of New York, also came over with her husband and 2 daughters. This kind of cutting in made Kris Jenner very dissatisfied, but there was nothing she could do. She could only hate it in her heart and think about how to embarrass this woman in the new season of the show, and how to find a chance to be alone with Westeros later. Thinking of this, Kris Jenner felt a little hot, wondering how someone would treat her rudely this time, but inexplicably she expected it to be as rude as possible. When the charming Cindy Crawford showed up with her fiancé Rand Gerber, the 2 women who were scheming against each other could only leave with their husbands and children. This big goblin was standing next to her and was completely squeezing her, and she didn't even hide her squeezing. It's incomparable. After leaving Simon, Kris Jenner casually left her husband and daughter and walked towards Jerry Hall, the hostess of the apartment. Jerry Hall was talking to Elle Macpherson again, discussing skincare. You don't know how much effort I have to spend every week. Of course it's better than you, and, you know, Simon likes fairer skin, which is even more difficult. This seemingly unintentional comparison tone made Kris Jenner immediately hear the subtlety between the two women. There was no flaw in her expression as she went forward to greet him. The three women simply walked to the sofa by the window and sat down to continue talking about maintenance. In fact, whether it was Elle Macpherson or Kris Jenner, they could only envy Hall's state. Hall originally had the most outstanding foundation of a woman, and now it seemed that people would believe that she was in her early 30s. In addition to her self-discipline and diligence in maintenance, there was actually another reason. Money. It was all made with money. Because of their good relationship in private, Elle Macpherson was taken by Hall to a private women's club in the Upper East Side that was completely closed to the public last year. Apart from other things, the ordinary rich people could not afford to use private planes to transport fresh hot spring water from Europe for bathing every week. Although Jerry Hall is now thriving in both the television and fashion circles, with her income, she still cannot afford such expenses. It must be a man who spends money. Considering the other party's trillion-level wealth, these are really just drizzle. Kris Jenner can only envy. Elle Macpherson couldn't help but look at someone in the crowd a few more times, but she was a little confused. She didn't know what to do? Or, she didn't know where she was wrong? Was it her skin color? Of course not. Now more and more women in the circle are no longer popular with sunbathing and tanning, and even fewer people are tanning. The same is true for Macpherson herself. She is white. When she first became a model, she showed her healthy wheat-colored skin. Now it is easy to become white. Just then, a group of girls came over. Elizabeth asked her mother for the key to the cloakroom in a coquettish manner, and left with a group of friends. Elle Macpherson looked at the group of girls who left, and thought with a little self-mockery, is it because she has no children? It seems that she thinks too much. On the other side, after getting the key to the cloakroom, Elizabeth proudly took the Hilton sisters, the Kardashian sisters and the Delevingne sisters who she just met out of the hall, walked through a corridor, and came to the cloakroom next to the master bedroom suite on the large flat. This is also the place that her mother cares about most on weekdays. However, the reason why they were able to get the key was of course for some purpose of showing off. Elizabeth roughly understood her mother's mentality, so she asked for the key at this time. At other times, they were not allowed to enter casually. Military stronghold. Even though they were all children from wealthy families, when they entered this cloakroom of hundreds of square meters and looked at the rows of clothes, shoes, and bags, their eyes lit up. Elizabeth was also proud, and she took her friends to shuttle between several bags and introduced them, and occasionally opened them. Kim Kardashian couldn't help but touch some bags with her little paws, until Paris Hilton, who didn't get along with Elizabeth, couldn't help but said, "Liz, your mother can't afford so many bags. Simon must have bought them for her." Chapter 1157 The Queen and the Princess, 2. Elizabeth didn't feel guilty at all when she heard what Paris said. Instead, she said confidently, "Of course, you can also ask your father to buy it for your mother." She even raised her chin after saying that. Paris Hilton glanced at the other girls around her. Basically, they didn't look wrong. Some even looked envious. She could only feel depressed. It was no secret in the circle that Elizabeth's mother was Simon Westeros's lover. As a man's wealth and power grew, fewer and fewer people thought that it was a problem for such a man to have more lovers. It would be strange if he didn't have a lover. Seeing Paris's frustrated look, Elizabeth became even more proud. She came to the row of lockers against the wall next to her and carefully took out a shiny silver shoulder bag from a locker with a combination lock. "Look at this. This is a birthday gift from Simon from my mother last month. It was custom made by Gucci. The shoulder straps and clasps are all platinum, and it is inlaid with 1001 diamonds. It is worth millions of dollars." After saying that, she posed with it on her shoulder, causing the girls around her to have stars in their eyes. Paris couldn't help but say again, "Hermes bags are the best, Gucci is just average." This time, before Elizabeth could speak, Kim Kardashian chimed in, "So sour." The girls all laughed, making Paris blush, and she wished she could smash everything here immediately. Elizabeth only showed the bag a little bit, not giving the envious friends around her even a chance to touch it, and quickly put it back in the cabinet, then looked at Paris Hilton. "Paris, Simon has agreed to lend us the 767 to go to China. However, you have just talked back to me twice, so I decided not to take you." Paris' eyes widened immediately, and her nose felt a little sour. She forced herself to say, "If you don't take me, I can ask my parents to take me. Then go." Elizabeth smiled like an evil little witch. "It's a pity that your family can only take commercial flights to China, which is not convenient for traveling. Simon is different. Not only does he have a private jet, but he also has a lot of properties in China. When we get there, we can go wherever we want, eat whatever we want, buy whatever we want. Tisk, I'm looking forward to it just thinking about it." Paris wanted to rush over and scratch Elizabeth's face, but in the end she just stomped her feet, held back the tears that were about to fall, and rushed out. When passing a row of shoe racks, she grabbed a pair of high heels and threw them on the ground. "Wow, you lost something. Don't even think about coming to my house again," Elizabeth shouted angrily. Just by winking, Kim Kardashian immediately walked over, picked up the shoes, checked them, and put them back on the shelf, saying to Elizabeth flatteringly, "It's okay." Elizabeth was satisfied, and looked around, like a little queen who is against anyone. Even a girl like Ivanka, whose family wealth was several levels higher than Elizabeth's, and who was 2 years older than Elizabeth, did not show any intention of competing with her for the position of the eldest sister. Not only did she want to go to China to play, but Elizabeth's mother's position was there, and the identity of Simon Westeros's lover, plus Hall was very good at business, the gold content was indeed very high. As for the inside of her family, Ivanka knew it even better. Compared with the Levison Group, which was controlled by the Westeros system and was getting bigger and bigger, her father had been completely isolated from the real estate business. Now he was just a small shareholder who received dividends. Even if he went to work in the media, he had to rely on the resource channels of the Westeros system. There was no comparison. Seeing that no one challenged her prestige, Elizabeth was very satisfied. She also looked at the Delevingne sisters she had just met. "Chloe, Poppy, if you can get a Chinese visa recently, you can go together. Anyway, it's all from my dad's expenses, so it's better to do a favor." Hearing this, the Delevingne sisters also showed expectations, and then a little worried, as if it was difficult to get a Chinese visa. Continuing to visit her mother's cloakroom, Elizabeth took her friends to a family entertainment room that was not open to the public in the apartment. She took out various expensive drinks from the small bar and secretly shared them with everyone. When she found that there was no ice in the refrigerator here, she naturally asked Kardashian to go to the hall to get some. Kim Kardashian went out obediently. The large flat-floor apartment of more than 700 square meters was a bit big. After going out, she took a little detour and felt that she seemed to have taken the wrong road. Kim Kardashian was about to go back when she unexpectedly saw her mother Kris Jenner turning out from the other side of the corridor and sneaking into her room. Kim Kardashian was immediately curious. "Mom, wouldn't she be trying to steal something? If she was caught, it would be too embarrassing." After a little hesitation, she walked over and quietly pressed against the door to listen. The room was well soundproofed, so there was no sound at all. So she turned the handle slightly. The door was not locked, and a crack was opened. Finally, a voice came out, not loud, but barely audible. "I'm not afraid. He doesn't even want to be a man anymore. He secretly takes estrogen and reads some brochures about sex reassignment surgery. I don't think I know." This is the mother's voice. Estrogen, sex reassignment, what's going on? Could it be she was talking about her stepfather? Kim Kardashian thought about it and felt that her stepfather's behavior in the past 2 years was a bit strange. But she quickly made up her mind to continue eavesdropping. "Kylie is 3 months old. She is a beautiful baby. You asked me to give birth to her and you also gave her the name. Do you want to see it?" This is talking about her younger sister Kylie Jenner, who was born in May. In order to concentrate on making TV shows, her mother originally didn't plan to have any more children after Kendall, but she didn't expect to get pregnant again last year. There is actually an inside story. Kim Kardashian was so absorbed in her thoughts that she forgot that she was leaning against the door. She leaned forward and the door opened wider and wider. When she realized this, it was too late. A male voice came. "Who?" This voice looked so familiar. Kim Kardashian paused, revealed her figure, and looked inside the room. This is a small living room. Of course, none of it matters. The key is the 2 people in the room. Her mother. And Simon Westeros. The man was leaning casually on the sofa with a glass of red wine in his hand, but her mother was leaning at the man's feet, helping Simon Westeros take off his shoes. What was she taking off her shoes for? Well, no, that's not the key. The problem is Simon Westeros and her mother. Kim Kardashian's mouth opened unconsciously, and her eyes widened. She was not a fool. She quickly understood and realized that she seemed to have discovered something incredible. Then, this emotion brewed a little, and she was not angry, furious, or ashamed. Thinking of the princess like Elizabeth, she felt a little joy. Well, then she reacted quickly. I should take the initiative to withdraw now and pretend that I didn't see anything. Kim Kardashian was about to do this, but she heard the man motion to her, come over here too. Go over? Go over to what? Her mind was buzzing, but because of the powerful identity of a certain man, Kim Kardashian still moved over involuntarily, occasionally glancing at her mother. Kris Jenner just looked away slightly, but she didn't mean to resist. Elizabeth waited for a long time but didn't see Kim Kardashian bring ice cubes. She felt a little embarrassed and joked with her friends that it might have fallen into the toilet when she went to the toilet. So she sent Kardashian's two sisters, Courtney and Khloe, out together. Maybe because the two sisters were together, they didn't disappear mysteriously again this time. After secretly tasting many famous wines in the small bar in the entertainment room, she either played billiards around the billiard table, or selected various old vinyl records collected by Hall from the bookshelf on the wall, or danced to the music. Time passed quickly. When Paris, who had been pissed off before, ran over angrily and told her sister to leave, she could only see a group of girls with red faces and some staggering. Nikki even said directly that she would not leave tonight. With Elizabeth's support, Paris was immediately pissed off and left again. Complain. However, although the legal drinking age in the Federation is 21, who cares about this in private, and the adults don't care. Simon, who seemed to have disappeared for a while, appeared again. The Hilton couple came forward to say goodbye to Simon and exchanged a few words. Seeing that Paris looked aggrieved, Simon asked with a smile, Paris, what happened? As a guest, if you don't have a good time, it's our fault. When Kathy Hilton heard what Simon said, she rushed to speak for her daughter. It's nothing, Simon, the children are just having a tantrum. When Paris saw Simon, she suddenly had an idea. She ignored her mother's hints and immediately became more aggrieved. We had agreed to go to China to play, and just now, Liz said she wouldn't take me. Simon smiled and said, it's okay, you can go. I'll talk to Liz later. Paris immediately perked up again. Thank you, Simon. Kathy Hilton felt a little embarrassed. I'm sorry to trouble you again, Simon. It's nothing. Then, Kathy Hilton looked at Jerry Hall, who was standing next to Simon. Jerry, if Nikki doesn't behave, you can call me and I'll ask someone to pick her up. After saying goodbye like this, the Hilton couple said goodbye with their eldest daughter. As the couple left, the party began to end, and more people left. Elizabeth returned to the hall with the Delevingne sisters and other friends who had just been gathered under her command. She happened to see Kim Kardashian, who had not drunk but still had a strange blush on her face, at the exit of the corridor. She immediately teased, everyone said that you were taken away by Dorothy? When did you come back? Kim Kardashian subconsciously looked indifferent, but then reacted and turned her head to look at a man not far away. After a pause, she still did not show any abnormality, but just said, Mom, please talk to me about something temporarily. Elizabeth did not mean to pursue it too much. After all, this little follower was quite diligent on weekdays. She just glared at Kardashian and called the Delevingne sisters behind her to walk towards Simon. Speaking of adding 2 more people to go to China to play, it happened that the Delevingne couple saw their daughters coming out and came forward. After hearing what Elizabeth said, it would be better if their daughters could get close to Simon's people. However, Charles Delevingne quickly said, if you go to China, it should be difficult to get a visa. Even a tourist visa may not be available in time. The Delevingne sisters immediately looked disappointed again. Elizabeth subconsciously looked at Simon. If there's any problem, go to her father. Simon casually said, this is not a problem. I will explain it to you later. Simon said so. The little girls just thought that this was natural for Simon. The adults remembered the huge scene when the young tycoon visited China last year. With his good relationship with China, this kind of thing is really just a matter of greeting. The matter was solved smoothly. Seeing that the Delevingne couple also took the opportunity to say goodbye, Elizabeth took the initiative to ask the Delevingne sisters to stay overnight. This is a good way for her to win people's hearts. The living couple certainly had no objection and readily agreed. This went on until after 11 o'clock. Except for the friends who were asked to stay by Elizabeth, the guests basically left. It was late at night and there was no one. The waitresses were quietly cleaning up the mess. Elizabeth took the girls who had invited them to stay back to their rooms. Simon and Jerry Hall sat on the sofa by the window on the street side of the corner of the hall, again, leaning against each other, each holding a glass of red wine, looking out the window at the colorful neon lights that were still flashing in the middle of the night in Manhattan. As for the man's disappearance in the middle of the party, the guests only thought that Simon probably didn't like too much socializing and took the initiative to avoid it. After all, as a man, such a small scene was just taken for granted. Hall roughly understood what happened. He didn't mind. He even took the initiative to help cover it up. She was actually quite skilled in this. After all, Mick Jagger was no less fickle than the men around him. Of course, whether it was identity, status or wealth, the difference was too great, so even though he knew her current relationship with him, and even that his own daughter called another man dad, the guy didn't say anything. Chatting about some things casually, seeing that the man was in a good mood, Jerry Hall cautiously tried to test, "Simon, what do you think of me having another child?" Simon, who was originally looking at the scenery outside the window, retracted his gaze, stroked the woman's waist, and asked with a smile, "Aren't the three of Liz enough?" Jerry Hall leaned over and looked at the man. I want to give birth to a child for you." In fact, it was mainly because he heard a lot of rumors. Since other women can do it, Jerry Hall thinks it should be okay for him. But Simon shook his head. "No, I feel dizzy when I hear about children now." This is true. A bunch of boys. However, it is also true that Jerry Hall is not Simon's ideal mother. Although there are 6 more little guys this year, even the accident of Juliana can only continue to exist after being recognized by Simon. After all, Jerry Hall didn't know some inside stories, and didn't have much expectations. Seeing Simon say so, he stopped talking about it. Disappointment is inevitable. Simon looked at the woman's expression and smiled. "I remember I said that you were all free. If you want to leave one day, just tell me." Jerry Hall thought of his luxurious life in recent years and the envy that Elle Macpherson was almost overflowing with at the party tonight. How could he leave? Would he be able to survive if he left? She mistakenly thought that the man was deliberately knocking her because she brought up the matter of having children, so she put down the goblet in her hand and took the initiative to pester him. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1158 The Queen and the Princess, 3. Malibu, Deanery Studios. Nicole Kidman and an assistant had just gotten off the car in the parking lot of the studio's administrative area when Linda Vargas came to meet them. The two hugged and greeted each other warmly. Linda and Nicole walked side by side to office building number 1, saying, "Nicole, I am a little surprised that you agreed to play the role of Queen Galadriel. However, in my opinion, you are definitely the most suitable one." "Actually, I think so too, Linda. To be honest, I have sorted out other Hollywood actresses and found that there is no one more suitable than me. If I give it to others and they mess up, it seems like I messed up, so of course I have to come in person. Oh, I can only say that you will definitely not regret it in the future. You have to believe in Simon's vision. He spent $10 million just to buy the copyright of The Lord of the Rings." Of course. The two of them entered the office building as they talked. While waiting for the elevator, Nicole asked again, "What is Simon doing now?" "What a coincidence, about the audition of your granddaughter." Nicole immediately responded, "Princess Arwen." "Yes." Linda and Nicole walked into the elevator together, and then said, "It can be seen that compared to Galadriel who directly chose you, Simon was very hesitant about the actor who played Princess Arwen. He was also unsure about who to choose best, so he arranged the audition in person today." Nicole nodded, but her mood was complicated. What the two were discussing at this time was naturally the casting of the Lord of the Rings trilogy that has been a hot topic recently. Speaking of which, the reason for the hot topic is that Deanery's Entertainment's publicity campaign has officially started. At the end of last year, after Peter Jackson completed the post-production of Ghost of Terror, The Lord of the Rings trilogy had actually been secretly launched. In the past 6 months, Jackson has been in Australia with his team to write scripts, scout locations, produce demonstration animations, and tackle special effects plans. After all these preliminary work was completed and reviewed by Simon at the beginning of the month, the casting officially started. As a Middle-earth fantasy series comparable to the Western Journey to the West, the official casting has begun, announcing that the film has entered the substantive production stage. Deaneries Entertainment has also launched the first phase of publicity. After all, it is a trilogy shot in succession, with huge investment. In order to maximize the success, it is necessary to continuously create various topics to promote the film before the film is officially released. Let's talk about Nicole Kidman. In the past Lord of the Rings trilogy, male characters such as Gandalf, Frodo, and the elf prince Legolas were basically very successful, except for Agent Smith. Even if you are not as handsome as Lee Pace Slater, you can't be too ugly, right? Therefore, except for Hugo Weaving, other male characters will basically use the original version. As for the two important female characters, the elf queen Galadriel played by Cate Blanchett and Princess Arwen played by Liv Tyler, Simon plans to replace them all. Kate the Great Demon King is an actress that Simon likes very much, but unfortunately she still loses in terms of appearance. Simon also circled the new Galadriel, Nicole Kidman, very early. Compared to Kate, Nicole, who was at the peak of her beauty in the 1990s, is simply the most suitable for this role. However, there are some problems this time. Nicole is now very wealthy, and her salary for commercial films basically starts at $5 million. If the trilogy is packaged according to the normal price, even if it is slightly discounted, the salary will reach the level of tens of millions of dollars, which is obviously beyond the limit that the project can bear. After all, there are dozens of named characters in the Lord of the Rings series, and Simon's strategy in advance is to use all second and third tier actors, or even newcomers. Therefore, many important roles, such as Orlando Bloom, who plays the Elf Prince, Viggo Mortensen, who plays the Emperor Aragorn, etc., have no fixed salary in the already negotiated agreement, but only receive a weekly salary like ordinary behind-the-scenes employees. Bloom, who was once very popular, only received a weekly salary of $2,000 in this agreement. Such a casting strategy can ensure that the largest proportion of the budget funds are used in the production of the film. Why was the quality of the Lord of the Rings trilogy so high, and the level of special effects was so high that many so-called special effects blockbusters could not even catch up 20 years later? The fact that no big name participated in the trilogy to share the budget was a very critical reason. Simon initially thought of giving up Nicole directly, but later asked Linda to test it. She did not show up in person, but her attitude was clear: it was okay to act or not. Because Simon only offered a salary of $5 million for the trilogy, $5 million, and there was no profit-sharing clause, it was impossible to promise an Oscar-winning supporting actress as a replacement like the L.A. Confidential, which was still being filmed. The average salary of more than $1.6 million was far lower than Nicole's worth, but if she accepted it, Nicole would still be the highest paid in the Lord of the Rings trilogy, and of course the highest status. Nicole was obviously hesitant, and it was not until half a month later that she officially responded. Willing to act? Simon did not delve into the girl's mental journey, but just arranged a makeup trial today. Arriving at a floor specially opened for the Lord of the Rings project, Nicole and Linda did not go directly to the dressing room, but first came to an audition room and quietly entered the door. An audition was in progress. The two women stood quietly behind several staff members, looking at a man and a woman in ancient costumes performing in the venue. The black-haired woman who played Princess Arwen was obviously affectionate and comforting. "Your fate is different from his. But I have the same blood as him in my body," the man said, and his body, which was originally facing away from Arwen, slowly turned around and looked at her. "We have the same weaknesses." Princess Arwen took a step forward, and her comfort showed a prophetic tone. "When that day comes, you will face the same evil, but you will defeat it." At this point, Arwen changed to another language and continued to whisper something prophetically. Nicole looked at Linda beside her in confusion. "This is the Elvish language specially designed by the crew, and you will also learn it next. Also, this is Princess Arwen trying to comfort the self-exiled Aragorn to cheer up again," Linda explained, and then said, "What do you think of the two of them?" Nicole whispered, "The baby fat is too obvious." Linda also smiled and looked at the girl named Charlize Theron. Although the information shows that she is 22 years old, it is true that obvious baby fat affects her temperament. And the temperament is exactly a very important factor in the casting of Princess Arwen. In addition, based on Linda's many years of casting experience, this girl is not suitable for black hair, which will make her look a little cold. Princess Arwen is a half-elf with black hair. The characteristics of the elves should be noble, elegant, and make people feel close but dare not blaspheme. Not to mention the baby fat that may be eliminated by some means later. Charlize Theron, who was seen in blonde state before, had the first impression that she was in line with the temperament required by an elf. However, today, she dyed her hair black in audition with makeup, which gave people a somewhat uncoordinated feeling. After a scene was over and a few words were exchanged, Simon asked Charlize Theron to perform a scene alone. Before they knew it, more than 10 minutes had passed. Finally, Simon and Peter Jackson, who were sitting in the middle of a long table, did not comment on anything. They just let the two of them rest and whispered together. Linda Vargas waited for a while, and took Nicole forward while the two of them were talking. Simon then noticed Nicole coming over, greeted her, and asked, "How do you feel about LA?" Confidential. Nicole replied, "Not bad, a very complicated role." Simon was just being polite. He was too busy and had no time to talk to Nicole. He simply said, "Go and try to put on makeup. Peter and I will wait and see the effect." Nicole is now a real big star, and she also has a big star temperament on the set, but unfortunately she dare not show it in front of men. She obediently left the audition room and went to the next room to put on makeup. Simon continued here. After Charlize Theron, there are two more candidates, Trish Goff and Jennifer Connelly. During this period, in addition to the three finalists, there was a long list of actresses trying for this role, including Gwyneth Paltrow, Maya Sara, Uma Thurman, etc. These are the three finalists. The next two people each auditioned for more than half an hour. Each has its own advantages and disadvantages. Charlize Theron has the best temperament and acting skills, but unfortunately, in addition to her baby fat, this actress really doesn't look good with black hair. Trish Goff, who was born as a model, has a great appearance and temperament, and black hair also matches well, but the problem is that she doesn't look like Viggo Mortensen when standing together, and with her baby face, she even gives people a father-daughter feeling. Jennifer Connelly has natural black hair, but she was the first to be eliminated after the audition. She is really too beautiful, so beautiful that it makes people lose interest. Charlize Theron and Trish Goff are of course very beautiful, but if the two are still in the 80-point range, Jennifer Connelly is a stunning beauty with over 90 points. There is no way. Sometimes being too beautiful is really wrong. Hollywood actresses want to be popular. One of the unspoken rules about appearance is that the basic score of appearance is basically between 70 and 80 points. This is called offensive and defensive. If you dress up ugly, you can easily drop to 70 points or even below 60 points. If you dress up carefully, you can also reach 80 points or even 90 points. The most important thing is that the basic appearance should be approachable and will not make people feel out of place. The more typical ones are Sandra Bullock, Cate Blanchett, Angelina Jolie, Julianne Moore, and even Jennifer Lawrence, the youngest actress in the past. As for Charlize Theron, who scored above 80 points, she even had to disfigure herself in Monster in order to stand out. Many subsequent roles also require ugly dressing, such as Furiosa in Mad Max, Fury Road. In short, it is very difficult for those outside the 70 to 80 range to stand out. However, on the other hand, Queen Galadriel and Princess Arwen in the Lord of the Rings trilogy are rare actresses who can score 80 or even 90 points after putting on makeup. The same is true for Jennifer Connelly's selection into the final three. The reason why she is so beautiful that people are distracted is that the actress's acting skills are not up to standard. In the end, Simon and Jackson were arguing between Charlize and Trish. Simon slightly prefers Trish Goff, a girl he has personally trained in recent years. From The Man from Earth to the hit Jumanji at the end of last year, not only has her career been steadily improving, but her acting skills have also been improving. Moreover, one thing that must be said is that the image of an elf in Simon's mind should actually be like Trish Goff. Supermodel figure, small facial features, and fair skin. To be more precise, many Slavic girls that Simon raised in Ukraine are the standard elf templates in Simon's aesthetics. Therefore, In addition to the elfmaid's promise to Elizabeth a few days ago, Simon also privately decided to select a group of Slavic girls from Elite and Ukraine to guest star as elves, forming a Middle-earth supermodel group. This is a digression. The final result was that after Simon and Jackson had discussed and listed all the conditions of Charlize and Tristan, they finally chose Charlize Theron as the second best. This was mainly because Tristan Goff and Viggo Mortensen were not really attractive. If the role of Princess Arwen was a more detached existence like Queen Galadriel, Simon would definitely choose Tristan Goff, but after all, they had to act together, and it was a love story throughout the trilogy, so they could only choose Charlize, who had a good chemistry with Mortensen during the audition. Since this was decided, the matter was announced on the spot. Charlize Theron got confirmation from Simon, and couldn't help covering her mouth, almost squatting on the ground and crying. From the time she almost starred in Paul Verhoeven's restricted Showgirls in 1994 to now, Charlize has been playing various small roles for more than 3 years. She often wondered if the brief encounter with a big man was a dream, or if he had completely forgotten her. Today, her luck finally turned. After all, even though she was born in South Africa, Charlize knew that the Lord of the Rings series was extremely well known in the West, not to mention that Simon Westeros, who had never failed since his debut, was in charge of the project. By participating in such a blockbuster series, regardless of the success or failure of the project, her fame would rise a lot, and she would get more opportunities in the future. Nicole, who had already put on makeup and changed into costumes, was also quite touched by this. The reason why she was willing to take on this role at a low price this time was also due to her experience over the years. Although a certain man did not force it, Nicole had to admit that the opportunities released by him could often make an inconspicuous Hollywood star a blockbuster. Not to mention the Lord of the Rings series. Even though the pay was low, Nicole finally took it. Besides the opportunity given by someone, she also realized that many rules in Hollywood were changing rapidly. It was no longer possible for a big star to get a sky-high salary of $14 million, plus bonuses for just a 10-minute supporting role like Marlon Brando in Superman in 1978. At least, this kind of thing will not happen again at Deanery's Entertainment. Then we can only face reality. The reality is that a certain young man is basically the rule of Hollywood today. After the staff helped Charlize, who was a little out of control, to rest, Simon and Jackson turned their attention to Nicole. Nicole was also a beautiful woman with a basic score of more than 80 points. At this time, after putting on makeup and standing in front of everyone, she was completely Queen Galadriel with a score of more than 90 points. There was no need to audition. The two men made the decision without any objection. The Queen and the Princess were confirmed. In the last few days of August, Simon and Jackson were busy with other matters, not only casting, but also publicity planning for 2 years before the first film was released, as well as detailed planning of the shooting process, etc. There is also the budget. The budget of the trilogy was finally finalized at $270 million, an average of $90 million per film, which is comparable to the past. Simon did not round up to $300 million directly, which can be regarded as giving Jackson some room for overspending. After all, $300 million was given at the beginning, which inevitably made the crew spend lavishly, which was not what Simon wanted to see. Then there is the shooting location. Compared with New Zealand in the past, the new Lord of the Rings trilogy will be produced entirely in Australia. After all, the scenery of New Zealand is not lacking in the Australian mainland, and it is even more magnificent and beautiful. What's more, Deanery's Entertainment also has a complete set of film and television industry chain in Australia. Not only that, there is also the tax refund factor. After more than half a year of negotiations, after Deanery's Entertainment presented a Middle-earth marketing plan, and of course with a push of the Westeros system in Australia, after Deanery's Entertainment promised that the trilogy, including filming and post-production, would be 100% produced in Australia, the Australian government finally approved a tax rebate of up to $50 million. This means that, under the premise of no overspending, Deanery's Entertainment only needs to pay $220 million for a budget of $270 million, and the rest will be paid by the Australian government. $220 million is only a little more than a certain pitfall of shooting a Titanic. Not surprisingly, Deanery's Entertainment can get a classic Middle-earth trilogy series. Chapter 1159 Seminar. Inside the black Mercedes-Benz sedan, Master Zhang looked up from a speech he had read many times before, and found that he had arrived at the radio and television office near Fuxingmen in Beijing. The driver communicated with a guard, drove into the door, and soon stopped in the parking lot. Master Zhang put the speech into his bag, and the driver assigned by Jinshu had already helped him to open the door. He got out of the car and just said a polite word to the driver when someone came to greet him. "Director Zhang, it's really hard to call you back from Gansu." Master Zhang recognized that this was the secretary of the head of the office. They had met before, and smiled and shook hands with each other. "It's my duty. I just happened to come back to do something." The two exchanged pleasantries, and Master Zhang followed the secretary into an office building. Today is September 3rd, Wednesday. In recent days, the most discussed news in China, in addition to the somewhat numb Southeast Asian financial crisis, is the box office of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon in North America. To be more precise, it was the weekend of August 29th to August 31st, which was the sixth week of release. Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon earned another $6.65 million in North America over the 3 days of the weekend, making the cumulative North American box office of this Chinese martial arts film officially break through the $100 million mark, reaching $100 million. After so many years of opening up, it is not uncommon for Chinese films to win awards in the West, but it is unprecedented for a pure Chinese martial arts film to get a box office of $100 million in the world's largest North American film market. The pride of the country. It happened that the release date of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon in China was approaching. When the news came, the public opinion that Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon had been closely watched by the country since its release in North America was once again ignited, and this time it was a nationwide level of enthusiasm from top to bottom. If the situation of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon was not a bit special, it would not be lacking in treatment similar to the celebration banquet held by the Blue House for the Korean film Parasite after it won the Oscar in the original Time and Space. After all, under the trend of opening up, in addition to the opening up of the economy, it is equally important to let the world see Chinese culture. Not to mention some deep-seated changes that are brewing, the Radio and Television Bureau responded to the call in time this time and specially held a communication meeting today. The name is very long, specifically called Promoting Chinese Culture, Revitalizing Chinese Films, and the Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon Phenomenon Seminar. People with keen intuition can easily find some clues from the title of this meeting. In general, some of Simon's original ideas are being realized little by little. Through the super sales of Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice with a huge box office of $1.938 billion worldwide, China has realized that movies can make so much money. Through the box office sales of Chinese-language movies such as Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon in North America, which have exceeded 100 million, some people have once again realized that Chinese-language movies can also make so much money. Ultimately, it indirectly promotes the accelerated transformation of the Chinese film industry. After all, the estimated North American total box office of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon is only about 130 million, which is almost the same as the estimated annual box office in China in 1997, not to mention the cultural output factor behind this movie. The revival of Chinese films in the past, the release of Titanic in China in 1998 was a node, the North American sales of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon in 2000 was another node, and then joining the WTO was another node. The three nodes, actively or passively promoted, eventually created the prosperity of Chinese films after the new century. This time, because of Simon, the Big Butterfly, everything that should have happened was slightly earlier. On the side of the radio and television office, Zhang Guoxi followed a secretary to lounge and greeted everyone. Many people arrived one after another. In addition to the senior officials of the Yemen, the big names in the domestic circle, Director Chen, Lao Zhang, Director Z and others were invited. In addition, there were three main creators who were recently cooperating with the promotion of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon in China, Director Ang Lee, as well as Chow Yun-fat and Li Yaohu. There was also a female lead who said that she did not come because of a schedule conflict. When everyone arrived, the first process was not to hold a meeting immediately, but to watch the movie. After all, it was not publicly released, and most people at the scene had not seen the movie yet. Everyone came to a screening room in the office building. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, Zhang Guoxi found that his seat was arranged next to Director Chen. They were not the focus today, but the main creators of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon were, so they could sit next to the leader. The two of them greeted each other on the surface and sat down together, but sparks flew inside. Because 1 month before the start of Hero, in July, the Emperor and the Assassin started shooting ahead of schedule at Jinshu Film and Television City in Suzhou. Not only that, Zhang Guoxi recently heard the news that director Chen, who had received an investment of 70 million RMB, was raising funds while filming and wanted to make it bigger. In fact, I have read director Chen's script privately. Zhang Guoxi only felt that even if he could not compare with Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, he was still very stable compared with the Emperor and the Assassin. First of all, director Chen could not compare with him in terms of backing Jinshu. Behind Jinshu is Deaneries Entertainment, the owner of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. It can even be said that Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon and Hero are brothers. Zhang Guoxi didn't know whether director Chen had seen the finished film of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon in advance. On his side, after Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon became a big hit in North America, Jinshu sent him a copy for reference at any time. During this period, Zhang Guoxi did make some adjustments to the shooting plan of Hero based on Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. After all, it was $30 million. Zhang Guoxi has his own ideas, but he has always been a very flexible person and knows how to adapt. The movie started at 9:30 in the morning and ended at 11:30. He had a pretty good working meal directly in the government office. The meeting started at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. In his speech before the free discussion, Zhang Guoxi took out the speech again. The manuscript was given by Jinshu, which is why he came back today. To put it bluntly, it was a suggestion. Zhang Guoxi didn't mind speaking for Jinshu, but he definitely didn't want to be used as a gun. He read it many times in advance and confirmed that there were no principled issues. The other side also said that if he felt there was anything wrong, he could modify it himself. Since there was no problem, when it was his turn, he read the original manuscript directly. The general meaning was very simple. If you want to revive Chinese films, you must ensure the good development of the film market. The main suggestions this time are to accelerate the promotion of the theater chain system and crack down on piracy. Simon's trip to China last year prompted some changes in the Chinese film industry. The main gain was that foreign capital could invest in domestic cinemas, but the shareholding could not exceed half. In addition, China began to promote the reform of the theater chain system. The former is okay. Regarding the reform of the theater chain system, due to various conflicts of interest, it can only be described as procrastination in the past year. As for piracy, it is impossible to eradicate it, even in decades. However, if strict measures are taken, the harm caused by piracy can actually be alleviated. The manuscript that Zhang Guoxi got proposed specific measures for these two major issues. For example, forcing domestic cinemas to set up or join theater chains within a time limit. For example, in terms of piracy, special personnel will be sent to supervise the copying during the release of the movie, at least to ensure that there will be no piracy for a period of time, so as to give legitimate movies room to play. These are actually measures that the Chinese film industry has taken in the past. Simon signaled Chen Qing to draft this proposal for Master Zhang to speak out, and it is also to pave the way for the release of Hero in China next year. It did not mention sensitive topics such as loosening up the restrictions on filmmakers or increasing the degree of openness to foreign investment, but to strengthen the policies that have been implemented. Under the background of the trend created by Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, the probability of being accepted and implemented by the Chinese top leaders is very high. The seminar lasted until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Everyone left the meeting room, and Master Zhang did not forget to call Li Yahu and chat about when she would join the group. Since she replaced Zhang Guo in Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, the role of Ruoyu, the maid of the broken sword in Hero, naturally fell into the hands of Li Yahu. This is not the result of Simon's interference. For Li Yahu, except for the initial arrangement of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, he was left alone afterwards, and did not do what Master Zhang once suggested to Zhang Guo not to act in TV series. Unless you pursue the high style of an international star and hold yourself up high, otherwise, purely for career considerations, with the film and television industry environment in China in the next 10 or 20 years, multifaceted development is the kingly way, just like the former international Zhang may have a high style, but definitely not as much as Fan Xiaopeng. What's more, in the end, you still have to go to film TV series honestly. After chatting about parting, There was still some time in the afternoon, so Master Zhang took a car to the Jinshu headquarters south of Beijing Normal University near Xinjiao. Chen Qing was here. After arriving, he waited for a while in a lounge. Chen Qing, Wu Shanlin and two other strange middle-aged women finished a meeting and came to greet Master Zhang. From If You Are the One at the beginning of the year to Supergirl and Kangxi private visits in the summer, two annual championship-level TV series, Jinshu is currently in the limelight. However, Master Zhang also heard some gossip, such as being reported, but he was not worried about it. There are countless such things in the circle, nothing more than water coming and earth covering it up. With Jinshu's background, nothing can happen. After a brief greeting, Chen Qing introduced the two middle-aged women to Master Zhang and exchanged business cards. Both women have the surname Li and founded a TV production company called Rongzinda. This time they came to discuss the matter of injecting capital and shares. Master Zhang did not ask more about the details. After a short greeting, the two women left tactfully. Master Zhang talked to Chen Qing and Wu Shanlin about today's seminar and the progress of the filming of the movie in Gansu. Until the end of Get Off Work. There is a dinner appointment in the evening. An official from Sichuan took the opportunity of coming to Beijing for a meeting to treat Wu Shanlin and other Jinshu senior executives on behalf of the provincial government. Since Master Zhang happened to be there, he also attended. In fact, it was still about Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. In North America, the release of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon triggered a movie-watching craze. It happened to be summer vacation. During this period, the number of North American tourists who came to China to visit the beautiful scenery in the film increased significantly. According to a recent report in an official newspaper, the increase in North American tourists this summer has conservatively doubled compared with previous years. As an important filming location for Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, the Shunan Bamboo Sea has become internationally famous this time. In addition to its reputation, there are also tangible benefits. A large number of overseas tourists come to visit, and that is all foreign exchange. Compared with the general public, those who are interested can naturally find out about Jinshu's connection with Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. The Sichuan official hopes to cooperate with Jinshu again to promote the many scenic spots in Sichuan province. Of course, Jinshu can't promise anything immediately, but he will not miss the opportunity to build a good relationship with the local government. Chen Qing never misses such an opportunity to build a network, and also attended. The dinner lasted until late at night. Chen Qing did not return to Mauer Hutong, but rushed to a mansion on Beaches Street at the foot of the Forbidden City. Today, a large group of little fairies flew to Beijing from Hangzhou after traveling through the West Lake. Her boss asked her to take care of them, so she had to show up. It is impossible to be too concerned. Anyway, there are many people who care about them. After all, they came on someone's private Boeing 767 that was registered for them. They are also a group of little VIPs. However, it is not difficult to find the power of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon from these girls. It is no wonder that some people in China have attached so much importance to it recently. Zhang Guoshi will fly back to Gansu tomorrow to continue filming Hero, but regarding this project, because of the success of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, a lot of people have been asking about it recently. China Film even helped to apply for a subsidy. Compared with the budget of Hero, it is not much, only 5 million yuan, but it is enough to show that the boss values this project. Next, if Hero can be successful again, the Ejina Poplar Forest, Gilan Yulong River, Jiaziego Arrow Bamboo Sea, and other scenic spots involved in the film will definitely become popular destinations for overseas tourists. At a certain moment, Chen Qing wanted to organize a special tour line for Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon and Hero. Of course, it's just a thought. Small money. There are too many things involved, so there's no need to spend time on it. I rushed to the residence of Elizabeth Jagger and a group of girls to show my concern, and then said goodbye and left. It was already past 11 o'clock in the evening. I still didn't return to Mauer Hutong, but turned to another courtyard house on the south bank of Haohei. This is also a group of girls who have just moved in recently. Not many. After carefully selecting from various channels, only 9 were found. They are all girls with beautiful faces, but this is not the most important thing. The key is still one word, big. This was the request of my boss last time. Chen Qing sifted through the information of contestants of Supergirl, but couldn't find any that fit the criteria, so she used other channels to search, and finally found 9. I don't know what the boss's criteria are, But according to the boss's big hands, they can't be caught with one hand. I just gathered them here recently, and plan to train them well before sending them to the boss. The list of names and other information has been sent to North America in advance, and I called my boss to take credit, but someone asked strangely why there was no one with the surname Liu. I don't know why. It's probably a joke that I didn't get, but my boss is obviously very satisfied. Chen Qing plans to stay here tonight. Pick 2 girls to accompany me. Secretly use public power for personal gain, which can also be considered training. Chapter 1160. Even if I sell it, it's not enough. The alarm clock rang, and the 3 girls on the big bed woke up together. Chen Qing, who was lying in the middle, kneaded them, then sat up with a smile, and pressed the petite girl on the left who wanted to get up with her. Xiaodower, you can sleep a little longer. The petite girl with a pleasing round face did not continue to lie down, but sat up together. Thinking of last night, the girl whose full name was Sui Qingdao blushed slightly, and still greeted Chen Qing obediently. Chen Qing agreed, put on a simple pajamas, got out of bed and walked to the bathroom, which made Sui Qingdao, who was still in a daze, a little dazed. Getting up is never easy, but for Sister Chen, is it so easy? The door opened. Sisters Jiang Shenwu and Jiang Yuanqi came in with clothes, ignoring the 2 girls who were a little confused on the bed, and just picked up the clothes that they took off last night. When Chen Qing came out after washing up, they began to help their own girls change into new clothes from inside to outside. Sui Qingdao, who had just quietly found her clothes and put them on, greeted him again, got out of bed and walked towards the bathroom. Another girl finally stood up, with a slightly messy black hair wrapped around a cute and blushing oval face. When she saw Chen Qing looking at her, she subconsciously pulled up the thin blanket to cover the fierceness on her chest and greeted her sweetly. Good morning, Sister Chen. Chen Qing, who was standing by the bed, had just put on her black close-fitting sports suit. Seeing this, she sat on the bed casually and let the Jiang Shenwu sisters help her put on her sneakers. She stretched out her hand and pinched the girl's face. Good morning, little button. The girl seemed a little embarrassed and shrank her neck. She corrected in a low voice, Sister Chen, it's Caillou, not Button. Oh, Sister Chen's family was too poor to go to school when she was a child. She doesn't know many words. You should teach Sister Chen more in the future. Caillou symbolically blocked Chen Qing's claws that were sliding down. Haha, Sister Chen, you must be kidding me. No, it's all true. The Jiang Shenwu sisters helped Chen Qing put on her shoes, quietly stood up and stood aside, resisting the urge to roll their eyes and listen to their own girl lying to the little girl. Yes. We are so poor. We can't afford to go to school, so we can only learn English, which is better than foreigners. Caillou, who is only 19 years old this year, certainly doesn't know the details of this Sister Chen. He really thinks that there is room for him to show his talents. He secretly thinks in his little head, and says, Sister Chen, why do you get up so early? It's only 6 o'clock. If I don't get up early and work hard, how can I support you? Chen Qing took her hand back from the little girl's arms, still with a big bad wolf smile. From now on, you and Xiaodower will be mine. Now, if you want to sleep, sleep a little longer. You don't have to get up so early. Just keep yourself beautiful. Caillou felt a little dizzy when he heard Chen Qing say this, and nodded subconsciously. Even though it was less than a week since they arrived in Beijing, in just a few days, Caillou, whose outlook on life was greatly impacted, and even most of the girls in this house basically realized what they might face. Last night, it was Sister Chen, whom they had met several times in the past few days, who came over and refreshed Caillou and Sui Qingdao's outlook on life. It turned out that women could be like this and that with women. However, no matter what, this good-tempered Sister Chen was much better than a strange man who suddenly appeared. Therefore, the 2 girls accepted it easily. Chen Qing continued to tease Caillou and soon left the bedroom. When she was not with her boss, Chen Qing's daily routine was similar to that of her boss. She got up on time at 6 o'clock, dressed and washed, then did morning exercises, and started to eat breakfast at 7 o'clock. It was the same today. She worked out in the gym of this mansion nearby, sat in the restaurant, and Sui Qingdao and Caillou also followed neatly. The Mid-Autumn Festival is coming soon in China. The hot summer has dissipated and the weather has turned cooler. It is a good time for girls to dress up as they like. Sui Qingdao, who is only 156 centimeters tall, wore a loose camel-colored base shirt and tight-washed jeans. One of the two clothes was Chanel and the other was CK. They were purchased after coming to Beijing. When she checked out after shopping in Wangfujing that day, she looked at the series of price numbers behind her pile of clothes and shoes. The little girl from a remote farming family in Guangxi felt so guilty that she almost fainted. She felt that even if she sold herself, it would not be enough. If all the clothes she brought with her when she came to Beijing had not been thrown away, she would not have been willing to wear them. Cao Yu was wearing a bold black Versace dress. She was only slightly taller than Sui Qingdao, with a height of 161 centimeters, but her body proportions were very good. When she put on this dress, her slender legs like chopsticks were clearly revealed. Of course, no matter what clothes the two girls wore, the most obvious thing was their aggressiveness. What a murderer! The 9 girls in this house, A, B, C, D, needless to say, even E or F can't get in. They all started with G. Unlike Europe and the United States, this is rare in China. While motioning the two girls to sit down, Chen Qing couldn't help but sigh again that he was too fierce, making the two girls feel a little embarrassed, whether it was true or not. Because of this figure, they have experienced various troubles since childhood. Now I wonder if it can be considered as a happy ending after all the hardships? When breakfast was served, Chen Qing began to eat without saying a word, and the two girls also ate quietly and obediently. However, it was only quiet for a moment, and voices came from outside the restaurant. Chen Qing motioned to Zhang Shanwu beside her, and then the other two girls were led in from outside. Compared with Sui Qingdao and Cao Yu, who are both petite, the two girls in front of them, in addition to the same fierce momentum, are also very tall. The girl with a neat ponytail, a melon-seed face and a somewhat cold temperament is called Lin Zhao. She is the tallest of the 9 girls, with a naked height of 179 centimeters. At this time, she is only wearing a pair of short high heels, easily over 1.8 meters tall. Another girl named Xia Pangxi was also 175 centimeters tall, with a beautiful and dignified face and black hair. She was very suitable to be a TV anchorwoman, but her momentum was much worse than that of the girl next to her. She instinctively lagged behind Lin Zhao when she moved. Chen Qing waited for the two girls to come closer, put down her spoon, and looked at the expressions of the two girls. Instead of asking them to sit down together, she asked, "What's the matter?" Sui Qingdao and Cao Yu felt a certain change in Chen Qing's tone, and naturally stopped eating. Xia Pangxi saw Chen Qing looking at her, her eyes dodged, and turned her head to look at Lin Zhao next to her. Lin Zhao also paused for a moment, but quickly looked at Chen Qing and said straight to the point, "Chen. Sister Chen, I think you didn't ask us to come here to shoot an advertisement." Chen Qing smiled and nodded, "Of course." The two girls were stunned when they heard this. Even Sui Qingdao and Cao Yu were a little surprised. Even if. But, just admit it like that? Of course, these girls in the mansion could not have appeared out of thin air. After Chen Qing tried to select from the contestants of Supergirl to no avail, she used the name of Elite China branch and Westeros system to invest in an underwear brand and posted an advertisement all over the country. The conditions are naturally the girls in front of them. After all, there are 1.2 billion people, and the base is here. Because they offered a price tag of signing with Elite and getting endorsement fees worth 500,000 yuan after being selected, and even took into account the details of sending personal information, such as using the cash-on-delivery method, they received a large number of resumes in a short period of time. In addition, Chen Qing mobilized a team of hundreds of people from all walks of life to screen, and soon found a group of girls who initially met the conditions. Then the team rushed to various places to meet in person, interview, physical examination, contract, and finally came to BJ. According to the agreement, each of the 9 girls has received a deposit of 10,000 yuan, and will undergo 3 months of training with food and accommodation. It's not that no one suspected that this was a scam. The girls were between 18 and 22 years old. When they first came here, they all brought their families with them. The government also subsidized 2 sets of round-trip tickets for their parents. For the girls and their families who had never flown in their lives, this amount of money reduced some of their doubts. After settling down here, they also received a deposit of 10,000 yuan in advance, and no longer had any doubts. Training is training. Anyway, this mansion is here, and the monk can run away, but the temple can't. However, when the parents left, the girls found that the so-called training that followed, well, It's not too harsh, but it's like being in heaven. It's just that the generous purchase of more than 100,000 yuan per person a few days ago made the girls a little confused. Is this how money is spent? Then, not only was daily life taken care of meticulously these days, but the so-called training was only 2 hours from 9 to 11 a.m. every day, and then, at noon, they were taken to various luxurious restaurants in Beijing that they had never heard of to eat. It was said to be learning dining etiquette. Do they need to learn dining etiquette just for a commercial? Moreover, when they actually ate, no one seemed to ask them to be polite. Instead, the tens of thousands of dollars spent on each meal made them a little nervous. Is this how money is spent? So, after just a few days, a group of girls couldn't help but have a similar thought in their hearts. So much money, it's not enough even if they sell themselves. And that commercial 500,000 endorsement fee? 9 girls have spent millions in just a few days. Millions. It's not enough even if they sell themselves. In the end, when Chen Qing showed up last night, Sui Qingdao and Cao Yu, who were chosen, naturally accepted their fate. And early this morning, Lin Zhao, the most outstanding and strong-willed of the 9 girls, finally decided to ask Sister Chen for the truth. However, after making this decision, Lin Zhao couldn't help but drag her roommate Xia Pangxi with her. Xia Pangxi didn't want to come. She also planned to accept her fate. Unfortunately, after Lin Zhao's words, they were pulled over to give them courage. Lin Zhao's initial calculation in her mind was that if Sister Chen kept making excuses and evading the question, and refused to tell them the truth, she would definitely leave in time. However, now, Sister Chen actually admitted it without any excuses. It's not for advertising. Then, how to accept it now? In the restaurant. In the silent atmosphere, Sui Qingdao and Cao Yu were relatively relaxed. Anyway, they were Sister Chen's people now. Xia Pangxi, who came with Lin Zhao, even though she didn't show anything on her face, inexplicably blamed her roommate for lifting the curtain. No matter what the future holds, she actually wants to continue this kind of life, no matter what the price. Chen Qing waited for a moment, and seeing that Lin Zhao was speechless, she took the initiative to continue, sit down and have breakfast together. Besides, it's okay to tell you now that you will have a man in the future, and I am actually his woman. Don't worry, he's not an old man in his 70s or 80s, but the same age as me, and very handsome. If you can't accept it, you can leave after breakfast. Of course, you have to leave everything you have recently. If you don't plan to leave, believe me, compared to living a mediocre life, you will have a very wonderful life. After saying this, Chen Qing picked up the spoon again and began to eat the beauty porridge in front of her slowly. Seeing this, Sui Qingdao and Cao Yu both picked up the tableware again. Chen Qing's frankness, even if the facts were slightly discounted, in the eyes of the 2 girls, was much higher than some of the bottom lines they expected. When Zhang Shanwu and her sister saw that Chen Qing had finished speaking, Lin Zhao and Xia Pangxi did not turn around immediately, but walked forward tacitly and pulled out a chair at the dining table. Xia Pangxi did not hesitate. What Chen Qing had just said was also far beyond her expectations, so she quickly went forward and sat down. Lin Zhao, however, remained standing. Chen Qing looked up at her again, and smiled patiently and said again, Lin Zhao, Wu Zixin, I don't know who gave you such a big name. I guess this elder must have high hopes for you. However, your background in a small city working-class family is destined not to go far. Just like you graduated from university this year and returned to the small city where your family lived to be a civil servant. You resigned because of something after just 1 month. Next, you ran to Changsha to make a living. You hoped that with your own abilities, others would only see your breasts. If you hadn't met me, the best outcome in your life would be to find someone with a good family background to marry, and the person who married you would definitely not be attracted by your top student's diploma from Central South University. Lin Zhao recalled the experience of being forced to resign because of his unwillingness to give in a few months ago. His eyes were slightly red, and he couldn't help but say, "Isn't it the same for you?" "Of course, and this is your luck, because if you were just ordinary and beautiful," Chen Qing said, and gestured to the giant Shanwu sisters next to her, "look at them, if you didn't have the pair of breasts, you wouldn't be able to get to me at all. The boss is not short of beautiful women. In comparison, with the same effort, you can get a platform that you can't imagine, the kind without a ceiling. Even if one day you surpass me and truly become the sun and the moon in the sky, it is not impossible." Lin Zhao bit his lip lightly and shook his head. I don't believe it. Chen Qing gestured to the opposite side. Sit down and eat first. You can follow me today. I will let you see what I do. As long as you are willing, you will do the same in the future. Lin Zhao hesitated for a moment, and finally stepped forward and sat down at the dining table. Sui Qingdao and Cao Yu didn't feel anything, but Xia Pangxi felt inexplicably. Is this considered, the crying child gets the milk? If he had hesitated just now, he should have been taken by Sister Chen to see the world, right? No, you haven't even finished junior high school. You have nothing but breasts. If you dare to put on airs, I will kick you out. A voice suddenly came to his ear, as if it came from a devil who could read minds. Startled, Xia Pangxi looked up and found that Chen Qing had just withdrawn her gaze from him. Then he realized that he had been motionless for a long time. He didn't dare to refute at all. He lowered his head and ate a breakfast that Zhang Yuanqi had given him. The two petite girls beside Chen Qing pretended not to hear. However, Lin Zhao, who was still a little entangled while eating the breakfast in front of him, felt inexplicably better when he heard Chen Qing's blunt words that revealed her true nature. He even couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth. Chapter 1161, Seeing the World. In the courtyard of Renjianhu near Guangho Temple on the north bank of Haohe Lake. 9 o'clock in the morning. Not long after Chen Qing and Lin Zhao arrived early, a middle-aged man in his 40s with a buzz cut and a face full of stubble arrived on time. Boss Wang, I'm glad we meet again. Chen Qing took the initiative to greet him. The two shook hands and introduced the people around him. This is Lin Zhao, Xiao Lin, and this is Boss Wang from Vank. You should know Vank, right? Lin Zhao imitated Chen Qing and shook hands with a middle-aged man in front of her who looked like an old farmer but was actually one of the most successful entrepreneurs of the first generation in China. Of course, she knew, because she studied accounting at Central South University, and inevitably came into contact with a lot of information in the business field. In China's current business circle, this person in front of her could not be avoided at all. Boss Wang raised his head slightly and shook hands with the girl in front of him. Even though he was used to the ups and downs, he couldn't help feeling a little oppressive. This girl was really tall and really big. Perhaps only the person behind the club in front of him could handle it. Thinking of this, Mr. Wang's tone became a little gentler. It's a very special name, Miss Lin. If I'm not mistaken, Lin should be the Lin of Lin Xiangru, but I don't know which name it is. After all, Lin Zhao, who had just stepped out of the ivory tower not long ago, just felt that Mr. Wang was very kind. When he saw the other party asking, he politely replied, the Zhao of the sun and the moon and the sky. Oh, Wu Zishan, this name. Mr. Wang said here, paused slightly without leaving a trace, and changed the word, really unique. He didn't use the word big for a fear of being misunderstood by the girl in front of him. But it's really big. Lin Zhao wore a loose light blue shirt inside and an equally loose black women's suit outside. The original intention was to cover up her capital, but the feeling that was about to burst out was like two small watermelons hidden in her chest, which made her even more seductive. Chen Qing smiled and listened to the two people's greetings, and made a gesture of invitation. The three of them walked through the corridors and buildings and came to the innermost courtyard of the four-story mansion. After entering the door, Lin Zhao stopped outside, leaving Chen Qing and Mr. Wang to come to a tea room with a simple and elegant style. Next to the low table by the window, Chen Qing and Mr. Wang took off their shoes and sat cross-legged facing each other. A waitress in ancient Chinese clothing respectfully brought a few plates of tea, fruit and snacks. Chen Qing smiled at Mr. Wang opposite and said, autumn is a good time to drink tea for health preservation. Oolong and pu'er are the best. Mr. Wang, here is a 20-year pu'er from Hong Kong Dek Sing Sing. Would you like to try it? Mr. Wang saw that Lin Zhao did not follow him into the tea room and sat down. He was a little disappointed that he could not enjoy it. Hearing this, he withdrew his thoughts and nodded, okay. Chen Qing gave a few instructions. Another waitress in the same ancient costume quickly came forward, knelt down beside her holding the tea set. At the same time, another waitress appeared in the inner room behind the curtain of the tea room, sat down next to a guqin, and after a few clear and pleasant sounds of the tuning pianist, she began to play a series of slow tunes. As the maid brewed tea and played the piano, the two people sitting opposite each other were not in a hurry to talk about business. Chen Qing took out an exquisite mahogany box and handed it over with both hands, saying, Mr. Wang, This is the membership card of the Human Club that the boss ordered personally. The boss admires your business philosophy very much. Therefore, no matter whether this cooperation can be achieved, I hope you can accept it." Upon hearing this, Mr. Wang also instinctively took it with both hands respectfully, as a promise, and couldn't help asking, "Miss Chen, you don't have to be so polite. In addition, does Mr. Westeros know me?" "Yes," Chen Qing nodded. The boss said that Mr. Wang's speech at a real estate seminar in 1992, about banks' idea of not doing more than 25% annual returns, is in line with the concept of another investor he admires, Warren Buffett. Mr. Wang should know it, right? Of course, Berkshire Hathaway. Mr. Buffett once had a point of view. He said compound interest is the eighth wonder of the world. In fact, the core concept expressed by him coincides with that of Mr. Wang. In business, stable operation can go much further than radical risk-taking. In recent years, many rapidly rising companies in our country have collapsed suddenly. The main reason is that they are too radical. Well, just like Giant, it's a pity in my opinion, Mr. Wang said here, and looked at Chen Qing with interest. However, as far as I know, Miss Chen had contact with Giant some time ago and took over all the debts of this company. Chen Qing said, "This involves another investment philosophy of my boss. In China at this stage, choosing the right investor is far more important than choosing the right investment project. Mr. Wang is one, and Mr. Shi of Giant is also one. Moreover, after experiencing this failure, the boss believes that Mr. Shi will settle down in the future and then make a comeback." Mr. Wang nodded slightly. He was also quite optimistic about the founder of Giant, but he said, "However, Miss Chen took over Giant's debt but did not continue the Giant building project. This does not seem to be in line with your strategy of being optimistic about the development of China's real estate industry." "These are two different things," Chen Qing said with a smile. "The boss just doesn't think highly of Zhuhai." When Mr. Wang heard what Chen Qing said, some strange colors flashed in his eyes. Chen Qing's smile remained unchanged. "So, if Mr. Wang believes what my boss said, Vank's next layout in the real estate industry should also bypass Zhuhai. In any case, there are many areas in China that can be invested, right?" Mr. Wang did not comment, but he kept these words in mind. There was a maid brewing tea nearby, so it was certainly not the right time to talk about anything too sensitive. Seeing that Mr. Wang lowered his head and opened the mahogany box containing the Human Club membership card and began to appreciate it, Chen Qing took the initiative to change the subject. "The most unretainable thing in the human world is that the red face leaves the mirror and the flowers leave the trees. Mr. Wang, what do you think of this poem?" Mr. Wang also glanced at the maid next to him, and remembered the poem on the screen wall when he just entered the room. The ink-style membership card in his hand also had this text printed on it. He said, "If I'm not mistaken, this poem should have been selected by Mr. Westeros himself. It is said that he is an expert on China." Chen Qing nodded, "Yes." Mr. Wang thought for a while and said, "Mr. Westeros should be a somewhat pessimistic person." Chen Qing did not deny it. Instead, she nodded slightly again and said, "My boss is actually an artist. Artists are always a little pessimistic. By the way, the boss also wrote a Chinese song called Human Club. Would you like to listen to it, Mr. Wang?" Hearing this, Mr. Wang was really curious and expectant, of course. Chen Qing instructed the maid behind the curtain in the inner room. After a while, the sound of the piano accompanied by soft singing rang out in the tea room. The fairy fell in love with the deep mountains, and the thin snow like the late lotus. The sunset made my eyes red, and I wanted to wait for the morning bell to chat. The sweetheart is beside the plum and willow, but she is not by my side. The little white snake watered linen, but Sushian didn't bring an umbrella. After the nearly 5-minute song ended, Mr. Wang, who was still immersed in the aftertaste, couldn't help but applaud softly and said to Chen Qing, "I have to admit that Mr. Westeros is really a genius. If this song is released publicly, it will be enough to make those domestic musicians feel ashamed. I really want to listen to it again now. Oh, forget about the second time. It's like tea and wine. It can't be too much. It's better to keep some aftertaste. However, if Mr. Wang wants to listen, you can come often in the future." As she said this, the maid also made tea and poured it for the two of them, then left quietly, and the maid in the inner room also left quietly. There were only 2 people left in the room. Mr. Wang took a sip of the teacup in front of him and put it down. He unexpectedly found that his mentality had changed a lot in just a few minutes of meeting. At least, he was not so vigilant before. Looking at the mahogany box at hand, the song just now echoing in his mind, and even some words of the girl in front of him, Mr. Wang suddenly smiled. It seemed that the negotiation had started since he entered the room. However, even if he noticed this, Mr. Wang did not intend to adjust his mentality deliberately. He said straight to the point, "Vank's recent stock price decline has slowed down. Miss Chen, if I am not mistaken, you should be secretly absorbing Vank shares, right? The impact of the Southeast Asian financial crisis has spread to China, and the stock market has been the first to bear the brunt. Leading companies in the industry such as Vank are inevitably the hardest hit. The stock price has been falling for some time. However, in the past half a month, compared with the trend of some other leading stocks in the Shanghai and Shenzhen stock markets, Vank's stock price has not only slowed down, but sometimes has a significant rebound. Add to that Chen Qing's recent investment offer, and it's not hard to imagine what will happen." Mr. Wang got straight to the point, and Chen Qing didn't beat around the bush, saying, "Yes, I hope Mr. Wang doesn't mind. I just said that regardless of whether this cooperation can be achieved, my boss admires you very much, so this purchase is just an investment behavior." Mr. Wang paused, but didn't ask Chen Qing how much she bought. He probably couldn't get an accurate answer. After all, although there is a 5% shareholding reporting system in China, it is easy to circumvent it in the domestic stock market environment. Even if it is found to be in violation, the cost is almost nothing. So he continued, "Ms. Chen, you should have reached an agreement on SDG, right? SDG, the full name of which is SZ City SDG Group Company, Limited, is a large comprehensive state-owned enterprise controlled by the Shenzhen State-Owned Asset Supervision and Administration Commission. During Vank's shareholding reform in the 1980s, SDG became the largest shareholder. Over the years, this state-owned enterprise still holds about 12% of Vank's shares. With Vank's market value of 4.5 billion in recent days, this batch of shares is worth 540 million yuan. This time, Chen Qing used some of her connections, and the economic turmoil caused by the Southeast Asian financial crisis made it impossible for anyone to know to what extent the domestic stock market would follow the decline. It was wise to cash out in time, and she was able to convince the top management of TIDA to agree to transfer the shares. Chen Qing nodded again. "Now we just need Mr. Wang to nod." Mr. Wang said again, "I still have a question, Miss Chen. I heard that you are pushing some real estate companies that you have invested in to hoard a large amount of land. This is contrary to Vank's business philosophy. We will not blindly hoard land. Since my boss agrees with Mr. Wang's business ideas, you can continue to run Vank according to your own ideas. Again, although we will become Vank's largest shareholder, you can treat this as a pure investment. The boss said in person that we will become Vank's best shareholder." Chen Qing paused here, and then smiled and added, "What's more, Mr. Wang, you also know that I have many other investments in the same field, so you can rest assured. As long as Vank's operations do not make obvious mistakes, we will not interfere. Some different ideas will only be implemented in other companies. This is considered to be open and honest." Mr. Wang also understood another meaning. If Vank's future operating strategy is too different from the Westeros system, Chen Qing will definitely invest more resources in other real estate companies. This is also within Mr. Wang's acceptable range. After thinking for a moment, Mr. Wang finally said, "Vank can issue you another 10% of shares in a private placement, calculated at a 90% discount on the stock price in the past 30 trading days. In addition, I also want you to provide a low-interest loan of the same size, with an annual interest rate of 5%, for a period of 10 years. Mr. Wang, a 90% discount is a very reasonable price, and a low-interest loan is not a big problem. However, 10% is too little. We hope at least 15%. Mr. Wang shook his head firmly. "Ms. Chen, including the shares of TIDA, the 10% increase this time, and the stocks you secretly absorbed, I guess your total shareholding in the future should be close to 30%. This is the limit I can accept." The two looked at each other for a moment, and Chen Qing smiled and stretched out her hand. "Okay, I will pass your conditions to the boss, and Mr. Wang will get a reply within 3 days." Hearing this, Mr. Wang also stretched out his hand and shook Chen Qing gently. Chen Qing arranged an hour for this meeting. The core issues were basically settled, and there was no rush to serve tea. The two drank a cup of tea each. Chen Qing helped Mr. Wang refill his tea and continued, I have seen the information about Bank's City Garden project in Shanghai. I have to say that the entire project, from the early planning to the sales and marketing, is very exciting. It can almost be used as a template for the Chinese commercial housing market. Mr. Wang also wanted to know more about the girl in front of him and the big man behind the scenes. He was also not in a hurry and said modestly, in fact, there are still many shortcomings, and many of the business concepts are also from the West. The two chatted for more than half an hour. It was almost 10 o'clock when Mr. Wang got up to say goodbye. Chen Qing saw Mr. Wang off and came to another private hall in the mansion. A maid had already prepared clothes. Chen Qing took off her OL suit and started to change clothes, while looking at Lin Zhao, who followed closely. You should change too, at least change your shoes. Lin Zhao didn't understand why, but still changed into a pair of flat shoes obediently, and Chen Qing soon changed into a casual outfit of jacket, jeans and sneakers. Then they set off. In the Mercedes-Benz car heading to the western suburbs of Beijing, Chen Qing took the opportunity to look through a document, and said to Lin Zhao, who was a little confused but couldn't hide his curiosity, you should have heard the news recently. Counting the public transfer and private purchase, we will become the largest shareholder of Vank, with a total investment amount of more than 1 billion. Lin Zhao just hummed, feeling a little confused. Even if it was a sum of money at the level of 100,000, she had only encountered it when she went to Wang Fujing to buy clothes a few days ago, and she had never touched it. 1 billion, it was already beyond her imagination. Seeing that she didn't move, Chen Qing squinted at her, noticed that Lin Zhao was leaning back against the seat, and smiled and teased, is it tiring to take care of these two big babies every day? Lin Zhao paused, blushed, and simply ignored her. The Mercedes-Benz shuttled through the streets of Beijing for more than 20 minutes, and arrived at a large closed construction site in the suburbs. When Lin Zhao followed Chen Qing out of the car, he found that there was another black Mercedes-Benz behind him, and 4 burly men in black got off. Noticing Lin Zhao's vigilance, Chen Qing said, these are our bodyguards. It's not safe for a group of beautiful girls like us to come to such a place without protection. Lin Zhao was slightly relieved, and then looked around. This is a large construction site. Some construction vehicles near and far are busy, so the air is dusty, and the surrounding ground is also bumpy. Lin Zhao then understood why Chen Qing changed her clothes when she came. Chen Qing saw someone coming over not far away, and called Lin Zhao and others to go over together, and said, the 2,500-acre golf villa area has a total investment of 2 billion yuan. This is also our boss's. Lin Zhao stumbled a little when he heard it. Well, it's just a stone. The girl found an excuse for herself, barely balanced her body, and hurriedly continued to follow. Chapter 1162, Seeing the World, 2. Lin Zhao followed Chen Qing and walked a long circle on the dusty construction site that was over 2 kilometers long from east to west. She felt that her heels were almost numb. She often had to pretend to block the dust by holding her chest, otherwise she would be even more tired. After an hour, she returned to the car and felt that her soul had flown away. After all, she was a girl who grew up in the city. Even if she was not spoiled, she was well cared for. Lin Zhao had never suffered this. Looking at Chen Qing, who was inevitably stained with dust but still full of energy, even if she was not convinced in her heart, Lin Zhao had to admit that this woman was indeed much better than her. Through the car window, Chen Qing said goodbye to the boss Liang, who was in charge of the construction. After the driver drove the car out of the construction site, Chen Qing looked at Lin Zhao, who was in a mess beside her, and teased, you are in such a bad health. You are just wasting the name of Ryu Dangquang. You might as well call yourself Lin Daiyu. Lin Zhao was speechless for a moment. Even her nose was a little sour, aggrieved, and she felt a little self-pitying that she was so useless. Of course, Chen Qing would not tell the man next to her that she was the champion of the women's 5,000-meter long-distance race every year in college. Therefore, it was not that Lin Zhao was in poor health, but that she was in good physical condition. She raised her wrist to check her watch and told the driver to drive faster. It was already past 11:30. There was another lunch at noon, and she had to go back to take a shower and change clothes. Even if she was a little late, it didn't matter. After all, she couldn't be too late. Then she turned to the silent Lin Zhao again. You just went to see the construction site with me. What do you think? Lin Zhao paused, not knowing what to say. At first, She followed Chen Qing and tried to listen carefully to the conversation between him and Boss Liang. However, in the end, it was just a sore foot. Chen Qing did not wait for an answer, and continued, "If we only talk about returns, this is not a very good deal. The total investment of 2 billion is higher than the total amount of cooperation that I discussed with Mr. Wang this morning, and the future appreciation space is even worse. However, the key is actually in this piece of land itself. Even if it is not as close to Xiangshan as it was at the beginning, the distance is not far. As for Xiangshan, haha, it's useless to tell you so much now. You will slowly understand in the future, provided that you can get close to the boss." Lin Zhao still did not respond, but still quietly kept these words in mind. Chen Qing went on to say, "There is also Boss Liang, who is also worth mentioning. He is the project manager of another 800-acre large-scale villa area project we bought in Changping. That project started in 1992, and several owners who changed hands were all thinking about making money out of nothing. Only Boss Liang, the contractor, has been really working and has actually built more than 100 villas, for which he advanced more than 200 million yuan. Last year, we took over this mess that was almost unable to continue. The boss personally ordered that the debt value of other creditors be reduced to the lowest. Only Boss Liang received the full amount of 238 million yuan in arrears, as well as a larger 2,500-acre real estate project in Xiangshan. So, Sister Daiyu, what do you think about this time?" Lin Zhao stared at Chen Qing helplessly to show her dissatisfaction with the title of Sister Daiyu, but after a little hesitation, she finally said, "Your boss likes people who do things in a down-to-earth manner." "Oh, who doesn't like such a person?" Chen Qing smiled and said, "Boss Liang had the best ending in that project, but it can actually be better." Lin Zhao didn't understand. Chen Qing said, "As the largest creditor, he actually had the opportunity to fight for the ownership of the project before us. When no one else was doing their job, in order to avoid the project, which was previously the largest villa area in China, from being left unfinished, even the municipal government would support handing the project over to him. If things develop in this way, he will jump from being the boss of a construction company to the boss of a real estate company, and he will directly enter the BJ real estate circle. As for the 800-acre villa area project, the land price alone has tripled in recent years, and the current latest value exceeds 600 million. Because the capital region has begun to consciously restrict the approval of villa land, the price of villas in Beijing will inevitably rise rapidly in the future. When the entire project is completed, he will earn more and even become the top rich man in the country. Now, what do you think?" Lin Zhao was speechless again. This time he understood. Choice is very important. Sometimes, the difference between a contractor and a real estate developer is only a matter of thought. If you miss it, you may miss it forever. Lin Zhao understood even more that Chen Qing was actually hinting that she was also experiencing the most important choice in her life at this time. After returning to the city, Chen Qing took Lin Zhao to the mansion in Maohutuang, Nanlua Guxiang. After taking a simple shower and changing clothes, they set off again and headed east to a restaurant outside Dongximen. Lin Zhao, who also changed into a long skirt at Chen Qing's request, just felt a little numb. In just half a day, how many houses and clothes have been changed? The two got off the car outside the restaurant. Lin Zhao looked up and saw Mi's Haodongpo restaurant, a very interesting name. Obviously, it should be a Sichuan restaurant. Chen Qing noticed Lin Zhao's gaze and walked into the restaurant while smiling. The name is very good, but the background of this restaurant is more interesting. You will know it later. For example, the words you saw on the plaque just now are very interesting. Lin Zhao continued to be numb. As soon as he entered the restaurant, Feng Kuozi, who had probably been waiting in the hall, came up to him and smiled with an ugly buck teeth. "Hey, Mr. Chen, we all thought you were not coming. Please come in." "Oh, who is this?" After greeting, Feng Kuozi seemed to have just noticed Lin Zhao, and his eyes could not help but sweep across the girl's chest, and then quickly moved away. "I told you in advance that I might be late," Chen Qing said, and looked at her side again. "This is Lin Daiyu, you can call her Daiyu." Feng Kuozi obviously misheard, and pretended to be curious and glanced at her. "Lin Daiyu." Lin Zhao instinctively didn't like this person, so he simply walked on the other side of Chen Qing and kept silent. Chen Qing smiled and said, "In short, you should treat her as a princess, and I am destined to be that maid." If it were any other time, Feng Kuozi would definitely flatter her in various ways, but at this time, He didn't know the situation, so he didn't dare to add unnecessary details. He asked a waiter to arrange the 2 followers who came with Chen Qing, and then the 3 of them quickly arrived at a private room. Seeing Chen Qing appear, a group of men and women at the big round table in the box stood up to greet her. There were more than 10 people. Even if they were joking, their tone and demeanor were obviously respectful. No one made a fuss about being late and drinking a penalty. There were only some tea and snacks on the table, but no food. It was already 12:30 noon, and the group had been waiting for at least half an hour. Everyone greeted them, and Feng Kuozi ordered the waiter to start serving the food. After a brief greeting, everyone's eyes inevitably fell on Lin Zhao. So tall, so big. Okay. It's really hard to give people any other impressions at first glance. Chen Qing finally helped to introduce her in a slightly serious manner. This is Lin Zhao, Lin Xiangru's Lin, Wu Zhao's Zhao. Lin Xiangru obviously knew everything, because he was asking for forgiveness. Wu Zhao, on the other hand, needed people around her to remind her before some of the guests understood. Wu Zishan. Tisk. They couldn't help but dare not underestimate her. After all, this name is too big, and most people would not dare to give such a big name easily. Besides, this girl, with her figure and temperament, does not seem to be from an ordinary family. It is right to be respectful. Lin Zhao just nodded slightly to everyone, somewhat shy, but everyone thought it was aloof. Understandable. Lin Zhao sat down with Chen Qing, and couldn't help looking around. He recognized several faces that he had only seen in TV and movies before, such as the male lead in the recently popular Kangxi Private Visits, and his wife, Feng Lazi in Dream of Red Mansions, and Jediya who won the Cannes Best Actor Award for To Live, and another one who seemed to have played in The Last Emperor a few years ago. I can't remember his name clearly, but he should be surnamed Chen, and he looks gentle and refined. It seems that the others who were not recognized are probably acquainted in the film and television industry. On Chen Qing's side, most of the people in the box are familiar, but there are also some unfamiliar faces. Feng Kuozi took the initiative to help introduce, and everyone soon started chatting enthusiastically, and Lin Zhao was also listening carefully. There was a pair of brothers named Wang, who opened an advertising company called Huai. This time they came uninvited. In the conversation, they also mentioned that they had just agreed in the morning to participate in the investment of The Emperor and the Assassin, which was being produced by director Chen. There was a former colleague of Feng Kuozi, whose surname was Zhao, and everyone nicknamed him De Gangzi. He was recommended to be the director of a TV series called A Romantic Affair that was being prepared. The screenwriter was another writer named Hai. At the same time, the play will be produced by the company of another former colleague of Feng Kuozi, Mr. Liu. The company is called Heron. There is also a middle-aged man who just resigned from Beijing in Taiwan. It seems that he has had contact with Chen Qing in advance and is preparing a TV production company called Guangguang Media. Huai, Heron, Guangguang. Lin Zhao thought about it. He had never heard of these names before. Judging from the situation, they are all guys who want to enter the film and television industry. As for why he is so attentive to Chen Qing, it is probably to attract investment. After all, these are big projects worth 1 or 2 billion yuan, and any slight leakage of funds would be enough to fill up these companies. By the way, Mr. Chen, this is Xiao Su, Mr. Shuo's girlfriend. She is also a top student at Beijing Film Academy and is in the same class as Yang Enki. After chatting for a while, Feng Kuozi took the opportunity to introduce a pretty girl to Chen Qing, and then said to the girl, Xiao Su, give Mr. Chen a drink. As long as Mr. Chen is willing to take care of you, he can send you directly to Hollywood. The girl took a look at Chen Qing's expression, picked up a glass of wine next to her and walked over. Mr. Chen, I toast you. Chen Qing had no intention of rejecting anyone. Instead, she looked like a lecherous female hooligan. She smiled and looked at the girl in front of her. She casually picked up the glass and clinked it with her. When she saw that the other party had finished drinking, she just brought it to her lips and took a sip, and asked with a smile, are you and Anki really classmates? Yes, old Su, who is still just Xiao Su, answered respectfully. Thinking of Jiang Anki's current glory, his eyes looking at Chen Qing became brighter. Mr. Chen, please take care of her in the future. You are Mr. Shuo's girlfriend, of course I have to take care of you. By the way, do you have an agency now? Old Su shook his head, not yet. Feng Lazi, who was originally sitting on Chen Qing's right, saw that the two were chatting, and tactfully took the initiative to make room for him. Chen Qing waited for Old Su to sit down, and said, "Then sign with Jinshu like in key. It just so happens that the TV series that Heron is preparing is very suitable for you. You can be the heroine." Old Su did not take advantage of him at all, and nodded obediently. "Okay, Mr. Chen, thank you very much." Chen Qing's eyebrows curved. "Call me Sister Chen, the more I see you, the more I like you. Come to me if you have anything in the future." "Yes, Sister Chen." Everyone in the box was just watching the fun, but Lin Zhao found that Chen Qing had already held someone's hand, and was a little speechless. Is this person next to him really a woman? Why does she seem more lustful than a man? After casually recognizing a little sister, Chen Qing quickly turned her attention back to the people present. After her boss's last order, Chen Qing has been searching for various potential film and television production companies in China. Yesterday's Rongzinda was the first one. Two women who resigned from the Beijing film studio founded this company. Last year, they produced the first TV series Thunderstorm adapted from CAOU's classic play. The response was good. With some recommendations from the circle, an agreement was quickly reached. Chen Qing took out 50 million yuan from the profits earned by Jinshu's 3 projects. If you have something to say, Kangxi's Private Visits and Supergirl, and established different shell film and television investment companies to invest separately. This is also to avoid a bunch of film and television companies from having the same owner when they look up, which is not good. Rongzinda's capital injection scale is 6 million yuan, and it has obtained 60% of the shares. Several other shareholders of Rongzinda took out loans of 4 million yuan to invest in the shares under the recommendation of Jinshu, totaling 10 million yuan. 2 TV series will be produced next. In addition, Jinshu also agreed with Rongzinda that Rongzinda would not set up an artist agency department, and its film and television projects must give priority to the contracted actors of Jinshu agency. At this stage, the role of celebrities in the domestic film and television industry is far less prominent than it was later, so Rongzinda had no objection and transferred a very optimistic actress to Jinshu agency for this reason. The actress name is Zhou Guangzi. This is also the barrier strategy that Chen Qing discussed with her boss. First, Jinshu will try its best to develop relations with domestic TV stations and form a barrier in the TV series distribution channel. This barrier can help each subsidiary to better distribute TV series. Similarly, once there is a disagreement, it is not difficult to block it by using Jinshu's resources and connections. Secondly, Jinshu agency will build another barrier in terms of stars. All the film and television production companies that have invested in this time must give priority to using one person under Jinshu agency for their projects. At this stage, the domestic film and television industry is immature and the role of stars is not prominent, so it is not difficult to reach relevant agreements. In the future, even if something wrong is found, the powerful Jinshu agency will not be afraid of competition. Thirdly, overseas channels are mainly for film projects. If the films under the relevant subsidiaries want to be distributed overseas, they must go through Deaneries Entertainment's global network. This is another barrier. After all, at this stage, it is difficult to make a profit by relying solely on the local market for making movies in China, and they often need to sell films overseas. Finally, there is actually a financial barrier, which is the easiest to understand. The main means of controlling Jinshu's direct line is funds. Just like Chen Qing directly took away most of the surplus funds from Jinshu this time. When necessary, not only Jinshu, but other subsidiaries can also take away the money. All these measures are to prepare for the future when there are restrictions on foreign investment access in China, and the core is to ensure the control of the Westeros system. In this lunch, in addition to the unexpected appearance of the Wang brothers, Heron and Guangguang had already negotiated in advance and basically followed a model of Rongzinda. The only difference was the equity. Heron had some foundation, and the investment ratio of both parties was the same. The one-to-one investment company established separately only held 50% of the shares 50%, this is the bottom line. After all, domestic private film and television companies are just starting out, and the Westeros system has the confidence to ensure at least half of the right to speak, and less is out of the question. Guangguang is penniless, and the same one-to-one shell investment company holds 70% of the shares. The other 30% of the funds are also advanced by loans a year, and there is also a gambling clause. With the same 10 million yuan in startup capital and 2 TV series, Mr. Wang, who resigned from Beijing and Taiwan, could only get 30% of the shares if he did a good job. If he messed up, everything would be in vain. Compared with Mr. Liu from Heron, who had already started his own business several years ago, Chen Qing was not optimistic about Gong Wang's project. She still reported it to her boss and unexpectedly got approval. There were also some that were not approved. For example, there was a company called Superstar in Guangzhou. The boss was surnamed Deng. Chen Qing thought he was a guy who was very good at making trouble. There was no shortage of production talents in China, but there was a shortage of such people who could attract attention and engage in marketing. Unfortunately, her boss did not agree. Chen Qing then checked and found that the other company had many financial problems and was just more powerful. In addition, there were two companies that were confirmed to invest in Lao Jiang's The Devil's on the Doorstep. One was Hongbo Media and the other was Huawei. They were also interested in cooperating with this side, but were also rejected by their bosses. Chen Qing understood that The Devil's on the Doorstep could not be touched. The Jinshu series was only interested in entertaining the public, not reflecting or being profound. Chapter 1163, Seeing the World, 3. I never dreamed that a martial arts movie could sell $100 million at the box office in the United States. Mr. Chen, can you help me make an appointment with Mr. Li, the director of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon? I heard that he is in BJ these days. There is no chance this time. Director Li will fly back to North America after attending the premiere of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon tonight. He is busy with his new film. New film? Is it still a martial arts film? It's an English film, a crime film. Why don't you continue to make martial arts films, which can both gain face and make money? You don't understand this, Mr. Wang. Big directors who can be nominated for Oscars don't like to repeat themselves, not to mention that our director Zhang is filming something right now, right? $30 million US, 250 million RMB. I just wonder if I can shoot such a big project one day. It will be worth it to die. Don't say that, old Feng. Didn't you just shoot the Jinshu project? A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, not to mention that your starting point is not low. This is thanks to Mr. Chen for his respect. Speaking of Jinshu, Lao Zhang's Kangxi private visits and Supergirl, I read in the newspaper that the TV series and reality show ratings have been the best for 2 consecutive years, which is incredible. Mr. Chen, let's not hide it. I heard that you are recruiting people recently. How about Huawei? In the box of Ms. Haodongpo. Wang Da of the Wang brothers suddenly turned the topic here, and the originally lively atmosphere at the table was obviously stagnant. Even if you know how huge Jinshu and even the existence behind the scenes are, it is obvious that one more player will inevitably take away more resources, and others will inevitably have less. Chen Qing had just eaten a piece of crystal duck tongue with caviar. She took the napkin handed to her by Ziosu and wiped her mouth. She looked at Wang Da and said, Boss Wang, I want to know, are you looking at the film and television industry for fun, or do you plan to do it as a career? Wang Da said quickly, Of course I'm doing it as a career, Boss Chen. Boss Li must understand that the competition in the advertising industry is getting more and more fierce, so we want to take this opportunity to transform. Boss Liu of Heron also started out in advertising. This is not surprising. The big marketing era in the 1990s not only allowed companies such as Giant, Kongfuji Liquor, and Senzu Oral Liquid to take advantage of the situation, but also created an unusual prosperity in the advertising planning industry. If you have a little bit of resources and connections, you can make a lot of money by entering this circle. Unfortunately, with the collapse of companies such as Giant in recent years, people have seen that advertising is not omnipotent. In addition, with the increasingly fierce competition and the increasingly strong professional requirements, the good days of the advertising industry are beginning to come to an end. This is a very important reason why companies such as Huawei and Heron transformed into the film and television industry in the late 1990s. Then I'll find time to have someone talk to President Wang. Chen Qing responded after hearing what Wang Da said, and then looked at the others present. I think everyone has heard some rumors recently about reviving the film industry. As for television, in the past 2 years, various provincial TV stations have successively landed on satellites. Coupled with the continuous opening of policies, the good days of the industry have just begun. Moreover, the pie is very large, enough for everyone present to fully display their talents. Even if you feel that domestic content is no longer enough for you in the future and you want to develop your career overseas, I can also provide you with a platform. I believe no one will doubt this. After Chen Qing finished speaking, no matter what they thought in their hearts, they all responded. Also, once I was discussing a speculative project with my boss, and he scolded me, which I just happened to share with you. When Chen Qing said this, everyone in the box had already quieted down and listened carefully. Chen Qing looked around again, and then said, "The boss said that China is now at a time when it can do things, and don't always think about speculation." I think this sentence is very suitable for the film and television industry. Although this is essentially a very speculative field, as long as you are down to earth, you can still go a long way in the future. Everyone was speechless for a while, and they were all chewing on Chen Qing's words carefully. After all, except for Lin Zhao who still didn't react, everyone at the scene knew who the boss Chen Qing was talking about. The truth has always been there, but when different people say it, the effect is often very different. Simon Westeros said that China is now at a time when it can do things. Just this sentence is enough to settle the floating minds of the people at the scene, and at the same time, it is inevitable to be ambitious. In recent years, the country has been opening up, but for many people, the biggest worry is that they will suddenly not be able to do things again. Simon Westeros's judgment is always right. After a while, Feng Kuozi, who is very good at warming up the crowd, finally took the initiative to speak and raised his glass, saying, "Everyone, let's drink to the good times of China's film and television industry, and to the words that Mr. Chen just gave us." Chen Qing raised her glass first, and the others responded. The atmosphere soon became lively again. There were still arrangements in the afternoon, so Chen Qing only stayed at the dinner for less than an hour and left first. Everyone stood up to see her off. Xiao Su, who had just recognized Sister Chen, was particularly reluctant to leave. Unfortunately, he didn't even get her contact information in the end. Chen Qing gestured for everyone to return to the box, leaving only Wang Da from Huai behind, and asked again, "Mr. Wang, if you want to cooperate, you should have inquired about some of my conditions, right?" Mr. Wang nodded. "Mr. Chen, we have no problem here." Of course, he had inquired in advance. If the shareholding is less than 50%, no discussion. In addition, there is no separate artist department, and the projects under the company must give priority to the actors of Jinshu Agency. Even if compared with Guangguang Heron, the two brothers have accumulated more wealth over the years, these are still acceptable. The main thing is the big leg behind Jinshu, who is more powerful than the sky. With this connection, they can step into the circle, and it is the top circle. If they don't have these resources and connections, the two brothers may have to struggle in the industry for a long time before they can find the way. At that time, it is difficult to say how much tuition they have paid, and it is also uncertain whether they can succeed in the end. In that case, I will arrange someone to discuss the specific details with Mr. Wang as soon as possible, Chen Qing said, and then changed the subject slightly. "By the way, I remember when the dinner started, Mr. Wang said he wanted to invest in director Chen's The Emperor and the Assassin." Wang Da was a little confused, but still said, "We can only be considered small investors, 5 million, to make friends. Fortunately director Chen doesn't mind." "Is that so? Then there is no need to turn it down, just take it as a lesson learned," Chen Qing said lightly, and then asked, "Have you contacted other projects recently?" When Wang Da heard Chen Qing say to learn a lesson, his heart skipped a beat. They were indeed only small investors in The Emperor and the Assassin, but 5 million was definitely not something that they could just throw away for the two brothers. It seems that Jinshu is very pessimistic about The Emperor and the Assassin, but Wang Da immediately remembered that Jinshu seemed to have invested in The Emperor and the Assassin. Why? After a little thought, he understood it in a flash. Director Chen Da's The Emperor and the Assassin was filmed at Jinshu Film Studios. Whether it was the initial 70 million or the subsequent additional funds, they all had to be spent at the film studios, which was equivalent to taking money in one hand and spending it in the other, and by the way, it could also build the industrial chain of Jinshu Film Studios. After sorting out these things quickly, Wang Da wanted to regret it. After all, 5 million was almost enough to shoot a TV series, but since Chen Qing said so, he could only take it as a lesson. He did not forget to answer Chen Qing's question. There are two more. Lao Jiang is preparing for The Devils, an anti-Japanese film, and a TV series. He is currently writing the script. The team of I Love My Family is called Psychological Clinic. Speaking of psychological clinic, don't touch the one by Lao Jiang. Wang Da was confused, but said without hesitation, no problem. Seeing that the other party was so tactful, Chen Qing smiled and explained a little more. I understand that you want to cooperate because you saw that Lao Jiang's last work Sunny Days did well at the box office. However, both the script and Lao Jiang himself have big problems. If we have no intention of cooperating, I would not say a word of these words. Mr. Chen, I understand. Chen Qing finally stretched out her hand and shook hands with Wang Da. Then I hope we will have a pleasant cooperation in the future. Seeing that Chen Qing was about to leave, Wang Da shamelessly stopped her and said, Mr. Chen, can we brothers go to the premiere of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon tonight? Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon will be officially released in China tomorrow. Although the distribution rights belong to China Film, they have a vested interest in it. Jinshu took the initiative to help plan a premiere at the China Film Jinshu Cinema in Zidan, which can also be considered as a promotion for their own cinema. Because of the popularity of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon overseas, in addition to the director Ang Lee and the two leading actors who were invited by Jinshu, many big names in the domestic circle will show up tonight to show their support, and there will also be senior leaders in attendance. This is a rare networking opportunity. Seeing Wang Da open his mouth, Chen Qing was not stingy at all, and smiled and agreed, I'll say hello later, and there will be a reception after the premiere, and I'll leave you 2 invitations. Wang Da almost put his hands together and bowed, well, thank you, Mr. Chen. Chen Qing gently waved her hand, I still say the same thing, do a good job in the future, there is a long way to go. Sure. Watching Chen Qing leave, Wang Da felt distressed again for the 5 million that might be wasted. In fact, he hadn't had time to sign the agreement yet, and he could deny it if he wanted to, but think about it again, whether it was director Chen or Chen Qing's words just now. Forget it, just treat it as making friends. In any case, the harvest of today's dinner party far exceeded expectations. You know, in order to accumulate connections and break into this circle, the two brothers have been rushing to pay the bills for dinner parties everywhere for more than half a year, and they spent hundreds of thousands just to pay the bills. Whether it was being able to attend director Chen's fundraising party in the morning or this dinner party at noon, it was the result of spending money in the past few months. Finally, the merits are going to be fulfilled. As he was thinking about this, a waiter happened to pass by. Wang shouted to the other party and settled the most comfortable bill in advance before returning to the box. On the other side, Chen Qing took Lin Zhao back to the courtyard of Mauer Hutuang, not far from Duangzimen. After entering the door, looking at Lin Zhao following behind, Chen Qing asked, haven't you figured out who my boss is? Lin Zhao was stunned and shook her head. In fact, she had been thinking about this question quietly. Chen Qing mentioned the name of her boss when she met with Mr. Wang of Vank in the morning, but Lin Zhao didn't have the opportunity to listen. On the construction side in the western suburbs, Boss Liang didn't know who the behind-the-scenes boss of the project was. This time, Lin Zhao, who was listening in, naturally didn't get any information. Then there was the lunch party. At that time, everyone in the box, even the least experienced Xiao Su, roughly understood it, and only Lin Zhao was kept in the dark. However, Chen Qing was not a genuine person after all. With a status, if she rashly mentioned someone, even if she wanted to praise him, she might end up flattering him. Therefore, even though Chen Qing had mentioned her boss, the group of smart people in the box pretended to be confused, and no one took the initiative to say the name. This also led to Lin Zhao, who had been attentive throughout the morning, still not being able to get accurate information. In fact, it was mainly because Lin Zhao lacked information. After all, she had only arrived in Beijing for less than a week, and her previous life was far from the level of Chen Qing. Otherwise, just so many fragments at the lunch party would be enough for her to connect what she wanted. Seeing this, Chen Qing continued to let her keep the secret. Lin Zhao inevitably developed some inferiority complex, thinking that he was too useless. He followed Chen Qing step by step, paused, and finally found a topic that was not a topic. You live here alone? Of course not. Do you think others are as idle as you? Lin Zhao took the initiative to shut up again. Of course, Chen Qing would not tell her this. In addition to Chen Qing, the women who currently have permanent residences in the mansion in Mauer Hutuang include Jill Pecht and Zhao Annie, Zhu Momo and Mo Wuling, as well as Li Yaohu and Teacher Yu. Coincidentally, several groups of women have been here recently. After the Rose Garden project was settled, Jill Pecht and Zhao Annie have been busy with a new high-end apartment project in the past few months. The location is Wudao near Zhongguancun. At present, a 2-hectare plot of land has been negotiated, and plans to develop 4 32-story high-end apartments, with a starting unit size of 180 square meters, and a supporting community club building. This is a decision made by the boss after he felt that there were too few high-end apartments in such a big city. In fact, there are quite a few. However, Chen Qing thinks that it is mainly because the boss cannot buy one by one, so he simply built it himself. He also gave it a name himself. Universal Center. Chen Qing thought it was very good at the time, but she was still curious about why it was named this way. The boss replied that it was because the name Universe Center was too rustic. Strange logic. In short, it is a replica of the high-end apartment project operated by the Shanghai Leveson Group on the banks of the Huangpu River in Lijiazhu. The Leveson International Apartment Project there was launched 2 years ago and is expected to be completed next year. It also covers an area of 2 hectares, with 4 main buildings and a club building, and also starts at 180 square meters, but the height is all 45 floors. There are only 32 floors in Beijing, mainly due to approval. Chen Qing remembered that a boss had said that she would make all the Leveson International apartments into large flats, named Leveson Yipan, and would directly price them at 100,000 per square meter after they were launched in the future, and would never reduce the price. But it was just talk. No one thought it could be sold, and her boss did not insist. Even so, the specifications of Leveson International apartments are still very high, and her boss does not hide his intention to keep most of the houses in his hands. The Universal Center apartment in Wudao is basically the same. In the final analysis, the Westeros system is not short of money. Moreover, whether it is the Riverside apartment in Shanghai or the Universal Center in Wudao, where you can overlook the campus of Tsinghua University and Peking University from the window in the future, Chen Qing can see that they are all very valuable. As long as you don't worry about the turnover of funds, the longer you keep them, the more valuable they are, which is equivalent to a growing long-term investment. In addition to Jill and Zhao Annie, Zumomo has been busy with her modeling career during the summer vacation. Recently, she is shooting an advertisement in Beijing, leaving early and returning late. However, when the Central Academy of Drama starts, Zumomo will go straight to North America. The 4 major fashion weeks in autumn are about to begin. The last Li Yaohu is for the promotion of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. The premiere will be in the evening, and he is still recording a TV show during the day. Therefore, he is basically not here during the day. Chen Qing took Lin Zhao all the way into the inner courtyard, drank a bowl of sobering tea prepared by Jiang Shanwu in advance, took a short rest, changed into a professional suit again, and set off again at 2:20. Lin Zhao still followed. Then, when the two arrived at a certain government office at the foot of the imperial city, Lin Zhao was really shocked this time. Just a few months ago, she was just a junior clerk with no official rank and no rank, and she couldn't even keep this job. How did she reach the top level in the blink of an eye? Chapter 1164, Seeing the World, 4. Even though she could only stay in a reception room with Chen Qing's 2 followers the whole time and didn't see anyone, until she left a big government office and returned to Mauer Hutong, Lin Zhao still felt that she might be dreaming. As for what Chen Qing was going to do there, she didn't dare to think or ask. When she returned to the mansion in Mauer Hutong, there was already a styling team waiting. Chen Qing sat in her study in the west wing of the inner courtyard, typing on the computer, and said to Lin Zhao in the outer room separated by a beaded curtain, "According to the script I read, just treat it as a good dream day trip. You must have a beginning and an end. Later, we will go to the premiere of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon together. This time you are the international superstar Miss Lin Daiyu, Shangwu Yuanqi, and you will be Miss Lin's assistants tonight, guiding her on how to walk the red carpet and socialize at parties." The Jiang sisters agreed together. Lin Zhao completely gave up resistance and let the fashionable female stylist with dyed blonde hair and a fair face fiddle with her body with a tape measure. After a while, the stylist finished measuring the size, looked at Chen Qing in the inner room, and asked respectfully, "Sister Chen, what style do you want to give this lady?" Chen Qing kept tapping her hands, and did not delay her words, dignified, elegant, mysterious, and then added, "The big treasure on the chest must be highlighted." The Jiang sisters finally couldn't help laughing. Lin Zhao's face flushed and he stared at them helplessly. The stylist, who was about 30 years old, did not dare to join in the joke. He looked Lin Zhao up and down again and said, "In this case, considering Miss Lin's appearance, the dress should preferably be black, white or purple. Dark gold can also be tried. It should not be too slim-fitting, but loose, and it should be completely covered and not exposed. If you want to show off your figure, just tie your waist." Chen Qing said, "You decide. Get it done before 6 o'clock." Then a waitress and 2 assistants of the stylist pushed in 2 full racks of clothes. The stylist picked and chose and occasionally picked up and gestured to Lin Zhao. Finally, he chose a dark gold silk high-necked long-sleeved dress and asked Lin Zhao to try it on the spot. Lin Zhao hypnotized herself that there were women around her anyway, so she numbly took off her clothes and put them on. Only then did she realize that this dress should be a semi-finished product, but it was really tightly wrapped, and even the ends of the sleeves were horseshoe cuffs that could cover the back of the hand. The stylist skillfully used pins to tighten and modify it from top to bottom. After fiddling with it for more than 10 minutes, she showed it to Chen Qing again. Chen Qing finished a few work emails, stretched her body a little, and turned to look over. One has to admit that this stylist, who is said to have returned from the Edinburgh College of Art in the UK, has very good vision and skills. Lin Zhao's problem lies in her chest. It is too big, so if she reveals a little, she will inevitably look worldly. This way, she completely wraps it up and ties up her waist. It neither covers up Lin Zhao's greatest advantage, nor does it completely meet Chen Qing's requirements. Nodding, Chen Qing smiled and said, "Very good, Judy, let's take this one." The stylist's original name was Li Ming. Because of her experience studying abroad, she gave herself the English name Judy. Seeing Chen Qing's approval, Judy continued, "As for the hair, I think a shawl is best. Miss Lin should wear her hair up more often, and it should be a little curly, and it's best to straighten it. As for makeup, if you want to walk on the red carpet for photos, it's better to have thicker hair. However, Miss Lin's eyebrows are a little thick and need to be trimmed." Chen Qing said, "I just said that as long as it's done before 6 o'clock." Judy and her assistant helped Lin Zhao take off the dress that needed to be temporarily modified and sewn. Before leaving to help Lin Zhao with her clothes and styling, the stylist looked at Chen Qing again, with a slightly expectant tone. "Sister Chen, do you need my advice?" Chen Qing shook her head and said, "No, I'm not going to the red carpet, just help me touch up my makeup before leaving." Judy was a little disappointed, but she still took Lin Zhao and others out tactfully. Chen Qing asked Zhang Shanwu to prepare some fruit for her, reopened her email and started writing to her boss. What happened in the afternoon when she just went to a big government office? It was still about the financial crisis. During this period, no country or region in Asia could remain immune, and all were in turmoil. Therefore, the higher-ups tried to find out if Chen Qing was planning any big projects recently. They were definitely not small-scale projects like the joint venture of the shipyard in Jiangsu or the real estate project in Wudaokao. In fact, they just asked her to help pass on the message. If there was, they would definitely discuss it well. After all, if the Westeros system could invest in China against the trend, this kind of good news would inevitably affect all aspects, even in Hong Kong, and it would make many hot money that was still eager to move after the two sides reached a tacit understanding privately without Soros's guidance retreat. Chen Qing didn't think there would be any suitable big projects at this stage, not to mention that her boss was obviously implementing a strategy of sneaking into the village, so she just helped pass on the message. In addition, there was the result of the meeting with Mr. Wang of Vank in the morning. In addition, there were all kinds of little women's bits and pieces that Chen Qing always liked to include when communicating with her boss, such as the interesting things about taking Lin Zhao on a good dream day trip today. By the time she finished writing an email, it was already past 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Then, she processed some work documents. At 6 o'clock, Lin Zhao, dressed in a gorgeous dress, was brought to Chen Qing. This girl was already very good. If her figure was not so special and the time was not tight, Chen Qing would not mind arranging a set of high-end clothes for her. However, the effect in front of her still made Chen Qing, a woman, feel bright. She was over 180 centimeters tall in high heels, had a model figure, exquisite appearance, and 2 big babies. A stunner. In fact, this world has never lacked any type of beautiful women. After all, the global population base is close to 6 billion. It's just that because of family background, circle, class, and other reasons, Many beautiful women are confined to their own circle of life for their entire lives, and very few can come to the public. Chen Qing felt that she had done a good thing today. Such an eye-catching girl will definitely appear in the media tomorrow, and then, well, she will be hidden in a golden house, making a lot of people confused and jealous. With this little prank in mind, Chen Qing became even more interested. She personally picked out an Hermes handbag for Lin Zhao from her cloakroom. Seeing that the time was about the same, she specially arranged 2 cars to depart from Mauer Hutong one after another. Outside the building where the China film Jinshu Cinema on Zidong North Street is located, the premiere of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon began at 6 o'clock in the evening. The premiere operation team laid a 60-meter-long red carpet on the north-south pedestrian street outside the cinema building. On both sides of the red carpet, the first 30 meters were for fans who had recently watched the movie in the cinema and received lucky viewing tickets, and the last 30 meters were for media from all over the country and even some overseas. However, this arrangement still greatly underestimated the popularity of the premiere tonight. In addition to the red carpet passage that the authorities barely managed to maintain, the crowds of onlookers who kept gathering here from the morning onwards crowded the streets for hundreds of meters around, and the 2 overpasses not far from each other became the best viewing spots, so much so that several fights broke out for positions. It was not until hundreds of police officers were urgently mobilized to maintain order that the situation did not get out of control. The premiere did not disappoint the onlookers. Under the call of China Film and Jinshu, the big names in the entertainment industry in Beijing basically confirmed their attendance, and it is expected that hundreds of well-known celebrities will attend this event. At 6 o'clock, a series of well-known domestic stars began to arrive one after another and stepped onto the red carpet. A large screen was specially arranged on the building to broadcast the red carpet show live, and there was a host responsible for introducing the identities of the guests to the audience one by one. Horizontal ellipsis. Wow, Zhang Enki and Taken, so beautiful. Old Zhang, hey, when did he get together with Zhaoqing? It's been hundreds of years, and you just found out. Director Z is here too, but it's a pity that the Opium War is pretty good, but not many people watch it. Uncle Jet, Tisk, what's the point of shooting Old West Cow this year? It's a waste of the Cannes Best Actor. I've never heard of the 3 heroines in My Fair Princess, but they are all very beautiful. Mr. Han from Beijing Film Studio, isn't this movie distributed by China Film? Why is Beijing Film Studio getting involved? Zhu Momo, this head looks even taller than the one in If You Are the One. I wonder what his next movie will be. She's a model, an internationally famous one, and she just makes movies for fun. Oh, 2 Dajis, are they mother and daughter? Fu Daji is only in her 30s, how could she have such a big daughter? And didn't you hear the host say that the little Daji next to her is surnamed Jin, so it's even more impossible that they are mother and daughter? You have no brains. The mother and daughter have different surnames. The father and daughter have the same surname. Playing sisters in Love Call Transfer, a New Year's film. It's similar to director Zhang's If You Are the One, and it's amazing that the production company can find 2 beauties who look so similar. In the midst of all the excitement, it was not until 6:40 that the black Mercedes carrying Lin Zhao arrived at the entrance of the red carpet. The female guard of the Wei family in the driver's seat got out of the car and opened the door. Lin Zhao waited for Zhang Shanwu next to her to help her check her clothes and makeup before stepping out of the car. As soon as she stepped on the red carpet, Lin Zhao felt a lively atmosphere around her. Follow the pace of the guests in front of you, walk slowly, stop to take pictures after you reach the media area, and remember to turn around so that the media on both sides can take pictures of you from the front. Listening to Zhang Shanwu's instructions, Lin Zhao, whose hands and feet were slightly numb because it was her first time to appear in front of such a large crowd, walked forward with her head held high. The cheers, whistles and screams of the audience on both sides of her ears made her feel like she had come to another world. To be fair, even though many eyes inevitably fell on her chest, she would instinctively hate it in the past, but at this moment, Lin Zhao inexplicably liked this feeling of being the center of attention. However, Lin Zhao also knew that compared to other big stars on and off the red carpet, she was just a small figure. So it was inevitable that she felt a little inferior and a little confused. With a dizzy head, Lin Zhao came to the media area at the back of the red carpet. Feeling the dazzling flashlights around, Lin Zhao, who had no experience on the red carpet, subconsciously raised her hand to block her eyes. Then, she reacted and quickly put her arm down. Remembering Zhang Shanwu's instructions, she turned sideways to face the media on one side and let them take pictures. Then, she heard a voice that made Lin Zhao blush immediately. The person who is coming out now is a famous actor, singer, model, film and television producer, fashion designer, advertising planner and well-known entrepreneur, Lin Zhao. Miss Lin. What the hell? Noticing that there was applause in the audience area just past, and the flashlights of the media on both sides that were fooled by the host were obviously more dense, Lin Zhao, with a red face, wished she could find a hole to crawl into. Feeling anxious about being exposed, Lin Zhao mechanically turned around to cooperate with the reporters on the other side to take some photos, and then walked to the end of the red carpet with her skirt in hand. Her heart was still pounding until she entered the studio building. When did she? It was just a mess. If she was exposed, how could she face people? Moreover, it seemed that there was a TV station recording just now. This was on TV. If her family saw it, it would definitely become a joke. After all, who among her relatives and friends didn't know her situation? In this uneasiness, a staff member in the hall came forward and politely led her to a signature wall. Zhang Shanwu, who followed, reminded her. Lin Zhao took a fountain pen in a daze, and stiffly found an inconspicuous corner on the signature wall. Subconsciously, as if she was called to the podium to write silently in school, she tried her best to write her name neatly. After writing it, she realized that it was wrong. There were all kinds of dragons and phoenixes around, only her own name seemed to be easy to recognize. I want to change it. However, if I paint a black spots on this signature wall and sign again, I guess people will laugh to death, right? Zhang Shanwu reminded me again, so I turned around and faced the group of reporters who were taking pictures in front of the signature wall. I wanted to block the signatures behind me, but I was reminded to stand in the middle, so I moved. My nose was a little sour. I felt wronged and guilty. I wanted to cry. I lowered my head and followed Zhang Shanwu and Zhang Yuanqi sisters around the building, up the stairs, through the corridor, and into a lounge. Finally, I saw Chen Qing again. Chen Qing changed her clothes again at this time. It was not a dress, but a khaki Berbera short windbreaker, plus slim white trousers. It was casual but not casual. Sitting in the crowd, she looked like a strong woman with ease. Lin Zhao had mixed feelings about all kinds of experiences today. At this time, among a series of complex emotions, he unknowingly envied Chen Qing. Suddenly, I really wanted to be like her, not just the host's joke just now. Chen Qing, who was chatting and laughing with a group of bigwigs, saw Lin Zhao coming over and waved at her. After Lin Zhao came to sit next to her, she introduced her to her. Xiao Lin, this is Mr. Tong from China Film Group, this is Mr. Han from Beijing Film Group, and Mr. Wu from Jinshu. After introducing them all, Chen Qing mentioned Lin Zhao's name to everyone and returned to the previous topic. So, Mr. Tong, are we really going to have a big integration? The middle-aged man with a rich square face said, yes, some people have been talking about it in recent years, but it was this time that Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon made the higher-ups determine that our country's film industry can no longer decline, so they plan to support and integrate a large state-owned film and television giant. A group of units including China Film Group, Beijing Film Group, Children's Film Studio, Cooperative Film Studio, Film Channel, etc. will all be put together this time to form China Film Group. Xiao Chen, the plan is still under study, so I'll let you know in advance, and try not to spread rumors on your side. After Mr. Tong finished speaking, he could not help but glance at Lin Zhao next to Chen Qing. It was really big. Chen Qing nodded and assured, don't worry, Mr. Tong, I know the importance of it. Mr. Tong added, there is one more thing. The reason why I informed you in advance is that this time, in addition to the absolute state-owned holdings of several key units, the higher authorities also allow us to conduct some joint venture projects with excellent private enterprises. We have already cooperated in the cinema, so both sides are close to each other. We should keep in touch more in the future. After all, it is all for the future of our Chinese film. Chen Qing said without hesitation, Mr. Tong, that's for sure. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1165, Seeing the World, 5. Confused and Dazed. The premiere began and ended, and she left the studio and moved to another location until she was led by the Zhang sisters to a cocktail party. The crowded scene made Lin Zhao come back to her senses. Seeing that there were far more familiar faces around her than at the lunch party, Lin Zhao became more and more at a loss. The Zhang Shenwu sisters brought her in, said a few words, and then disappeared, saying that they were going to have dinner. Lin Zhao looked for a moment in the crowd and saw Chen Qing chatting and laughing with someone. She wanted to walk over, but instinctively felt that doing so might annoy her, so she could only imitate others and wander around the hall with a glass of champagne. It would be best if no one could see me. Unfortunately, it is not what I want. Hello, Miss Lin. My last name is Dong. This is my business card. Lin Zhao was stunned for a moment before reacting to the middle-aged man's words. She politely took the other party's business card and took a look at it. It was Hawaii Film and Television Company. She was a little confused. She seemed to have heard of another company called Hawaii during lunch. Could they be the same company? She politely put the other party's business card into the Hermes handbag and pretended to greet calmly. Hello, Mr. Dong. I noticed Miss Lin's style on the red carpet before the premiere started. I want to meet her. I wonder where Miss Lin works specifically. Mr. Dong said, and gestured to the handbag where Lin Zhao had just put the business card. Lin Zhao understood, but could only shake her head. Sorry, Mr. Dong, I don't have a business card. Oh, it's okay. Mr. Dong smiled and said, in fact, our company is preparing to invest in Lao Jiang's Devils on the Doorstep. Miss Lin, there is a role in it, maybe you can try it. Chen Qing did not let Lin Zhao sit in when she told Wang Da about the matter after lunch, so she did not know Chen Qing's attitude towards Lao Jiang's new film. When she heard the other party bring up the famous Lao Jiang, she couldn't help but take it seriously, and then said very honestly, Mr. Dong, I can't act. Miss Lin must be modest. At that time, I heard the host introduce you. You have many titles. By the way, Lao Jiang is here, why don't you go over and chat with him? Lin Zhao just has no experience in such occasions, but she is not stupid. She has reacted at this time. However, her pride has been hit to pieces by Chen Qing in one day, not to mention that the other party did not appear to be rude, so she couldn't be cold. Just when she didn't know how to respond, she suddenly heard another voice, speaking to the middle-aged man in front of her. Old Dong, I didn't expect you to be here too. Lin Zhao looked over and saw the Wang brothers who were at the lunch party. The second Wang exchanged a few pleasantries with Mr. Dong in front of him, and then smiled and greeted Lin Zhao. Lin Zhao responded, and saw that the first Wang hooked Mr. Dong's shoulder and took him to another place as if he had something to discuss. Then the second Wang smiled and said a few polite words to her, and walked away without entanglement. Lin Zhao realized that the two brothers were trying to help her out, and she breathed a sigh of relief. She just didn't know how long this cocktail party would last, and whether something that she couldn't handle would happen. On the other side, Wang Da took Mr. Dong away from Lin Zhao, and whispered, Old Dong, don't blame me for not reminding you, don't mess with this woman, we can't afford to offend her. The two sides weren't already familiar with each other, and Mr. Dong's displeasure at being pulled apart just now immediately dissipated when he heard Wang Da say that, and asked curiously, who is it? Wang Da gestured to Chen Qing, who was chatting and laughing with Hong Yingtong, the general manager of the other side of the crowd. It's hard to say, but it was brought by that general manager Chen, you know him too, right? Mr. Dong's background in the city of Siji was deeper than that of the Wang brothers, so of course he knows Chen Qing, and after taking a glance at her, he completely gave up the idea. This person is really unacceptable. But then he remembered the recent events. Mr. Dong said to Wang Dadao, Jinshu is recruiting soldiers recently, you guys know about it too, right? Wang Da nodded, thinking of what Chen Qing said at noon. He was not stupid enough to open up to Mr. Dong, but he still revealed some of his feelings. My brother has also sent someone to pass the message, but there is no result yet. Mr. Dong said regretfully, that's better than me, I was rejected directly, maybe I am considered an outsider. Wang Da was regretful, but he understood why in his heart. To a large extent, it was probably because of Lao Jiang's Devils on the Doorstep, which Miss Chen at noon obviously didn't like very much. In fact, if you think about the script again, there are indeed many taboos. The chances of it being released in China in the future are estimated to be small, and we can only look forward to overseas. In fact, everyone only watched it overseas. Just like Lao Jiang's last film Sunny Days, the domestic box office was 50 million, the annual domestic film champion, which seemed very high, but because Lao Jiang seriously overspent, he just barely broke even in China, and overseas was the big money. He sold a few million US dollars sporadically, and converted into RMB, he immediately made a lot of money. After the two chatted for a while, Mr. Dong took Wang Da to Lao Jiang, saying that they wanted to talk about the devils on the doorstep. Wang Da would definitely not get involved, but he still had to deal with it on the surface, and he didn't plan to confess now, in case Lao Dong around him also reacted. That would be another place to share resources. When Wang Da and Mr. Dong walked towards Lao Jiang, Wang Er was greeting Chen Qing and others, and he was very enlightened to hear the woman in front of him talking about the promotion of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Given the popularity of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon in North America, the box office will definitely not be low. However, it is indeed difficult to break 100 million. After all, this movie is a bit literary and artistic, and most people can't appreciate it. Xiao Chen, you said that, there must be a way. In fact, it was inspired by the distribution of Hollywood art films, Chen Qing said, looking at Wang Er, Mr. Wang is an advertiser, he should have a lot of experience. To promote a product, first of all, you have to advertise it widely so that more people know about the existence of this product, and secondly, which is also the key, you also need to let people know what is good about this product. The promotion of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon has only completed the first step. Wang Er saw Chen Qing mentioning him, and smiled and agreed. Although, if Chen Qing didn't say it, he really didn't know anything about it. But Wang Er was still quite grateful to Chen Qing for this casual favor that he was noticed by a group of big names such as China Film and Beijing Film. Without waiting for anyone to ask, Chen Qing continued, Hollywood's approach is usually to first participate in film festivals, hold a grand premiere, and then contact the media for exposure, and the first step of publicity is completed. The second step is to contact a large number of film critics to write reviews of related films in newspapers. On the one hand, it further publicizes the film, and on the other hand, if it is a good movie, through the analysis of film critics, the audience can also know what is good about the film, which can attract more people to the theater to watch it. Most of the best-selling art films in the United States, including this time's Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, follow this routine. After hearing what Chen Qing said, President Tong of China Film said, I understand, we also need to contact newspaper media and let them tell the audience what is good about Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. That's right, so next we will need President Tong to take more care of this. Of course, the Americans can sell it for 100 million US dollars. If we can't even sell 100 million RMB in our own country, then everyone will be ashamed. In fact, there was a discussion above, and they wanted to call for a movie viewing, but unfortunately it was not a mainstream theme, so it was not approved. I will go back and write a report, and ask writers from all over the country to write more film reviews in newspapers. This will definitely be no problem. Wang Er was envious as he listened. Although there was no official call for a movie viewing, it was just a few big leaders who appeared at the premiere today, and the people below must know what to do. In addition, there will be a big discussion next, and it will be difficult for this movie not to break 100 million. Chen Qing chatted with Tong Zong and others for a while, and then went to another place to continue socializing. During the period, she also drove away Lin Zhao, who unconsciously wanted to get close to her again. He was not a 3-year-old child, so why blame the adults? Then he turned to Ren Jinxi. The filming of My Fair Princess is still going on, and it has been moved to Beijing recently. Just having this opportunity, Jinshu arranged for the 3 heroines of the show to show up together today to promote it in advance. After all, they are also their own contracted artists. Ren Jinxi followed along to socialize. She had always remembered what the man had taught her. If she wanted to be at ease in this circle, she had to work hard to build connections. Even if she didn't like it in her heart, she insisted on doing it very hard. Chen Qing also knew what Ren Jinxi had done. She had no prejudice against it. She just joked about the recent incident. Huanzhu Film and Television Company, you are too careless in naming it, right? Since it was necessary to break the whole into parts and avoid being too popular, Huanzhu Jej would definitely not be avoided. After all, the average ratings of Kangxi's Secret Visits were only about 40%, while the former Huanzhu Jej reached 60%, and it also set off a nationwide Huanzhu craze. Therefore, Taking this opportunity, Simon personally told Ren Jinxie to simply set up a film and television company. Even if some people still know the company's roots in the future, at least it would be justified on the surface. Ren Jinxie listened to Chen Qing's teasing and smiled and said, "This is my first TV project. The company name is named like this. Whether it succeeds or fails in the future, it is a kind of motivation." Actually, privately, Ren Jinxie thought of another name, Weijing Films, Westeros, Ren Jinxie. It was late at night when she had just finished a day's work. She was in a daze for a long time, and when she woke up, she faced reality. Not to mention whether he would agree, Ren Jinxie didn't think she could get past Chen Qing. Having dealt with her for such a long time, Ren Jinxie knew that Chen Qing was not a good-tempered person at all. Although Jinshu was controlled by someone behind the scenes, he was busy after all. Many times, Chen Qing was the direct decision-maker of the company. She was so strong that the equally strong management could only bow to her. She didn't want to be bullied. Chen Qing didn't care about Ren Jinxie's mental journey. Although she would definitely get angry if she knew the name Weijing, she still wanted Weijing. She just casually asked about the progress of the filming of My Fair Princess. Seeing Chen Qing chatting with Ren Jinxie, the three female protagonists of My Fair Princess quickly came over to say hello. Chen Qing had a good impression of these three little fairies who looked smart. She chatted with them for a while and half-seriously warned the three fairies not to flirt at the party. The three women were all grieved. They didn't get the same treatment as Jiang Yanqi and Princess Su, so why were they still being restrained like this? It's unreasonable. Of course Chen Qing was unreasonable. Even if she didn't plan to keep the women her boss had touched, since they were under her nose, they had to behave themselves and not mess around. Only when she even forgot about them would it count. So, noticing the dissatisfied expressions of the three women, Chen Qing was even more impolite and directly ordered them to leave the cocktail party. "What are you doing? Don't you want to work tomorrow?" The cocktail reception lasted until 11 o'clock in the evening. Chen Qing was the last one to leave, and Lin Zhao, who actually wanted to leave early, was also left at the end. Chen Qing did not return to the courtyard on the south bank of Haohe with Lin Zhao. Lin Zhao was sent back to the courtyard alone. As soon as she entered the door listlessly, a group of aggressive girls surrounded her and asked her what was going on. They saw Lin Zhao attending the red carpet of the premiere of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon on the live broadcast of BJ Station. And there was a long list of titles. Actor, singer, model, blah blah. When did this happen? Lin Zhao didn't want to explain to them. She went straight back to her room, entered the bathroom, filled a whole tub with hot water, took off her clothes and soaked herself in it. She didn't stick her head out until she felt suffocated and collapsed. After taking a few deep breaths, she finally confirmed again. All of this was not a dream. There was a knock on the bathroom door, and Lin Zhao answered it. It was Xia Pengxi, her roommate. She didn't want to answer it, but she heard that it was her mother calling, so she could only put on a bathrobe and open the door. Xia Pengxi handed her a cordless phone that was still connected. She opened her mouth to say something, but Lin Zhao had already closed the door again. Soaking herself in the bathtub again, Lin Zhao said to the other end, "Mom, hang up first. I'll call back." It's a habit. Domestic long-distance calls are very expensive. Listening to the beeping sound from the other end, Lin Zhao pressed the keys while thinking that if Chen Qing saw her doing this, she would definitely scold her again, not for this kind of petty advantage, but for being ungenerous. However, she was originally a girl from a small city who had just stepped out of the ivory tower. How could she be generous? The phone was reconnected, and the mother asked a lot of questions from the other end. It turned out that someone at home accidentally saw her attending the live broadcast of the premiere of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, and now her circle of relatives and friends has exploded. Famous actor, singer, model, film and television producer, fashion designer, advertising planner and well-known entrepreneur. Lin Zhao felt guilty when he thought about it. Which of this has anything to do with him? Facing his mother's inquiry, Lin Zhao could only bite the bullet and said, "Mom, it's just that some of the activities arranged for publicity here are fake. You explain it to everyone." No, the 3-month training has just begun. How did I get that advertising contract? Well, it's true that I am more favored. Let's not talk about this, Mom. Is it confirmed that Xiaoyan will go to high school? The 10,000 yuan last time, I mean. It's already been spent, 8,000, such a high sponsorship fee. It's nothing, it's good to go to the same high school with Ozzy and me. It will be easier for him to get into college in the future. You and Dad should take care of Xiangwen in the future, and don't let him always be so playful. Beijing? I may not be able to stay in Beijing myself, how can I bring him here? I said it was fake. Well, let's just leave it at that for today. Long-distance calls are very expensive. I'll hang up first. Chapter 1166 Who? After hanging up the phone with her mother, Lin Zhao still soaked in the bathtub for more than half an hour with a confused mind before getting up. Putting on a bathrobe, Lin Zhao just walked out of the bathroom and saw Xia Pengxi sitting in front of the computer desk in the corner of the bedroom, hurriedly putting the Hermes handbag she brought back next to her. Turning her head and seeing Lin Zhao frowning slightly, Xia Pengxi pointed to the computer screen awkwardly. I'm just looking, Sister Lin, this bag is so expensive, it costs $7,000, which is nearly 60,000 yuan. This is only abroad, it is not available in China. Within a few days of moving into the mansion, Xia Pengxi, who had not been to school but was very smart, learned how to use the computer in the bedroom, and searched the internet for everything around her, from mahogany furniture to soap brands. Even though the information on the Chinese internet is still very scarce at this stage, she still gained a lot. In short, every aspect of this mansion can only be described as luxurious. Even the seemingly inconspicuous curtains are LV. Xia Pengxi didn't know LV at first, so she clumsily learned how to search in English. There is no wall in China yet. Lin Zhao just glanced at the computer screen in front of Xia Pengxi, and walked to the closet silently. In fact, it didn't matter. The business card in her handbag that she got from the cocktail party was taken away by Jiang Shanwu before she came back, leaving only small items such as a makeup mirror. After picking out a nightgown from the closet and putting it on, Lin Zhao turned and walked to the big bed, lifted the quilt and got in directly. I'm so tired today. I want to sleep. Seeing this, Xia Pengxi also turned off the computer, washed up quietly, changed into pajamas, and climbed onto the big bed. There was only one bed in the bedroom. This was the only thing that some girls were not too satisfied with the mansion. There were 9 people, 2 by 2, and finally 3 people squeezed into one bed. Of course, this dissatisfaction was actually insignificant. Among the girls selected by Chen Qing, the only one with the best family background was Lin Zhao. From childhood to adulthood, she had never been so comfortable and cozy in the past few days. As the lights dimmed, Lin Zhao lost her sleepiness. She turned over quietly, lying on her back and looking at the dark ceiling, sorting out all the details of the whole day bit by bit. It was a world that she had never dared to imagine. However, what Lin Zhao was most curious about at this moment was the boss that Chen Qing had mentioned many times intentionally or unintentionally during the day. Who was he? Combining the information in her mind, Lin Zhao could only confirm one thing, that boss should not be Chinese. Whether it was the billion-dollar business with bank or the $2 billion golf villa area at the foot of Xiangshan in the western suburbs, it was not something that domestic rich people could afford at this stage. Perhaps it was the super-rich Chinese in Southeast Asia. But who was it? Lin Zhao didn't know much about this. All she could think of was the Li family and the Ho family in Hong Kong. But it was obviously not like that. Could it be a wealthy Chinese family in the West? There should be a lot of them. But she knew even less about this. In any case, it must be the very, very rich kind. After struggling for an unknown amount of time, Lin Zhao thought of something and finally spoke. Hello. Xia Pengxi next to him was obviously not asleep either, and responded, yes. They all know about it today, right? Xia Pengxi paused, and realized that it was about some words that Chen Qing confessed to them at breakfast today. She responded affirmatively in the darkness, I know. Lin Zhao hesitated slightly and asked, did anyone leave? No, it's still the 9 of us, Xia Pengxi said, moving to the side, turning to Lin Zhao, and asked curiously, Sister Lin, did you meet the boss that Mr. Chen mentioned today? Lin Zhao shook her head, no. Then how could it be? I mean, why did you go to the premiere of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon? Mr. Chen arranged it. So, you must have met Chow Yun Fat, and Li Yaohu. Yes. Do you want an autograph? No. Why didn't you ask for an autograph? What a great opportunity. Lin Zhao recalled that before the premiere, Chen Qing took her to meet with several main creators of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. She was just a vase that couldn't even get a word in, so how could she have the chance to ask for an autograph? Moreover, if she asked for an autograph in that kind of situation, Chen Qing would have scolded her to death. Then there was the reception after the premiere. Lin Zhao wanted to be invisible at that time, and she didn't dare to take the initiative to greet Fa Jack and others without being taken by Chen Qing. Seeing that Lin Zhao didn't respond, Xia Pangxi waited for a while, and then spoke again, tentatively. Sister Lin, are you leaving? Leaving? Return to Changsha, return to the building materials company where she had just found a job as a financial assistant, and continue to endure the covetousness of colleagues and bosses, and even the vigilance of the boss's wife who patrolled the company 8 times a day? Or, with her chest pressed against her, according to Chen Qing, this big baby, find a new job. Repeatedly. Just like Chen Qing said, perhaps, after leaving here, her best way out is to find a man with a good family background to marry, and then be a housewife, take care of her husband and children, and live a quiet life. After all, with her looks like this, no man would want her to show up often, and the better the family background of the man she finds, the more likely it is that. However, if it was in the past, it was not unacceptable. People always have to accept their fate. However, when the door to another world opened to her and she saw the scenery in it, Lin Zhao suddenly couldn't imagine what it would be like to return to her previous life. In order to pay the high school sponsorship fees for her brother Lin Yan, who was not good at studying, her parents had spent most of the 10,000 yuan she had just received a few days ago. If she wanted to leave, their family couldn't come up with so much money at once. Is this a reason to stay? Lin Zhao thought to herself a little self-deceivingly, and finally fell asleep when sleepiness came. Xia Pangxi saw that Lin Zhao was motionless beside him, and waited for a long time. In the end, he regretted that he couldn't hear snoring, and was a little disappointed. If Lin Zhao snored when she slept, it would be such a bummer, and she would definitely be driven away by Mr. Chen next. Xia Pangxi was ready to take the initiative to complain tomorrow if she found out. After all, among the 9 girls, it was obvious that Lin Zhao was the best, whether in terms of figure, appearance, or qualifications and knowledge. In comparison, Xia Pangxi believed that she was in the upper class of appearance among the 9 girls, but unfortunately, as Chen Qing teased her bluntly at breakfast, she did not even finish junior high school, and initially went to work in a factory. Then, at the beginning of this year, after her 18th birthday, she gradually realized her figure and appearance, and said goodbye to the small cotton mill in her hometown county, as well as a large number of matchmakers and good sitters around in the county, and Xia Pangxi went to Guangzhou with some fellow villagers. I heard that there are many opportunities there, and at the very least, she hopes to find a rich man. Unfortunately, apart from this body, she didn't know anything else. When she arrived in Guangzhou, she could only work. Fortunately, she was very smart and had been trying to find opportunities. She also resisted some temptations that she shouldn't touch. In fact, she was waiting for the price. So she encountered this opportunity. Mr. Chen said it very clearly in the morning. According to the southern saying, they must be considered second and third wives. However, not to mention other things during this period, just thinking about the handbag worth 60,000 yuan that Lin Zhao brought back tonight, Xia Pangxi knew that if she missed it, she would probably never encounter such a good opportunity again in her life. No matter what, she must seize it. The next day was Friday, September 5th. After the premiere, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon was officially released in China. The girls obviously didn't sleep well last night, so they all got up late. Anyway, they already understood that the so-called training was just a formality. Lin Zhao got up earlier and came to the restaurant. There were already 3 girls gathered here, eating breakfast and watching TV. They were the girls who were divided into 3 groups, named Zhao Li, Zhou Ai and Ban Chuxu. Lin Zhao thought a little boredly, maybe it was because the 3 of them were too crowded and they didn't sleep well, so they got up early. After saying hello, Lin Zhao asked the waitress for breakfast and sat down at the side of the large dining table. He looked at the TV. It was a local station in Beijing. At this time, it was basically morning news. At this time, they were talking about the reception of a group of young foreign guests at the Forbidden City yesterday. Lin Zhao found that the so-called foreign guests were all girls, and they looked young. Zhao Li on the other side said, "It's really annoying to compare yourself with others. Others can make the news when they visit the Forbidden City." Zhou Yi smiled and said, Who told you not to be born in a foreign country? Ban Chuksa said again, it seems to be just a group of little girls. That's also a foreign guest, Zhou Yu said, but they all look quite mature. Foreigners are like this, and they seem to age very quickly. Yet, I've heard of that, too. Well, Hilton, I seem to have heard of it. Oh, I remember, Hilton Hotel. The sisters are not related to Hilton Hotel, right? Hilton is just a surname, it shouldn't be, just like in China, Zhao, Jin, Sun, and Li. They are not related just because of the same surname. I think it's possible. If it wasn't the Hilton of Hilton Hotel, how could it be on the news? After a few words of discussion, Zhao Li probably felt it was boring, so he picked up the remote control and changed the channel a few times. Soon, the TV screen showed a report about the premiere of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon yesterday. What's more, the picture of Lin Zhao walking on the red carpet appeared again. The three girls stopped changing channels and listened to the report on TV, looking towards Lin Zhao. Seeing this scene, Lin Zhao felt guilty. The waiter just brought breakfast, so she picked up the cutlery and lowered her head. Zhao Li and the other two were actually very curious, but they had already had a snag last night. Seeing Lin Zhao like this, they didn't ask any more questions, but just whispered to themselves. The other girls came in one after another soon. It happened to be the topic of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, so they all started to chatter. Finally, the girl named Bizi, who was sitting closest to Lin Zhao, asked Lin Zhao again, Sister Lin, you should have watched it yesterday, what was it about? Lin Zhao paused. She was confused throughout the whole process last night and didn't remember much. She could only say, probably, it's about a sword, and several people are fighting for it. Is it similar to the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, where everyone is fighting for the dragon-slaying sword? The supreme master in the martial arts world, the sword slays the dragon, and whoever gets it can rule the world. No, Lin Zhao shook her head. Anyway, if you want to know, you can take the time to watch it yourself. Seeing that Lin Zhao was confused, everyone doubted what happened when she attended the premiere yesterday, but no one asked, so they returned to the discussion of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. It should be able to break 100 million this time. Jet Li's taken a while ago didn't make 100 million. It should be more than 70 million now. I went to see it with my family. It's such a good movie, what a pity. It's all because of piracy. Now everyone watches VCDs. My family is considering buying one. I heard that Taken was cut a lot. It was 2 hours in the United States, but only 103 minutes here. So it's better to wait for the original VCD version, which will definitely be more exciting. Will Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon also be cut? Who knows? It shouldn't be cut, at least not that much. Did you watch the news? The big leaders attended the premiere. Does it have anything to do with whether the movie is cut or not? I think it may be cut more this way. It still depends on the subject matter. A martial arts movie can't have anything to do. Even if it's a little bloody, it's normal. I really want to go and see it right away. There's Chow Yun-fat. Yeah, Mark, he looks so handsome in A Better Tomorrow. Hush, don't forget your current status, little girl. If that boss knows, he will probably be jealous. What do you mean, Pei says who? It seems that you are not the same. After breakfast, some girls have made an appointment to watch Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon together in the afternoon. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. At 9 o'clock, Zheng Shanwu, who was beside Chen Qing, arrived on time with a group of followers and gathered the girls together. The first question was to ask everyone if they had considered it and whether anyone wanted to leave. No. So they continued. This time, a whole set of training courses was provided, involving body shape, etiquette, makeup, health, cooking, tea art, foreign languages and other aspects. Some were compulsory and some were elective, but the overall goal was to train a group of girls in the direction of noble ladies. It took a whole morning just to arrange the training plan according to the different personal conditions of the 9 girls. After lunch, several cars took the girls away from the mansion in the afternoon. A more detailed second physical examination lasted for a whole afternoon, which had been done once during the interview stage in various places. After a busy day, they waited tremblingly until the next day. No one was eliminated due to the physical examination, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The tight schedule began. According to Miss Zhang Shanwu, the training will still take 3 months, but compared to the initial laxity, This time from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. every day, even including lunchtime to learn etiquette. The courses are fully arranged, and sometimes there are activities in the evening. Assessments are conducted once a month. After 3 months, the bottom ranking will be eliminated, but the specifics will still be decided by a boss who still doesn't know the reason. There is also some good news. After 3 months of training, there will be 10,000 yuan of pocket money every month, and the initial 10,000 yuan for the contract is not counted, so another 10,000 yuan will be given. Well, that's how the money is spent. In addition, on Saturday, they were arranged to take ID photos, saying that they were going to apply for passports and visas. Obviously, they hope to go abroad in the future. After confirming this, the last hesitations in the girls' hearts disappeared. Going abroad. This is something that many people in the Sierra dream of. Chapter 1167 Little Simon. Connecticut, a manor in the western suburbs of Greenwich. 2 Black Hawk helicopters landed on the open lawn of the manor one after another. When the helicopter ramp was lowered, a group of people waiting not far away quickly came to greet them. Simon walked down the ramp of one of the helicopters and saw Lin Lan and others coming to greet him. He just nodded slightly and asked, "How is it?" Still in the delivery room. Lin Lan had just said a word, and saw Simon walking towards the villa, so she hurriedly followed her husband and brother Lin Dong. When they arrived at the door of the delivery room set up in the villa, Lin Su's mother and the housekeeper Anjiri and others were waiting here. When they saw Simon, they simply greeted him and looked at the delivery room together. The housekeeper whispered to Simon about the specific situation. "Ms. Lin's water broke while taking a walk after lunch, and she was immediately sent to the delivery room. Dr. Bacon and others are in there, and everything is normal at the moment." Simon nodded slightly. Mother Lin, who had insisted on waiting in front of the delivery room because she was worried about her daughter, finally agreed to wait in the living room next door when she saw her son-in-law standing with her, and her second daughter came over and persuaded her in a low voice. Everyone sat down in the living room. Lin Lan held her mother's arm affectionately, but looked at Simon. "Brother-in-law, let me take a ride on the helicopter outside. I haven't been on a helicopter yet." Mother Lin raised her hand and patted her second daughter on the head. "Your sister is still in the delivery room, you just want to play, and you love you in vain." Lin Lan covered her forehead and said unconvinced, "Mom, you have seen it so many times yourself, the best equipment, the best doctors, and your sister's prenatal checkups are all very healthy. What is there to worry about? I want to come here to give birth in the future." Simon took the coffee handed over by the housekeeper, looked at Lin Lan who was deliberately trying to please him and pretend to be a little girl in front of him, and smiled and said in Chinese, "Go if you want to sit, let them take you around, and you can see your nephew when you come back." Lin Lan pretended to stand up, but her mother pulled her back and she sat down again with a little reluctance. She was only a few months younger than Simon and worked in the system. Of course, she would not be so unstable. She deliberately created an image of a lively little girl in front of her sister, a man, but she would not be really ignorant. She took the initiative to change the subject. "Brother-in-law, where are you from?" "Toronto." Simon took a sip of coffee and replied, "Yesterday was the opening of the Toronto Film Festival." Lin Lan tilted her head. "I don't know, but it seems that the Venice Film Festival is going on recently." "Yes, the Venice Film Festival will close tomorrow." The two film festivals often overlap in time, but the types of films they face are different. Lin Lan didn't know about these, so she tactfully changed the subject. "Speaking of movies, brother-in-law, your company's Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon has been very popular in China recently. We saw news this morning that the box office has reached 39 million. Tickets are not available in many places. The total box office will definitely exceed 100 million like in the United States. Today is September 12th. Friday. In China, as of yesterday, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon has been released for exactly 1 week, and has earned 39 million yuan in 7 days. The opening performance alone is far better than before. In the past, because China released a film before the United States, and the film was too literary and artistic, it did not suit the taste of the general public, and the box office in the mainland was only 15 million. This time is different. Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon has set a record for Chinese martial arts in North America, and it has gained a similar aura to Farewell My Concubine and Sunny Days. The other two films are also literary films. Because they won awards overseas and gained international fame, they were favored by domestic audiences. They earned more than 40 million yuan and 50 million yuan respectively in the domestic box office. To be honest, the aura of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon is even stronger than the other two. In addition, with a personal promotion of the Chinese government, it is difficult not to break 100 million this time. Lin Lan's husband Qin Yusong finally found an opportunity to interrupt at this time, and followed up. In fact, breaking 100 million in China is nothing. North America is really amazing. The total box office may be 1 billion RMB, which is almost equal to the total box office of all domestic movies in a year. Although Lin's mother has also noticed this matter during this period, she was amazed when she heard her second son-in-law say this. So much? Lin Lan smiled and said, "Who made my brother-in-law so amazing?" Simon just smiled and looked at Qin Yusong. "How is your work recently?" "It's okay." Qin Yusong could only be modest. Climbing up the towering tree of the Westeros system, of course it's more than okay. In the past 6 months, after discussing with Simon, Lin Su invested all the funds from the cashing out of Scober last year and the total of $500 million that Simon supplemented in Zhejiang. The woman was confused about this before, but now she is preparing for the child in her belly, and it is also a way to give back to her hometown and help her family. With this fund, Lin Lan and Qin Yusong, who were highly expected by the two families, earned enough political capital. Not only did they both climb up one level this year, but they also all transferred to key departments with greater potential for advancement. After chatting about some recent developments, more than 2 hours later, good news finally came from the delivery room next door. The 11th child of the Westeros family came into this world smoothly. A 9-pound fat boy. Everyone was happy and lively, and soon left the space for Simon and Lin Su, and of course a chubby little kid. Simon sat in front of the big bed in the bedroom that had been changed, watching Lin Su, whose face was still a little pale, trying to feed the little guy, and asked with a smile, "How does it feel to give birth?" Lin Su's eyes did not leave the little guy in her arms, but she just glanced at someone and said softly without any lethality, "You try it." "This is difficult." Lin Su simply ignored it. Simon remembered something and asked, "Everyone is here, why didn't your father come?" "He said he was busy," Lin Su replied, paused, smiled, and glanced over. "In China, we have the habit of holding a banquet for the child when the child is 1 month old. Dad deliberately didn't come because he wanted me to take the child back. We held the full moon banquet in Hangzhou. If everyone came and saw the baby, I might not go back." Seeing that Lin Su had exposed his old father's thoughts without any concealment, Simon also laughed and said, "Since you have this habit, let's do it." Lin Su glanced at him again. "You are pretending to be stupid. Of course my dad wants to see his grandson, but he wants you to go with him even more." Simon calculated the time and said, "Then let's go together. It happens that Asia will be more lively in October. I'll go over to take a look." "Huh? Financial crisis?" "Oh." Lin Su lost interest immediately. She lowered her head and looked at the ugly little guy in her arms for a while, then looked up again. "By the way, there is the matter of the name. My mother thinks that it is too weird to call the baby little Simon. Besides, if it has the same name as you, my mother said that she is afraid that he can't support it. Otherwise, it's okay to change it." Simon looked at Lin Su with a twinkling eye. "Do you want to change it?" Lin Su felt a little embarrassed by Simon's look. After a pause, she shook her head. "No." "Then don't change it," Simon said. "In fact, it has been registered. It's not easy to change it." Lin Su hesitated and asked, "Is it really okay with Jenny?" "Yes," Simon smiled, and seeing Lin Su's worry, he continued, "But don't worry, she won't come and eat you." Lin Su felt relieved by the man's tone, and then said, "Actually, I want to give the baby another Chinese name." "What is it?" "Your Chinese level is better than many Chinese people. Of course you choose it. I've read in a book that there's a saying in China that a cheap name makes it easier to keep a child. How about calling him Gaodan?" Even though she knew the man was joking, Lin Su immediately glared at him. "You're the one who should be called Gaodan. How about Shuanzhu, which means tie up, and has a good connotation?" Lin Su held the child and turned to the side. "I won't pay attention to you if you talk nonsense again." Simon put away his joking expression and said, "How about Kaianshu?" Lin Su looked at him in confusion. Simon explained, "Thousands of trees is a very common image in Tang and Song poetry. There is the prosperous east wind blows thousands of trees in bloom, the thousands of pear blossoms bloom of farewell at the frontier, The thousands of peach trees make people blush in spring, and the thousands of cold plum trees look empty in the winter snow. We gave this name in the hope that our baby's future life will be as colorful as these artistic conceptions. After listening to Simon, Lin Su's slight displeasure at the man's joke had dissipated. Instead, she was moved. She could imagine that a few lines of poetry Simon had just said were probably not spoken casually. He had probably looked it up and considered it privately. Obviously, he had already paid attention to the child's Chinese name when she didn't mention it, so she quickly nodded and said with certainty, "Okay, let's call it Thousand Trees, Westeros. According to Chinese custom, it should be Westeros, Thousand Trees, which sounds better." Yet, Simon saw that Lin Su seemed to be reciting something silently, and said with a smile, "In the future in China, it will be too conspicuous to hang a Westeros sign. You can call her Lin Qianshu." Lin Su's thoughts were seen through, her face slightly red, and she nodded slightly again, "Okay." The two were chatting when there were suddenly two knocks on the door behind them. They turned their heads and saw that it was Chen Qing who appeared at the door at some point. She must have been there for some time. She pouted slightly and looked very jealous. Seeing that they finally noticed her, Chen Qing walked in. She first leaned over to take a look at the little guy in Lin Su's arms, then retreated directly to Simon's arms and hugged the man's neck. "Boss, you are so biased. I don't even have a baby. This little guy already has such a good name." Simon just smiled and put his arms around Chen Qing's slender waist, who was acting coquettishly. "When did you come over?" "I came over when you were discussing which one was better, Gauden or Xuanzhu," Chen Qing said, looking at Lin Su. "I think Gauden is good. Leave the name Qianshu for my child." Lin Su counterattacked, "Since you think Gauden is good, give it to your own child." Seeing that Lin Su actually didn't agree, Chen Qing immediately stuck to Simon with a wronged look. "Boss, she bullied me." There was no way to persuade this fight. Simon waited patiently for Chen Qing to act coquettishly for a while, pushed her and said, "Get up, it's not good for others to see." Chen Qing also knew that the Lin family was here, so she got up obediently and sat down by the bed. She wanted to tease the little guy again, but Lin Su raised her hand to open it, so she had to give up. After chatting for a while, when Lin Su finished feeding the little guy for the first time, Simon and Chen Qing got up and left the room. Both mother and son needed to rest. It was already evening. Mother Lin and the maids were busy preparing dinner. Simon, Chen Qing, and Lin Lan and his wife gathered together and talked about some business again. "Brother-in-law, you added so much money to Greentown this time to let them hoard land. Is it really okay? Mr. Song has talked to us several times. He is also a very bold person. Now he is a little scared. Greentown is the Greentown in Hangzhou. In the past 2 years, the real estate layout of the Westeros system in China is of course far more than Evergrande and Country Garden. In Simon's memory, the domestic real estate developers that can rank at the forefront and are suitable for intervention have basically injected capital here, but most of them will borrow a shell, and rarely inject capital directly in the name of Westeros system-related enterprises. Just like Vank, which was just recently negotiated. Although Mr. Wang knew that the big money sponsor this time was the Westeros system, in terms of specific operations, the one who acquired 12% of the shares held by Tita, the previous largest shareholder of Vank, was a Swiss investment fund. The one who publicly accepted Vank's 10% private placement of shares was a Hong Kong company. The one who privately absorbed about 10% of Vank's circulating shares was an investment fund in the United States. The fund could only trace back to the Cayman Islands. In summary, the Westeros system used a total of about 1.7 billion yuan to obtain 32% of Vank's shares. Simon did intend to be a pure investment shareholder, so apart from necessary supervision, he would not interfere too much. However, if it is really necessary in the future, this batch of shares will completely surface, which is enough to seize control of the company. Let's talk about the potential returns. In memory, Vank's highest market value once exceeded 300 billion. At this stage, the 32% shares purchased for 1.7 billion will be worth hundreds of billions in a dozen or 20 years, which is close to a 60-fold return. This is not about turning 170,000 into 10 million, but 1.7 billion into 100 billion. With such a scale, the return of nearly 60 times is absolutely terrifying. Moreover, this is just Vank. Simon did not directly answer Lin Lan's question, but patiently explained in more depth. If you study the modern economic history of some other countries, you will find that the prosperity of the real estate industry, and even the bubble, is an inevitable trend of many modern countries when their economies have developed to a certain stage. Since 1978, China's economic accumulation has been nearly 20 years. It is time to enter another stage. The Asian financial crisis will also become a catalyst for this transformation. Therefore, if we start to hoard land now, the worst result is that the land price will not rise in the future, and we will lose part of the interest on the funds. With the current demand volume in China, it is impossible for the land price to fall. So, if you really can't understand it, you can think of this as a kind of capital preservation investment in the Westeros system. Capital preservation investment? Lin Lan and his wife looked at each other, and they quickly understood it, but they could only sigh. In recent years, China's thirst for funds in all walks of life has never eased. Take the real estate industry for example. Because it has not yet emerged from the downturn, real estate companies in some areas that are in trouble want to borrow funds for emergency turnover, and the monthly interest rate can even be as high as 30%. My brother-in-law has invested billions of RMB, but he is only pursuing capital preservation investment. This can only mean that someone has so much cash in his hands that he can't spend it all. He is rich and powerful. This is indeed the case. Veronica's financial sorting work for the entire Westeros system, which lasted for half a year at Simon's request, has ended. Because many companies or equity investments such as Deaneries, Melisandre, Cersei Capital, Nokia, Cisco, etc. are continuously creating profits for the Westeros system, the entire Westeros system only had a cash reserve of more than $60 billion in the first half of the year, and it has now grown to more than $70 billion. Not to mention further, just next year, when the global economy is bound to decline, the cash reserves of the entire Westeros system will increase by at least $10 billion. In addition, Simon is increasingly inclined to pursue a leveraged investment strategy of control rather than exclusivity. Under relatively conservative circumstances, the cash reserves of $70 billion can be magnified to $700 billion through a tenfold leverage. Therefore, the cash reserves of the Westeros system have indeed reached a level that cannot be spent. Chapter 1168 Big Ship Premiere. When Simon welcomed the 11th child of the Westeros family in Greenwich, it was already evening in Europe. Venice, Italy. The 54th Venice Film Festival in 1997 was coming to an end. Just like the 50th Cannes Film Festival in May, which saw the emergence of films such as The Naked Six and Girl, Interrupted, this Venice Film Festival also had a lot of topics. The reason can be traced back to Cannes in May. Under the strong public relations of Deaneries Entertainment, the British film The Naked Six won the Palme d'Or at the 50th Cannes. Relying on the aura of this award and the social heated discussions caused by the film itself, after opening in the UK on August 8, the box office was booming and became the biggest box office dark horse in the UK in 1997. In the box office week just ended on September 11, the cumulative box office of The Naked Six in the UK has reached £50.41 million, equivalent to about $77 million, which has set a box office record for movies with a 15+ rating in the UK. The production cost of The Naked Six was only £2 million. Considering that the film's box office volume in the past week has still reached £4.62 million, and there will be at least £10 million to be earned in the future, the total box office in the UK is expected to exceed £60 million, which is close to $100 million. Influenced by the aura of the Golden Palm and the phenomenal sales in the UK, The Naked Six has reached the highest expectations in many countries and regions around the world. North America happens to open today, September 12, with 1,435 screens. Just based on some theater feedback on the first day, the film can be expected to sell at least 50 million in North America. Moreover, in the eyes of many film critics, this film has basically locked in an Oscar nomination for Best Picture in 1998. According to feedback from the UK and North America, this low-cost drama with an investment of only £2 million is expected to reach $300 million in the global box office worldwide. The box office cost-return ratio is close to 100 times. No one will deny that the beginning of all this is a Golden Palm in Cannes. The aura of the Golden Palm Award has at least saved The Naked Six tens of millions of pounds in advertising fees in the UK, making the reputation of this film reach its peak without fermentation. This is indeed the case. In Simon's memory, the British box office of The Naked Six was about £52 million. This time, compared with the original Time and Space, it is expected to be £10 million more. This is the gain brought by the Golden Palm. Moreover, the value of the Golden Palm is more outside the UK. After all, it is a very regional film, just like the American gangster movie, the French art film, and so on. Without the aura of the Golden Palm, even if overseas will also be a hit because of the phenomenal box office in the UK, it will eventually be greatly restricted. The phenomenal box office in the UK, coupled with a Golden Palm aura that is highly recognized worldwide, compared with a global data of 257 million in history, the global box office volume of The Naked Six this time, the estimate of $300 million is still conservative. On the other hand, this year's Cannes Film Festival not only created The Naked Six, but also Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, which premiered in Cannes, also set a record for overseas box office for Chinese-language genre films. There is also Girl, Interrupted, which won the Best Actress WOC for Maya Kirshner and Angelina Jolie at Cannes. It was previously released in North America on August 22. As of the past 3 weeks of screening, the cumulative box office has reached $34.16 million. The North American box office is expected to be around $50 million, and the global box office can reach at least $100 million. The production cost of the film is $20 million. It has already begun to make a profit in North America alone. The overseas distribution that is being carried out will also bring more lucrative returns. It can be said that at Cannes, the three films of The Naked Six, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon and Girl, Interrupted, with a total cost of $40 million, are expected to bring Deaneries Entertainment a global box office of $600 million, which is equivalent to the size of a super blockbuster of Twister. So, what will happen in Venice this time? You should know that at the 54th Venice Film Festival, which is about to end, Deaneries Entertainment's lineup of films is almost the same as that of Cannes. Two films shortlisted for the main competition unit, one is Giuseppe Tornatore's new work The Legend of 1900, and the other is Life is Beautiful, written, directed and performed by the famous Italian actor Roberto Benigni, which is similar to The Naked Six and Girl, Interrupted at the Cannes Film Festival. Moreover, both films received wide acclaim after their premieres at the film festival. Among them, the premiere of Life is Beautiful not only won a long-standing ovation from the audience after the broadcast, but also made many people cry for this touching story. In addition, similar to Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, Deaneries Entertainment's long-delayed $200 million blockbuster Titanic chose to make its world premiere at this Venice Film Festival. It is today. Whether it is film and television-related media or fans who pay more attention to industry dynamics, or even the Venice Film Festival Organizing Committee, Deaneries Entertainment has a very complicated impression of Deaneries Entertainment. On the one hand, if Deaneries Entertainment can replicate the success of the three previous Cannes films, it can greatly demonstrate the value of the film festival in all aspects. On the other hand, if Deaneries Entertainment is successful again, it will inevitably give people a feeling that Deaneries Entertainment is the only one in the major film festivals. Then, will others still play? In such a large film festival market, even if Deaneries Entertainment is large enough, it is definitely not enough for only one company to support it. The world premiere of Titanic began at 5 p.m. local time in Venice at the Lido Island Film Palace. First of all, it was the red carpet ceremony. Under the strong appeal of Deaneries Entertainment, the jury headed by Jane Campion and famous filmmakers from all continents in Venice, as well as film critics and media reporters from all over the world came to support the festival. Because of the commercial film positioning of Titanic, a large number of lucky fans were invited to watch the film together this time. The official also distributed questionnaires to fans who had the opportunity to watch the film in advance, so as to make possible final adjustments to the film based on this public screening. The red carpet ceremony lasted for 1 hour. Nearing 6 o'clock, James Cameron, Leonardo DiCaprio and Rachel Weisz appeared on the red carpet, announcing that the red carpet ceremony had also reached a climax. Unlike Leo and Rachel, who were relatively relaxed, James Cameron, who had been suffering for more than a year, was basically in a mood of breaking the jar. In any case, it was finally relieved. He walked the red carpet with the hero and heroine, interacted politely with the fans, and took photos in cooperation. Cameron completely ignored the reporters' questions in the media area. After all, since the project got out of control last year, Even with Deaneries Entertainment's best efforts to control it, he still saw too many negative comments about the project in the media. What's the use of saying anything now? Just don't say it. The kind of person who loves to do whatever he wants, at most he won't be a director. Entering the movie palace, the broadcast session is about to begin. Except for the boss, who has an unclear attitude and is not sure whether he is sitting on the Diote or the same broken jar, no one in Deaneries Entertainment is optimistic about this movie. However, in terms of publicity and promotion, they still did not slack off because of this, because Simon set the rule that you can have problems with your ability, but not your attitude. Therefore, this time, Mark Belford, the Vice President of Global Operations of Deaneries Entertainment, came in person to arrange and host the premiere. Mark Belford attracted Simon's attention with the publicity and promotion of Scream and was promoted all the way. In recent years, he has been responsible for the construction of Deaneries Entertainment's global production and distribution network outside North America, and has also extended the business-to-business areas such as games and music. He has made outstanding contributions and is the fifth executive of Deaneries Entertainment after Simon himself, Amy Pascal, Nancy Brill and Robert Iger. Mark Belford was personally responsible for the operation of the premiere of Titanic, which shows that Deaneries did not give up this project. It is actually very easy to understand. Who dares to give up on a record-breaking super blockbuster that cost $200 million? However, whether it is just to do one's best and leave it to fate is only clear in one's heart. At least some media have judged that Deaneries Entertainment's confidence in Titanic is obviously insufficient based on various clues. For example, the film chose to premiere today, which is neither the opening nor the closing of the film festival, which is a bit mediocre. With the power of Deaneries Entertainment, if it wants, it would be absolutely easy to fight for Titanic to be the opening or closing film of the film festival. In addition, the film did not use the first hall of the Film Palace, which can accommodate thousands of people, but only the secondary hall with 1,032 seats. Even so, it was not full. In addition to more than 200 guests from all walks of life, there were only 500 carefully selected ordinary fans, a total of less than 800 people. This series of actions actually shows that Deaneries Entertainment is obviously deliberately keeping a low profile. Why keep a low profile? It's obvious. If the reputation of the film is not recognized after the premiere, it can also be handled in a low-key manner to avoid it from being completely rotten before it is released at the end of the year. Inside the Venice Film Palace. Seeing Cameron and his friends appear, Mark Belford left Jane Campion and his friends who were chatting, walked over here, and greeted Cameron with a warm smile, showing no negative emotions caused by the loss of control of the ship. After greeting, others entered the screening room one after another. Mark Belford personally checked the preparation of the publicity and distribution team responsible for the questionnaire survey, including the small gifts that the audience could get after submitting the questionnaire. Finally, he entered the screening room just as the lights went down. It was 6 o'clock. On the big screen, the title of The Phoenix Reborn from the Ashes of Deaneries Pictures appeared, announcing the official start of the film. Not only was the heroine replaced by Rachel Weisz, but many details of the new version of Titanic were inevitably different from the original version. However, under Simon's personal intervention, as before, the length of this new version of the ship is still 194 minutes. The length of 3 hours and 14 minutes is simply suicide for a commercial film. Many of Deaneries' executives even felt that their boss had given up on the film, which was why they made a film that was over 3 hours long. One of the important questions in the planned public survey was whether the audience thought the film was too long. If everyone thought so, there would be time to shorten the film. Of course, Simon certainly did not intend to shorten it. As the film began, James Cameron stared at the big screen in the hall and let himself forget about the world. In any case, this film was like his child, and it might be his last child in Hollywood. No matter how others viewed it, Cameron was very satisfied with his child and he did everything he could. The film begins with an expedition to find the famous gem Heart of the Ocean that was said to have sunk with the Titanic. The treasure hunting team found a safe. After opening it, they did not find the gem, but found a sketch of a woman, which attracted a centenarian, Ruth, who claimed to be the person in the painting. As the old man recalled, a past event that had been sealed for decades with the Titanic was presented to everyone. In the screening room of the Cinema Palace. The movie lasted for 20 minutes. In the camera, on the crowded dock, the audience finally saw the big ship from more than half a century ago for the first time. Some journalists or film critics who inevitably hold prejudices against this project first felt that they understood where the $200 million were spent. Such a big ship with such a real texture is obviously not something that can be made by pure CG. In fact, the model of the big ship located on the Gold Coast, a resort in the south of Brisbane, Australia, has been exposed by many media and still exists now. It's just that because of the out of control of this project, under various negative factors, since it is a loser, not many people pay attention to the model of the big ship. After all, people with prejudices are a minority. Most people in the screening room, especially ordinary movie fans who are lucky enough to get the opportunity to watch the movie, saw the huge body of the Titanic on the big screen for the first time, and they were more shocked by being there. Even though the tonnage of cruise ships has reached more than 200,000 tons at this stage, only a few people have ever taken a giant cruise ship. Then, Rachel Weisz and Leonardo DiCaprio, both of whom were at the peak of their looks, appeared one after another, along with the giant tanker itself, becoming three good catalysts that allowed most of the audience in the theater to completely integrate into the smooth plot. Time flies by without being noticed. Rhythm. In the final analysis, it's still rhythm. Simon has always advocated movies that can make people forget about time. Cameron's Terminator is a typical example. The whole story is done in one go, and the audience only realizes that the movie has ended until the subtitles appear. Even though Titanic is more than 3 hours long, James Cameron, who has already incorporated certain techniques into his director's instinct, has actually done the same. Chapter 1169 How to Spend Too Much Money? In the screening room of the Lido Island Cinema Palace, Mark Belford did not choose to sit in the front row like a group of creative guests, but sat at the end of the hall with several staff members. The attention of the surrounding audience was focused on the movie, and Mark Belford spent most of his time silently observing the audience's reaction to the film. After more than 3 hours of screening, except for a few audiences who left briefly to solve physiological problems, no one left early because of the length of the film, which made Belford feel a little relieved. After the sinking of the ship, many audiences in the screening room began to wipe their tears, which made Belford have some confidence in the film again. When the main story of the film ended and the subtitles began to rise, the lights in the hall had not yet been lit, but some people couldn't wait to start applauding. Belford confirmed that it was not his own staff who arranged the final applause in advance to avoid a dull audience, but the spontaneous behavior of the audience. For this movie, the mood is finally no longer heavy. At the end, the movie was completely over, the lights came on, and as the audience in the hall once again stood up and applauded the film, Mark Belford was completely relieved. Although the first to stand up were the staff members arranged in advance, the fact that other audience members were willing to stand up with them was enough to show the excellence of the film. Mark Belford is a pragmatist and has no psychological barriers to these small actions arranged in advance. The photographer must have taken this scene. When this scene is posted on major media tomorrow, all the negative public opinions about Titanic that have lasted for more than a year since last year will disappear. Next, the film will have a very favorable publicity environment. The applause that lasted for more than a minute gradually subsided. The main creators came on stage to interact. Mark Belford sat down again. Tim Fogelman, a vice president of the publicity and distribution department of Gaoman Pictures, who was in charge of the affairs of this film festival, asked, "Mark, now it seems that a global guarantee of $300 million should be no problem, right? After burning $200 million, the expectation of a global box office of $300 million seems a bit disappointing at first glance." However, even Mark Belford himself had basically the same idea before today's premiere. As long as the global box office of Titanic can reach $300 million, the loss will definitely be a loss, but at least it will not be so embarrassing. As for now, looking at Cameron and others communicating with reporters on the stage, Mark Belford thought for a moment and said, "Let's wait until the results of the questionnaire and tomorrow's film reviews come out. Tim, don't go to the party later. Get the questionnaire sorted out as soon as possible. The boss is waiting." Although he said so, Mark Belford still raised the initial expectation of $300 million, $400 million. As long as the global box office reaches this number, even if there is still no hope of making a profit at the box office, most of the expenses can be basically covered after the subsequent channel operation. It is not easy to achieve this goal. Today is September 12th. Titanic is scheduled to be released on December 12th, which is exactly 3 months away. In order to achieve a global box office of $400 million, in addition to today's good omen, every step of the next promotion needs to be carefully considered. In addition, the duration of more than 3 hours is still the biggest problem in Mark's view, which will seriously limit the number of screenings of the film every day. Tim Fogelman heard Mark's request and did not refuse. He nodded and agreed. While Mark Belford was thinking about the publicity and promotion of Titanic, his mind was no longer as heavy as it was at the beginning, and he began to consider other aspects a little. He continued to talk to the senior executives around him. Also, this time, you did a good job in the reverse public relations strategy of The Legend of 1900 and Life is Beautiful and not competing for any awards. The boss told us a truth. It's easy to pick up and hard to put down, but sometimes you have to put it down. Our operations in Cannes this year have been a bit excessive. If we continue like this, it will definitely cause a backlash. In the long run, it will not only be detrimental to us, but also to the entire industry. Tim Fogelman smiled bitterly and said, I understand, it's just a pity, both movies are so outstanding. The two chatted, and after the interaction that lasted more than 10 minutes ended, Tim Fogelman went to look at the questionnaire as arranged by Mark Belford, and Mark himself went to the after-party of the film. He also had to communicate personally with some important media or film critics about the details of tomorrow's press release. The premiere feedback of this movie far exceeded expectations, and some arrangements in advance also need to be adjusted. Initially, we hoped that some film critics would not write too harshly. This time, we must add icing on the cake. At the same time, we can't hype it too much. There are still 3 months before the official release. If this wave of hype is too fierce, it will inevitably consume the audience's expectations. Therefore, we need to simmer slowly and take it step by step. North America, Greenwich. Simon received various information feedbacks about the Venice premiere of Titanic early the next morning. Compared with the unsatisfactory premiere of the Tokyo Film Festival in the original time and space, this time, under the operation of the Deanery's entertainment team, the media feedback of the new version of the premiere far exceeded expectations. This is a good sign. As for why this contrast occurs, it can only be said that it is still the influence of the team's ability and publicity and promotion strategy. Simon is not sure about the situation of the previous Tokyo Film Festival premiere, but this time, both the media and film critics invited to the premiere have been screened in advance and are on good terms with Deanery's entertainment. Even if the film is very bad, it can be lenient if it is properly operated. If the film is very good, it can easily add icing on the cake. In addition, there are ordinary audiences invited this time. These people do not have the right to speak publicly, but compared to professionals who are inevitably more demanding when seeing commercial films, it was these people who first stood up and applauded the film at the premiere last night. Deanery's entertainment also attaches more importance to the feedback of these potential audience groups. With the results of the questionnaire of ordinary audiences, Mark Belford drafted a publicity and promotion plan overnight and handed it to Simon, proposing that Titanic can be promoted and promoted completely in accordance with the treatment of a super blockbuster, mainly of course, the publicity and promotion budget, $50 million. With this money, the global box office of the film is expected to hit $400 million, $150 million in North America and $250 million worldwide. In this way, the film can recover about $160 million in box office revenue worldwide, and the remaining $90 million, relying on the popularity driven by the box office, can also be recovered by subsequent channels, and even achieve revenue balance or even a slight profit. In addition, even though more than 70% of the audience in the questionnaire held an acceptable attitude towards the film's length of more than 3 hours, Belford once again proposed to shorten the length of the film, at least to less than 3 hours. Simon read the report, approved the $50 million publicity and distribution budget, and rejected the suggestion to shorten the length. As for the reason, even if we put aside the memory of the previous life, from the perspective of a filmmaker, the reason why Titanic became the most successful love movie in the 20th century is largely due to the integrity of the film's structure. In the 194-minute story, the hero and heroine go from acquaintance, understanding, love, and separation. The whole process is told in a leisurely manner. There is no abrupt emotional transition. Every step is logical, so it will immerse the audience. The tragic historical event of the sinking of the Titanic behind the whole story has sublimated the whole story and ultimately contributed to the success of the film. In terms of calculation, Titanic is similar to Gone with the Wind half a century ago. They are all small people in the context of great history, and finally become classics. Of course, this does not mean that similar models can succeed. On the contrary, after Gone with the Wind, countless directors have tried various love epics, most of which ended in failure, such as Australia by an Australian director and Paris by another Australian director. Australian directors especially like to shoot epics. Either they succeed with a bang, or they fail with a bang. In the next few days, I must spend more time with Lin Su, who just gave birth to a little guy. It was Saturday again, so Simon went directly to the manor to handle some work. As for others, it was the fall semester. In the morning, Lin Dong and Bai Lan, who were studying abroad here, said goodbye and returned to Boston. Lin Lan and Qin Yu Song, who had taken a week off, were also preparing to leave tomorrow. Lin Xing, the fourth child of the Lin family, was about to start his senior year and would return to China with his second sister tomorrow. Lin's mother would continue to stay to take care of her daughter until she returned to China next month to hold a full moon banquet for the little guy. Simon was working in the study, and only Chen Qing came to discuss some domestic affairs with Simon. If the domestic economic development follows the boss's expectations, I think it would be a good idea to invest in a few highways. Boss, here are some data I asked someone to collect. Take a look. Each project is worth 1 billion RMB. If we win these projects, we will not only be profitable, but we can also win another big favor. In the study, the two were still discussing the matter that China had asked Chen Qing to test on their behalf a few days ago. Simon took the data handed over by Chen Qing, but just put it aside and said, "Forget it this time. There is no need to respond to every request." Chen Qing, who was sitting opposite the desk, was stunned for a moment, nodded, and said, "Boss, I really think that highway investment is very good." "I know that too." Simon smiled and looked up and said, "That's why I don't want to touch it. Think about the state of China's highway system, which was once so lucrative that it was lucrative. From a purely investment perspective, this is of course a very good business, and China has also been very actively introducing foreign investment into the construction of highways in recent years. However, even if it is not clear how deep the water is, it is certain that it is very deep. Simon really doesn't want to get involved. After all, you never know when you might offend someone, and those who can interfere in the highway business are not ordinary people. Again, with the current scale of the Westeros system, there is no need to take extreme measures. Pursuing the right path is the right way. Seeing Simon say this, Chen Qing did not insist and turned to talk about other things. After chatting for more than half an hour, Chen Qing saw that her boss was still slowly flipping through the same thick document, and curiously poked her head in. "Boss, what are you looking at?" Simon held up the cover of the document and showed it to Chen Qing. There was a string of abbreviations on it. ITER. Seeing Chen Qing's confusion, Simon took the initiative to say, "International Thermonuclear Reactor Project." Chen Qing took a deep breath and said, "Boss, are you planning to build a hydrogen bomb?" Simon raised his eyes and glanced at the girl opposite. "Come on, let me hit you." Chen Qing immediately stood up with a smile, turned around the desk and jumped into Simon's arms, and cooperated with a man's slap on the buttocks. Then they looked at the information together. "What is this?" "Simply put, it's an experimental project similar to the Large Hadron Collider, but the experimental type is controlled nuclear fusion." Chen Qing understood it, and immediately remembered something. "Isn't fusion times, which Shaman is in charge of, studying controlled nuclear fusion?" "Yes," Simon nodded and said, "In fact, I came into contact with this project 2 years ago, and gave up because I couldn't gain too much initiative at the time. Now, the Westeros system has more political and economic bargaining chips, and Aemon has also laid a certain foundation, so we plan to re-establish the project," Simon said, adding, "In fact, the main reason is that the Westeros system now has too much cash, so I plan to speed up the deployment of some plans, even if some of it is wasted." "What plan?" Simon stroked the slender waist of the girl in his arms and explained, "In short, there are 3 goals: breaking through energy limitations, breaking through life limitations, and breaking through space limitations. Breaking through energy limitations is naturally to master controlled nuclear fusion technology. In fact, the tokamak device involved in ITER is not the most advanced controlled nuclear fusion design. However, unlike 2 years ago, for Simon now, let alone $5 billion, even $10 billion is nothing. When building this project, He never thought of pursuing a success, just like the Large Particle Collider, to provide a large experimental environment for research in the field of controlled nuclear fusion. Breaking through life limitations, the key is actually lifespan. Human lifespan. In this regard, Simon also intends to speed up the investment regardless of cost. He will not pursue such an illusory goal as immortality. However, since the current human exploration of life has entered the field of molecular biology, extending human life by decades is not a far-fetched thing. Breaking through the limitations of space is naturally the exploration of space. Humans should not be confined to a small planet. In fact, if we can abandon the various shackles of this world and fully develop science and technology, with the speed of technological development that humans can land on the moon in the 1960s, by now in 1997, or at most before Simon is reborn, humans may have achieved controlled nuclear fusion and even reached Mars. It's a pity that for various reasons, after the disintegration of the Soviet Union, this world ushered in the most peaceful era in human history, not only did not continue to move forward, but fell into a stagnant situation. Even a few years ago, when Simon began to foreshadow, he did not have enough determination to do something. Now, since there is no more pursuit of personal wealth and power, the entire Westeros system has completed the accumulation stage and started to enter a snowball state of continuous expansion. The surplus capital will only increase, to the point where it cannot be spent. After careful consideration, Simon further made up his mind to use the power of the Westeros system alone to forcibly drag human technology forward. Chapter 1170 is still the premiere. Toronto, Canada. This year's Toronto International Film Festival began on September 11th and is expected to last for 11 days and close on September 21st. Unlike the three major European festivals, the Toronto International Film Festival is a typical non-competitive film festival that only screens films. However, perhaps because of this, even though this year is the 22nd, the influence of the Toronto International Film Festival is still limited, and it is even inferior to the Sundance Film Festival that has come from behind in recent years. Today is the third day of the opening of the Toronto Film Festival. The news that Titanic received rave reviews after its premiere yesterday has just exploded in major mainstream media around the world. New World Pictures, a subsidiary of Deaneries Entertainment, will usher in the premiere of another important film, Paranormal Activity. An important sign that Deaneries Entertainment Group no longer has spare capacity is that the three brands under Deaneries Pictures, New World Pictures and Highgate Pictures, no longer accommodate each other's schedules and can arrange their own projects and even compete with each other. An official designated theater for the film festival in downtown Toronto. The time is Saturday afternoon. Compared to the huge lineup of Titanic premiered in Venice yesterday, even though it was also highly expected by the New World Pictures team, the premiere lineup of Paranormal Activity was much smaller. Fortunately, with the appeal of Deaneries Entertainment, there were still many stars and media who came to support it, so the red carpet session was still set up. It was just much simpler, with only half an hour of entry time, and there was no deliberate distinction between the media area and the fan area. It was not until nearly 6 o'clock that several main creators of Paranormal Activity appeared on the red carpet. In order to support several newcomers, Danny Morris, president of New World Pictures, personally led the team, which aroused some enthusiasm from the media on both sides. After some interaction, Danny Morris took Justin Lin, Amy Adams and others into the theater, and other media reporters and fans who had tickets outside the red carpet also began to enter. Two beautiful and eye-catching Slavic girls like small water onions were mixed in. These are the sisters Galina Banshikova and Eva Banshikova. Simon stayed here for one night when the film festival opened the day before yesterday. The Banshikova sisters and the two girls' mother Natalia were picked up in advance. Simon left urgently yesterday because Galina acted like a spoiled child and the man agreed to let him stay here for a week. There are not many places to play in Toronto. Since the film festival happened to be held, she came to join in the fun. Natalia is not a person who likes to join in the fun. She rarely goes out, so there are only two sisters. As for the premiere tickets of Paranormal Activity, although not everyone can get them if they want, the women around Simon still have this little benefit. Entering the theater, the two girls found a seat and sat down. Two female maids and guards of the Wei family sat down on the left and right, so some people of the opposite sex who wanted to come over to chat had to walk away. Seeing the frustrated look of some men around, Galina couldn't help but smile triumphantly. Seeing her sister like this, the still petite Eva Banshikova curled her lips slightly, and then thought of something and asked, "Sister, you didn't keep the business card that the scout gave you just now?" Galina looked around curiously, and when she heard it, she tilted her chin slightly and shook her head and said, "I threw it away." Eva nodded with satisfaction. Galina then said with some regret, "It would be great if we could be stars, but Simon doesn't seem to agree." Eva tilted her head slightly and glanced at her sister beside her. If she could be a star just by having a face, she would have no problem. Unfortunately, it would definitely not work just by having a face. And her sister, to be honest, is similar to her mother. She seems to have nothing else except a face. Of course, with the power of their man in Hollywood, if they really want them to be stars, even if they only have a face, it would be fine. Obviously, the man has no such intention. Eva can even figure out the reason. In this world, many rich and powerful people like to flirt with celebrities, and even deliberately make the women around them become celebrities in order to satisfy their vanity. However, he is obviously not that kind of person. Or, to be more precise, the man's position is too high, and he does not need any celebrities to decorate himself. As for those powerful people who get a sense of accomplishment by flirting with celebrities, it is even more ridiculous for him. If the man wants, he can just bring out a lot of celebrities. Since it doesn't matter whether the women around him are celebrities or not. In fact, with some collection in mind, he will deliberately prevent the women around him from showing their faces. This is probably the case with the three of them, mother and daughter. Since she is sure that the man has this mentality, Eva will not do anything that may annoy him, and she will also try her best to avoid a stupid sister around her from doing so. The lights in the hall dimmed, Eva put away her thoughts and looked at the big screen. After the opening of New World Pictures, the picture went straight to the topic, but compared with other films, the picture on the big screen was obviously a bit rough. Eva didn't notice anything, and Galina beside her couldn't help complaining, "What is this?" Eva was too lazy to explain. If this sister had paid a little more attention, she would have known the general situation of this movie. The first IREC movie. Since it was shot with a non-professional handheld digital camera, it would be strange if the picture was not like this. In the screening room, even if they had learned about it in advance, some viewers still couldn't help but complain like Galina when they saw the picture that was not even as good as the quality of a TV series, which made the film's main creators who felt the restlessness around them in the front row a little nervous. If they don't get the audience's approval, their work for more than half a year will be in vain. As a director, Justin Lin is better, because he has signed 3 film contracts with Deaneries Entertainment, and can feel the importance of Deaneries Entertainment to him. As newcomers, the male and female protagonists of the film are not so relaxed. Even if they have also signed with the agency, if this movie can't even make a splash, they can only climb up step by step from the bottom. Thinking of this, Amy Adams, as the heroine, even subconsciously held the hand of Jessica Chastain beside her. The two girls of similar age had similar low-class backgrounds, similar rough life experiences, and even similar and unremarkable appearances. Therefore, they naturally became a pair of good sisters during the filming of the movie. Originally, the two girls had secretly discussed whether Simon Westeros personally selected them because he was interested in them. If the answer is yes, even if the two of them were together, they would be happy if they were exposed 2 years ago and it was someone's preference. Unfortunately, until the last meeting at the opening party the day before yesterday, the high-ranking young tycoon did not express anything. This also means that they can only climb up by their own abilities. The movie in front of them seems to be an experimental work. Compared with other Hollywood films, the cost is so low that it is dispensable, but they understand that this is a very important threshold. Because Deaneries Entertainment attaches great importance to this project, and it is even rumored that Simon Westeros personally provided the idea. As long as it succeeds, they will become famous in one fell swoop. Fortunately, the commotion in the screening room did not ferment too much and soon calmed down. On the big screen, with a dialogue between the male and female protagonists, the general background of the story is presented to the audience. This is a young couple who just moved in together. Because they found that there were supernatural events in the apartment, the boy bought an IREC digital camera and made some modifications to it so that it could record long-term videos and record the supernatural events in the apartment. From the modification of the IREC digital camera, we can actually see the seriousness of the film in the details. Of course, It is also to prevent someone from using this detail to accuse the crew of using IREC. That is not the official standard IREC advertised. As for the real situation, the boy asked his friend to help with a modification. The friend here is actually a professional engineer from Tinkerbell. However, if this thorn can be picked out in the future, Deanery's Entertainment will also admit it. Simon deliberately arranged these details mainly to avoid the mistakes of the Blair Witch Project. The Blair Witch Project in the original time and space was completely successful through fraudulent publicity. If the distribution company of the film was not a fledgling small company, but the 7 major companies, it is hard to say whether someone would jump out and ask for compensation. With the behavior of Westerners who often use lawyers, such things are completely possible. Moreover, even if the former Blair Witch was not entangled in lawsuits, it still destroyed the pseudo-documentary genre after establishing it. Because if you don't consider the fraudulent propaganda of the film, Blair Witch is really bad. In comparison, Paranormal Activity is a truly outstanding pseudo-documentary movie. In order to directly establish the pseudo-documentary genre through this project, Simon paid great attention to details in all aspects. In the screening room, this movie did not disappoint Simon's expectations. After the initial commotion, the audience quickly entered the plot with the interaction between the male and female protagonists. Compared with the 130 minutes of the rough-cut version, the final film, according to Simon's requirements, is exactly 100 minutes, of which the story prefix is 20 minutes, which is 10 minutes shorter than the rough-cut version. Speaking of which, it is exactly the same as the prelude of Titanic yesterday. 20 minutes is a very appropriate prelude length. It can fully explain the background of the story and get to the point before the audience loses patience. On the big screen, it is the ghost road that starts from the 21st minute. Of course, nothing too strange happened on the first night, but the sense of urgency brought by the still picture at a special angle has already aroused the audience's mood. Then, the story progressed one by one. From the initial automatic opening and closing of the door, to the heroine sleepwalking, to the mess of the visible powder spread by the hero and heroine being messed up by unknown objects, the audience's mood was constantly raised. Until the end. After the hero discovered his girlfriend sleepwalking again, he chased her out, but she did not appear again. Only the heroine with a weird look appeared in the camera again as if she floated into the bedroom, holding a bloody sharp knife in her hand. The weird heroine wandered in the bedroom for a short time, finally looked at the camera, and then pounced with her whole face. Click, the movie stopped abruptly with a shattering sound. Ah! In the screening room, the audience who had been suppressed for more than an hour finally screamed with the heroine's final action. Galina Benshikova, who was sitting in the best position in the center of the hall, held her sister tightly with one hand and patted her chest. It's so scary, so scary. There are subtitles. The police found Micah's body the next day, but Katie was missing and her whereabouts are still unknown. What does this mean? Can it be true? Eva wanted to roll her eyes at her sister. However, the subtitles at the end of the film, even if they are not the finishing touch, do play a role in icing on the cake. It is a kind of relief after the audience's curiosity is aroused, and it is also a kind of compliment to the film. After all, the main film ends at the most thrilling moment. Although it is scary for a while, it inevitably gives people a feeling of being incomplete. Since it is a pseudo-documentary, the male protagonist is dead and the female protagonist is missing. It is impossible to shoot some follow-up from a third-person perspective. Therefore, adding a subtitle is just right. After adding the subtitles, the credits began to appear on the big screen. It is not long, so it ends quickly. When the lights came on, there was a brief silence in the screening room, and soon there was warm applause. Those who were able to come to watch the film today, whether they were media reporters, film critics or ordinary audiences, were basically old birds who often stayed in the film circle. Even if they felt that the film was a bit rough at first, after watching the whole film, everyone could basically judge whether the film was good or bad. In short, no one can deny that this is a very brilliant experimental film. Danny Morris once again personally took several main creators to the stage to start the media interaction session. The first reporter who got the opportunity to ask a question asked a very worthwhile question. "Excuse me, Mr. Lin, how did you come up with the idea of using IREC to shoot such a movie?" Although he had already shot several films, Justin Lin was still a newcomer at this time. He was nervous inside and didn't know how to answer when he heard this question. This was an idea personally provided by a Hollywood tycoon, including shooting with IREC. However, After the film was completed, the other party did not have any signature in the project and personally told not to mention himself. Justin Lin really didn't know how to answer for a while. In fact, if you want to deal with a reporter, just say it casually. However, after all, it involves a certain tycoon. Justin Lin instinctively dare not be so casual. Fortunately, Danny Morris was still on stage. The president of New World Pictures certainly understood his boss's intentions. Simon was now pursuing the Invisible Man status in all aspects, minimizing his public exposure, so much so that not only this project, but even the stunning theme song of Titanic that premiered in Venice yesterday, his boss gave up his name and did not allow anyone to mention it. Seeing that Justin Lin was stuck, Danny Morris naturally took over the question and skillfully began to ask questions. Since the birth of IREC, many filmmakers have been making similar attempts in the past 2 years. Deanery's Entertainment has always encouraged innovation, and the idea of Paranormal Activity is so outstanding that of course it will not be missed. Chapter 1171 100 kilometers. Look at this, this is Roger Ebert's review. What I like about Paranormal Activity is that its silence and waiting are far better than rough cutting and blood splattering. It seems that nothing has happened, but it brings people deep fear. Wow, that's great. Yet, I heard that Roger has always been very harsh on horror movies. That's because he was a failure as a horror movie screenwriter, so he switched to being a film critic. Roger is speaking well of our movie, and you are still like this. Well, look at this, the Los Angeles Times, a simple movie that seems to have been created by minimalists, but creates an unexpected horror effect. The Boston Globe, poor quality pictures, rough production, just like those boring family trivia videos on YouTube. Ah, the Boston Globe, I remember this newspaper. Throw it directly into the trash can. Yet, let's look at this, the Hollywood Reporter. This is authoritative, an extremely outstanding experimental attempt. The first-person daily life of a young couple and the camera-like footage bring a very special viewing experience to the audience. Well, the New York Times is more authoritative than the Boston Globe. The Venice Film Festival has closed. Kitano Takashi's fireworks won the Golden Lion, and the popular Life is Beautiful went home empty-handed. Hey, what does this have to do with our movie? Ask yourself. You also brought a copy of the news report of the Venice Film Festival. However, I am looking forward to when we can participate in the Venice Film Festival. Oh, it must be soon. Now that Paranormal Activity has such good media feedback, Deanery's will definitely promote it. As long as it sells well, it will be easier for us to get opportunities for other roles. It's you, I'm just a minor supporting role. It's okay, Jesse, when I become famous, I can hire you as my follower, and I will give you some of the extra audition opportunities in the future. Amy, you are really my good sister. Hug you. Strangle me, you want to murder me. Okay, I was wrong, I apologize. In a hotel room in downtown Toronto, Amy Adams and Jessica Chastain played around for a while and continued to look through a pile of copies of newspaper reviews about Paranormal Activity in front of them. Amy had just asked for this from the New World Pictures team. It was the second day of the premiere of Paranormal Activity. In another room of the hotel, Danny Morris called a meeting of several staff members who came with him this time, and the discussion was naturally about the follow-up publicity of Paranormal Activity. Compared with the two girls who could only browse some film reviews, the New World Pictures team has made a detailed media feedback report. Although some negative comments are inevitable, based on the feedback from dozens of mainstream North American media reviews today, it is preliminarily estimated that the comprehensive media score of Paranormal Activity is as high as 8.3 points, which is a very good result. In this case, there is no need to be restrained in the subsequent publicity. Compared with Titanic, which will be released in 3 months, Paranormal Activity has a tight schedule. The opening date is set on September 26th. Today is September 14th, and there are less than 2 weeks, so it is necessary to create momentum as quickly as possible. Of course, it also needs to be within the budget. After all, it is an ultra-low-cost film. Paranormal Activity will not carry out any expensive TV advertising. The team can only use the limited budget to find ways to create heat. Fortunately, this movie has another advantage, which is the support of Tinkober. Tinkober's autumn new product launch will be held on September 27th, the second day after the film opens. The two parties have reached an agreement that as long as Paranormal Activity can get good feedback at this Toronto Film Festival, Tinkober will help recommend this movie in the next autumn new product launch conference that will attract global attention and even in subsequent product marketing. With the size of Tinkober, just this incidental marketing is enough to bring advertising effects equivalent to tens of millions of dollars of publicity and promotion investment. Now that the film's comprehensive media score has reached 8.3 points, Tinkober will definitely take action. However, before that, Deaneries Entertainment still has to create as much momentum as possible. I think we can stir up controversy. It's the most direct way to increase the popularity of a movie, a staff member said to Danny Morris in the hotel room, picking out the film review from the Boston Globe and continuing, "This review from the Boston Globe is obviously biased. It didn't discuss the plot of Paranormal Activity, but instead attacked the film's crude production method of using IREC, arguing that Paranormal Activity isn't a movie at all. We can start from this point to create a topic." Sean is right, Denny. I've thought of some theories to refute it. If a movie isn't considered a movie because the picture and sound aren't good enough, then are the silent movies of the past considered movies? Are black and white movies considered movies? As long as the debate is heated enough, 2 weeks will be enough for Paranormal Activity to be known throughout America. After this person finished speaking, someone else said, "I think we should be more cautious. Paranormal Activity is a brand new attempt with a very low cost. We cannot deny that. If the discussion about whether movies shot by IREC can be considered movies is too heated, no matter what the result is, it will inevitably make many people feel that Paranormal Activity is cheap and not worthy of going to the theaters. Therefore, the reputation of the movie should be put first. This is not a big problem. We just need to frequently mention the affirmation of Paranormal Activity by famous film critics such as Roger Ebert in the review drafts that can have an impact. In fact, it is a question of how to provoke controversy. We can't go too far. Also, the brand new genre of pseudo-documentary movies is also worthy of our key marketing. The first pseudo-documentary movie is just a gimmick. Coupled with the quality of the film and proper publicity, I believe many viewers will buy tickets to see it. My idea is similar to John's. I will focus on highlighting the brand new film theme of pseudo-documentary movies, and then combine it with the horror genre of the film. Danny, I also thought of a slogan, "A different horror experience." The lively discussion lasted for an hour, and the team finally drafted a 2-week publicity and promotion plan, which was mainly divided into 2 parts. One was to actively provoke controversy based on the article in the Boston Globe to stimulate the public's enthusiasm for Paranormal Activity in the shortest possible time. The other was a different horror experience, focusing on promoting pseudo-documentary movies, a new type of movie. The plan was finalized and the implementation began immediately. At noon that day, an article refuting the film review of the Boston Globe appeared on the IGRT portal. On the Facebook social network and some film and television forums, various celebrities and big verses were divided into 2 factions and began to debate this. The relevant topic quickly entered various hot topic lists. Then, this controversy quickly penetrated from online media to traditional television and print media. In just 2 or 3 days, countless people knew that a movie called Paranormal Activity was very noisy in the media. On the other hand, while hyping up the popularity, Deaneries Entertainment did not forget to promote the different horror experience because it was to establish a good reputation for the film. On Wednesday of the new week, the famous film critic Roger Ebert logged on to The Late Show with David Letterman to discuss the recent controversy and praised the content of the film, claiming that Paranormal Activity created a new film genre. As the topic of Paranormal Activity became more and more popular, on September 19th, another Friday, the film officially released a trailer on the YouTube platform. The trailer was only 45 seconds long, and it created a suspenseful horror atmosphere in the form of flickering shots. If you think about it carefully, the trailer basically has no actual content. It just uses pictures to show the text story of a couple encountering supernatural events in a 3-dimensional way. However, even so, the trailer still attracted a lot of public attention. At 9 o'clock in the evening on September 19th, just 1 hour after it was online, the number of views of this trailer exceeded 13 million. As of 9 o'clock in the morning of the next day, 12 hours after it was online, the cumulative number of views of the trailer has been close to 70 million. Therefore, it can be indirectly seen that the promotional operation that lasted for a week has achieved remarkable results. The New World Pictures team even deliberately adjusted the opening scale of the first week of Paranormal Activity based on the number of views of the YouTube trailer of Paranormal Activity, increasing it directly from the initial 1,200 yuan to 2,000 yuan. After all, unlike art films such as Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, which require gradual development, Paranormal Activity is a standard commercial film model despite its low cost and small-scale production. When the popularity is sufficient, the best way is to get the most box office in the shortest time. Malibu, Cape Dumay Manor. While the New World Pictures team was working non-stop to promote Paranormal Activity, Simon had been doing something around 3 goals during this period. This was Saturday, September 20th. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the 3 invited physicists took the special car sent by the Westeros family to enter the manor. As soon as they got off the car in the square in front of the Shell Villa, Simon came up with a few women and children and greeted the 3 people one by one. The 3 physicists are Burton Richter, Steven Weinberg and Leon Lederman. The 3 have one thing in common: they are all Nobel Prize winners in physics. The 3 elderly people, who were basically in their 60s or 70s, were somewhat happy to see Simon Westeros personally greet them. However, when they saw that this young man was followed by not only several beautiful women but also a little girl, they could not help but have a bad premonition. There was no way. After being extremely disappointed, seeing disappointment again, it was inevitable to worry about gains and losses. This story started in 1983. Because of the atomic bomb and the fact that it was still in the Cold War stage, the major powers in the East and the West attached great importance to the research of particle physics and spent a lot of money. It was in this context that the first Large Particle Collider project in the United States was established in 1983. In 1986, the design of the Superconducting Super Collider, SSC, was completed, with a total length of about 22.5 kilometers. This was the world's first Large Particle Collider project, more than 10 years earlier than the final LHC project in Europe. Although the budget has expanded from the initial $4 billion to $11 billion, the 2 presidents, from the Reagan era to the later Bush, have been very supportive of this project. Unfortunately, in 1991, the Soviet Union collapsed, the Cold War ended, and the political landscape of the human world changed dramatically, which also made the SSC, similar to Adair, which has huge inputs but seemingly slim output, no longer popular. Finally, in 1993, the SSC project was closed by the Clinton administration, even though it had already spent $3 billion to dig a foundation pit in Texas. The entire physics community was in mourning at the time. Until today, a few years later, the 3 top physicists who had been working hard for the SSC project at the time saw the dawn of hope again. Simon Westeros intended to sponsor the Large Particle Collider project in his private name. Today is the first meeting between the 2 sides. In the small square in front of the Shell Villa, after Simon greeted the 3 physicists, he did not forget to introduce the people around him, the 2 Jennies, Emmanuel Brandt, who was temporarily pulled in as a popular science consultant, and his personal assistant, Girl A. The last girl is naturally Seattle. Introducing his daughter, Simon smiled and said to the 3 people, Mr. Lederman, my daughter Sylvain has just read your work The God Particle. Mr. Weinberg, Sylvain has also read your Dream of a Final Theory. Oh, and Mr. Richter, Sylvain has also read some of your papers. The 3 physicists heard what Simon said and looked at the little girl in front of them, who was at most 4 or 5 years old, with obvious surprise and confusion in their expressions. They even thought that Simon Westeros was probably playing a joke on them. Simon did not say much and took the initiative to signal the 3 people to come in. Everyone sat down by the glass curtain wall of the Shell Villa with a wide view. Simon didn't say much nonsense and went straight to the point. 3 of you, in the past few days, Eamon has introduced me enough about particle colliders. Frankly speaking, I may not understand as much as my daughter. When Simon said this, Burton Richter, one of the 3 people, looked again at a little girl sitting next to her father with a somewhat cold expression, and couldn't help saying, Mr. Westeros, you are not kidding us, are you? Simon smiled and looked to his side. Sil, say hello to the 3 gentlemen. Seattle glanced at his father, then blinked and looked at the 3 people opposite, tilted his head slightly, then jumped off the sofa, and ran away without saying a word. Looking at his daughter's leaving figure, Simon could only shrug. Sorry, most of the time, I don't know what my daughter is thinking. Emmanuel Brandt, who was tall and had red hair, smiled and said, Burton, It's true. Seal probably inherited the boss's genius and has a high IQ. She has read some of the works of the three of you. I can prove this, but Seal doesn't like to talk much. Burton Richter is a professor at Stanford University. He has had some dealings with Emmanuel, who is hosting Fusion Times. He also knows that this red-haired girl has a high degree of education as a PhD in particle physics. When he heard her say this, and thought about the miracles created by Simon Westeros, he believed it a little. Simon waited for Emmanuel to finish speaking, and without dwelling on what had just happened, he continued, "So, I don't need you three to give me more popular science. I just hope you three can convince me to agree to fund the Large Particle Collider project with an example that I can understand. Moreover, I have discussed with Emmanuel that the 22.5-kilometer SSC project in Texas is still a bit conservative. I can directly fund the construction of a super-large particle collider with a circumference of 100 kilometers. When the three heard the number of 100 kilometers, their heartbeats obviously accelerated, just like a passionate young man seeing a beautiful girl. After looking at each other, Leon Lederman was about to speak, but Simon suddenly interrupted again. By the way, Einstein's energy formula, Emman has already told me about this, you have to change it. Leon Lederman was choked up immediately. He really wanted to give an example. After all, it is the easiest to accept, and it has been proven and put into practical application. So the three of them gathered together in front of Simon and began to communicate. After a moment, Burton Richter said, "Simon, how about giving you a more sci-fi example? As long as I can understand it." For example, Burton Richter said, "The ultimate goal of our research on particle physics is to explore the ultimate microscopic rules of the universe. When we understand these rules, perhaps in the future, using the rules we have mastered, we may be able to achieve ultra-long-distance space travel. It is not superluminal travel, but we can use our understanding of the ultimate rules to directly poke a hole in the universe and easily cross millions of light-years to reach the other side of the universe. It's like this," Burton Richter said, rolling a piece of paper he had just taken out of his handbag into a paper tube. "This is the universe. The diameter of the paper tube is 10 million light-years. When we have enough rules, just like we have mastered the rules of this piece of paper, then when we want to reach the other side from one side of the paper tube, we don't need to cross 10 million light-years, but flatten the paper tube, and then poke a hole." Simon watched Richter use a pen to make a hole in the center of the flattened paper tube, nodded slightly, but asked, "How to flatten the space, and what to use to poke the hole?" Burton Richter smiled and said, "As a matter of course, I know the physical rules of the paper and pen in my hands very well, so I can flatten it and poke a hole in it. As for how to flatten space and poke a hole in it, Mr. Westeros, this requires you to fund our research. However, I can give some hypotheses. For example, antimatter can burn through space through the annihilation of positive and negative matter. Antimatter particles happen to be the target of the Large Hadron Collider. Quotation mark. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1172, The Girl Playing with Paper Planes. Simon's meeting with the three physicists lasted an hour, and they basically agreed on a large particle collider project with an estimated investment of tens of billions of dollars. The specific cost can only be estimated after the design plan is completed. However, the initial forecast is about $30 billion, and it is $30 billion for 15 to 20 years, and it does not need to be paid in one lump sum. On average, the annual expenditure is at most $2 billion, which is not a big deal for Simon. The reason why the cost of the previous SSC plan, 22.5 kilometers, swelled from $4 billion to $11 billion, and even shelved in the end, according to the information Simon has read, is mainly due to excessive political interference, and too many stakeholders want to get a piece of the fat from the world's largest scientific and technological engineering project at that time. Similar to the United States defense procurement that is so fat that it is flowing with oil. This time, including the ITER project that has been re-promoted recently, Simon will not let go of any federal support that can be won, but he must ensure the absolute control of the Westeros system. If someone wants to insert a relationship to suck blood, Simon would rather not have this support. If Washington is unwilling to give enough support, or even set up obstacles in return, Simon will decisively transfer this Collider project to Europe. At Simon's current position, he looks at many issues from a perspective that goes beyond nationality, and instead looks at the entire human race. Therefore, when it comes to where these large-scale technology projects are built, political factors cannot be completely ignored, but they are not decisive. The key is whether the project itself can truly promote the advancement of human technology. After bidding farewell to the three physicists in the small square in front of the Shell Villa again, Simon was about to turn around and return to the villa as he watched the car leave. Janet, who was holding his arm, gestured to the man-made lake in the manor not far away. Seeing a small figure sitting on a bench by the lake, Simon motioned to Gurley and the others to do as they pleased, and walked over with Janet, saying, "Should we bring Mel back? School is starting now." After Veronica helped Simon complete the financial audit of the Westeros system, it was summer vacation when she left. The old man said he missed his grandson, so he brought Melbourne back to Australia. Janet snorted twice. "Dad is angry with you. He said that Mel will live in Melbourne in the future, and he will change his surname to Melbourne Johnston, and sever the father-son relationship with you." Simon did not reveal his identity and changed his surname to the Johnston family. This can be said to be the old man's biggest grudge. Otherwise, the Johnston family is now the most famous family on the planet, without a doubt. In addition, the reason for his anger must be that Simon has a group of children recently. Simon did not deliberately hide this matter. The old man has always been very concerned about them. It is not easy for him not to know. Simon actually did not have much opinion on the old man leaving Melbourne in Melbourne. He was a little worried that the child would be spoiled by Veronica. Hearing Janet say this, Simon just showed a scared expression of being threatened, pretending to be curious. "Then what about your mother-son relationship?" "Of course it's still the same," Janet said with a smile, and knew that Simon didn't mind too much. She leaned towards the man and said, "Actually, I am still more interested in life sciences." Simon understood the woman's intention. Because of their age, Janet was more afraid of aging than Simon. It was not aging itself, but that she would grow old before him. "Anyway, you are personally responsible for this, and it doesn't matter how much money you spend. The Solvay plan is still too slow, just like those girls you raised in Europe and Latin America who have not grown up yet. I don't have time to wait. Recently, I am asking them to make a targeted training program and cooperate with top universities around the world. We plan to select the 10,000 best college students from all over the world, provide full scholarships, and let them transfer to various majors related to life sciences. In addition, there are plans to set up life science research institutes around the world," Janet said here, frowned slightly, and said distressedly, "However, I found that the most critical aspect of some research is the legal and ethical restrictions. Scientific research directly targeting the human body often touches on legal or ethical issues. A typical example is the controversy in the field of embryonic stem cells. This is almost a dead end. Even if some research does not target living bodies, let alone harm humans themselves, like embryonic stem cells, it is still prohibited by the laws of some countries, because in the eyes of some people, as long as it targets humans, it is blasphemy. However, if only mice or monkeys can be used, and research directly targeting the human body itself cannot be initiated, then the mystery of human life will never be solved." Simon thought for a while and said, "Leave the political affairs to Joseph and others. The reason why those politicians in Washington uphold conservative ideas is mainly to avoid offending conservative Christian voters. We don't need federal financial grants. If we do our own research, Washington will turn a blind eye. In addition, more laboratories can be built in countries without too strict legal restrictions. In short, there is no big problem. You have to understand that the higher up the pyramid, the more people want to live longer." Janet nodded, and glanced at Simon's expression again. "Do you think I'm going crazy because of this?" Simon looked back. "What do you think?" Janet tilted her head and smiled again. "I think you are definitely more powerful than me when you go crazy." Simon said a little more seriously, "I just think that sometimes, if the human race wants to continue, it must put aside many irrelevant moral or legal concepts and consider the problem from the perspective of survival itself. Because let alone the entire universe, even if it is this planet, humans claim to be the masters, but in fact they are still as small as ants. The life on Earth has been 4.6 billion years, and human civilization has only been around for a few thousand years. It is really ridiculous to say that you are the master. And if you want to continue, you must use all the resources you can use. Janet listened carefully and was a little curious. What resources? Everything, Simon said. However, in terms of the continuation of life itself, you should have read some arguments. Human genes have actually been degenerating. If it continues, at most a few million years, even if there is no famine or man-made disaster, this race will naturally disappear. And this planet actually has a very, very large gene pool that can be used by us. But now, similar topics are taboos in the eyes of many people. Janet blinked her eyes, a little detached, with a tone of uneasiness and inexplicable excitement. You mean, people, and animals? Simon smiled and touched Janet's head with his head. What bad things are you thinking about? I mean, from a microscopic point of view, on this planet, as long as there are genes that can be used by us, we can try. I remember telling you that our lifespan is basically determined by genes, just like buildings, different materials, different structures, and the years they can be preserved are also very different. Genes are equivalent to the most basic building materials of organisms. Since we have a huge gene bank around us, for the better continuation and even evolution of mankind, we can fully utilize it, instead of being bound by the so-called bioethics. Janet nodded seriously, but suddenly said, then, if one day, I grow a horn on my head, will you still love me? No. Janet hugged Simon's arm and started biting it, muttering, little bastard. Simon let Janet grind her teeth and said with a smile, if you have a horn on your head, it only means that you have mistakenly used genes that should not be used. I agree that humans should make use of the entire gene pool of the Earth, but I never said that it can be used at will. A rigorous scientific attitude is still necessary. Janet let go of Simon's arm as she was about to reach her daughter and said, actually, I think many people should have the same idea as you, especially scientists. What do you mean? Janet said, don't you see that many scientists are calling for the protection of the diversity of life on Earth, and more bluntly, the protection of the diversity of genes on Earth? If they don't have similar ideas as you, why should they advocate these? I don't think they are just pure environmentalists. Simon thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Then he came to the artificial lake on the northwest side of the manor. Seattle, sitting on a bench by the lake, guarded by two maids on the left and right, was playing with a toy that he had been very interested in recently. Paper airplane. Next to the little girl was a 30-centimeter cubic storage box, which was full of paper airplanes. In front of the bench, on a small dock that stretched out next to the lake about 4 or 5 meters away, there was another similar storage box, which also contained many paper airplanes. Although the little girl must have noticed her parents approaching, she remained indifferent and fiddled with the paper airplane in her hand with a serious expression. Simon and his wife did not disturb them and stopped for a while to watch patiently. The little girl weighed a paper airplane in her hand, and then gently threw it up as if testing something. After a moment, the girl raised the airplane in her hand, seemed to feel it for a moment, and then threw it out. In the breeze of the seaside villa in autumn, the paper airplane made of 32-page paper flew in a crooked S-shaped arc in the air, and finally landed accurately in the storage box on the small dock. Even though they had seen this scene many times, Simon and his wife were still surprised when they saw the paper airplane accurately fall into the storage box. Finding that their daughter was still indifferent to the arrival of her parents and was about to continue, Janet pulled Simon forward, picked up the storage box full of paper airplanes and put it on her knees, and sat down next to Seattle, smiling and saying, baby, tell your mother, how did you do it? Simon sat down on the other side of his daughter, and saw Seattle silently continue to play with another paper airplane in his hand, and reminded him in a serious tone, don't ignore your mother, otherwise I will have to punish you. The little girl paused when she heard that, and finally showed some distress. She had to listen to her father's words, because she would really be punished. Of course not corporal punishment. Rather, the little girl had experienced that once her father was angry, he would arrange for her to do something that a child should do. Like little Nick or other little ones. The little girl felt terrified just thinking about it. So she surrendered decisively, turned her head to look at Janet, and said in an obviously formulaic tone, good morning, Mom. Seattle is Jennifer's daughter. However, because she disliked her two stupid sons, Janet insisted that Seattle should be her own child. She also insisted that the girl call her mother. Gradually, the girl got used to it, and now calls both Jenny mother, instead of calling the female assistant Aunt Jenny like Melbourne. As for Janet's question just now, the girl naturally ignored it. This really cannot be explained. The girl felt that if she explained the bunch of physical formulas involving the flight trajectory of paper airplanes in her mind, and even the complicated calculations related to chaos theory, let alone whether the mother could understand it, the most likely thing was that the father would let her be a child again. Jennifer was not happy when she saw Simon warning his daughter in a serious tone. She glared at the man, then hugged the girl and comforted her intimately. She ignored Simon and said excitedly, "Come on, Mom will play with you," Janet said, and she also picked out a paper airplane, motioning for her baby daughter to go first. Seattle continued naturally. Because all the paper airplanes were newly folded, she didn't have the habit of using a paper airplane twice, which was too boring. So she had to test it first. She weighed the paper airplane in her hand, tossed it up slightly to confirm the center of gravity structure of the paper airplane, raised her face, and felt the wind speed and even the temperature at the moment. Finally, she observed the environment from the bench to the storage box on the small pier, then lifted it up and threw it out. This time the flight trajectory of the paper airplane was C-shaped, and without any suspense, it once again accurately fell into the storage box, which the girl estimated was 493 centimeters away. "Wow!" Janet praised. Actually, since the girl started playing this game, she invited professionals to analyze it. The professor of aerodynamics at the University of California watched the little girl shoot 30 out of 30 shots in a row. He just kept saying it was impossible and emphasized that it was unscientific. He was obsessed. Dr. Malcolm, a chaos scientist in Jurassic Park, did a demonstration. Simply put, a drop of water flows down from the back of the hand. Under the interference of countless subtle factors, it is absolutely impossible for another drop of water to slide down the same trace. This is chaos. Chaos is not unpredictable, but too difficult. A typical example is weather forecasting. Because there are too many factors involved and humans have limited computing resources, meteorology, which has been budding since the 16th century, has not been able to accurately predict the weather until now. A little girl who is only 4 years old a little over a month ago, without any instruments, only uses her own mind to break through a small miracle involving complex chaos prediction. It is really small to say small. If these paper airplanes are taken to professional laboratories, various professional equipment is specifically developed and designed, including tests on the physical structure of paper airplanes, tests on the environment, and even the creation of a specific external environment, as well as a precise launch device. Scientists may also be able to send a paper airplane to a storage box several meters away through complex calculations. However, the professor at the University of Southern California said that such a set of equipment, including the corresponding experiments, cannot be done without a budget of hundreds of millions of dollars. Unless someone has a brain pump, they will do this. And to say miracles, of course, is indeed a miracle. Because the little girl's paper airplane game not only involves various complex calculations, but also requires the girl's own superperception of the surrounding environment, as well as the ability to accurately control her own limbs. Without any link, it is impossible to send a paper airplane into the box. Janet asked the professor why her daughter was like this. The professor, who was still in a state of madness, thought for a moment and could only speculate that the little girl probably enjoyed the pleasure brought by this complex mental activity, just like ordinary children enjoy the pleasure of ordinary toys. Finally, the professor wanted to do some research on Seattle, but of course he was rejected because he had signed a confidentiality agreement in advance and could not even make it public. He just got a sum of money and left disappointed. The artificial lakeside of Cape Dumay Manor. The last 10 or so paper airplanes in the storage box, half each for the mother and daughter. The little girl was very devoted to repeating her game. 7 out of 7 shots. Janet grabbed 2 more paper airplanes than her daughter, 9 shots and 0, so she was a little angry, and acted like a spoiled child with her husband, saying that she wanted to catch a duck raised by her beloved son in the artificial lake for roasting at noon. The pair of wild ducks raised in Melbourne have now become a flock. Except for Jack and Emma, who are the sweethearts, a lot of the others have indeed been stolen by some unscrupulous mother. What can Simon say? He has to agree. Janet asked the waitress to catch the ducks. Jack and Emma are definitely not edible, but the others are just right. It's autumn, when ducks are fat. Then he started to discuss with his beloved daughter. What's so fun about paper airplanes? Why don't we study some life sciences? Let Mom live to 1,000 years old. Dad is so fierce, So 900 years will be enough. Balabala. Chapter 1173 Everywhere. New York, Manhattan. It was September 25th, the day before Paranormal Activity was released. At around 5 p.m., after recording NBC's Jay Leno show, Amy Adams and Jessica Chastain began to prepare for a fashion show in the evening. This fall's fashion season opened on September 19th, starting with the New York Fashion Week, which lasted for 10 days and has now entered the second half. Although the show they were going to attend in the evening was not the finale of the New York Fashion Week, such as CK, it was also a fashion brand that has risen rapidly in the past year, Anna Sui. Obviously, it is still under Melissander. In the past 2 weeks, the two girls, who were tied together by Simon's arrangement, have been busy, interviewing on TV, radio, the internet, and newspapers, shooting magazine covers, attending various circle parties. In short, they are trying to get every opportunity to be exposed. This is also the cheap publicity strategy formulated by the New World Pictures team for Paranormal Activity. The effect is very good. Of course, the key to all this is that Deanery's Entertainment or the entire Westeros system can provide the two actresses with enough exposure resources, just like the invitation to the Anna Sui brand show tonight, just like the interviews of various media, just like the magazine covers. Other second and third tier film companies simply do not have the network resources to operate in this way for their own films. Anna Sui's showtime is 7:30 p.m. The two actresses changed into dresses that were also lent by the Anna Sui brand and arrived at Bryant Park 20 minutes in advance. As soon as they got off the car, the flashlights around them lit up. These were the reporters who had been arranged in advance. After posing for a while, the two women ignored the questions around them and quickly entered a nearby tent under the escort of bodyguards. They came a little early, and there were not many guests in the tent. The two women sat in the front row with their names written on them. This time, WMA arranged assistant Lena to take photos of the two women again, mainly to post on the two women's Facebook and Instagram social platforms. So it was another busy time, and finally they could relax. Glancing at the assistant Lena, who they both shared, walking to the backstage, Jessica Chastain quickly took out a piece of chocolate from her borrowed Gucci handbag, tore it open as if she was afraid someone would snatch it away, and stuffed half of it into her mouth. Then she remembered Amy beside her and handed it over, saying, "This is yours." Amy Adams swallowed her saliva subconsciously, and also glanced at the backstage entrance. After a little hesitation, she shook her head and said, "No, Lena will go crazy if she sees it, and then she will complain to Jason again." Compared to Jessica, Amy is more likely to gain weight. She has been asked to diet since she signed the contract for Paranormal Activity and has been doing so until now. Seeing that her career is about to take off recently, Amy has restrained herself even more. Jessica didn't wait for Amy to finish her refusal, and quickly stuffed the remaining half of the chocolate into her mouth, swallowing it whole without chewing it, so that there would not be too much smell in her mouth that could be discovered. Even if she is not fat, Jessica is also asked to diet. It's not that she doesn't have perseverance. She has been working more than 10 hours a day these days and is really hungry. After eating the chocolate, Jessica opened the bottle of water she had just brought in and took a few sips to further eliminate the smell. Seeing this, Amy wanted to laugh, but her face fell as she laughed. "I think we are so pitiful. We won't have to be like this in the future, will we? I just really can't stand it anymore." "It's not like you who have fat to burn," Jessica said. Amy hid when she heard the word fat. She dodged a little and said, "Actually, you know it yourself. If you really want to eat, neither Jason nor Lena can do anything. They will just be disappointed. Besides, when you grow up to be a fat girl, I will probably be the protagonist of the sequel to Paranormal Activity." Amy wanted to hit someone again, and paused before saying, "I think Deanery's probably has this idea, otherwise she wouldn't have arranged for us to promote it together during this period. Besides, in terms of the plot, I guess I died in the movie. If the sequel wants to continue this storyline, it is very likely that you will be made a regular." Jessica nodded slightly. She actually had the same idea, so she was also looking forward to it recently. She looked at Amy beside her. "How much box office do you think our movie can get?" "It's hard to say, but judging from the recent momentum, it will definitely not be bad. After all, it's only the first movie, and I'm already very satisfied with the current level." "I think so too." As they chatted, other guests came in one after another, and soon they saw faces that they had only seen in film and television magazines in the past. The two women who were seated closer to the edge of the front row and were not disturbed by anyone ended up chatting in a low voice without changing their mindset. Anna Wintour, I always feel like I can see her in all fashion shows. That's just your illusion. Anna Sui is Melisandre's brand, so Anna will attend. She's a big name, the editor-in-chief of Vogue. Of course I know, Amy said, and then quietly gestured, Superman, Brad is really handsome in person. Well, I think I've seen a female star next to him. She doesn't look very pretty, about the same as us. About the same as you, Amy said venomously. After dressing up carefully, she could still get more than 80 points. Then she said, Jennifer Lopez is here too. Wow, her butt is really big. In fact, I almost signed up for American Idol last year, but fortunately I didn't do it. I'm just curious, how did she become a judge? She's far worse than Cher. Maybe. Even though there was no one around, Amy still leaned close to Jessica's ear and whispered, Simon likes this. Jessica also whispered to Amy in return, I believe Simon likes Cher more. Simon, Cher, Amy muttered, and then thought about some of the gossip she had read, revealing a naturally evil smile. It seems, it's true. Maybe Lopez and Cher are together. I have to admit, Jessie, your imagination is much richer than mine. Amy tried hard not to laugh, but quickly pointed to the woman who had just sat next to Anna Wintour. That one, Jerry Hall, is the real one. So I said Simon is more likely to like Cher. The two women were gossiping fiercely, and heard a chirping sound in their ears. Turning their heads, they found that the only two empty seats next to them were occupied by a pair of girls. They were obviously sisters, and they had seen them in reality TV shows, the Hilton sisters. Next to the sisters stood an ordinary-looking girl who also appeared frequently in The Real Housewives of New York City. She seemed to be called Kim. It seemed that she didn't get a front row seat. She was very emotional but didn't dare to express it. She leaned next to the sisters and seemed to want to squeeze in. Unfortunately, the sisters obviously disliked her and had no intention of giving her a seat. The two sisters, who were dressed up beautifully and a bit mature, saw Amy and the other two looking at them, and nodded to each other. Because Amy and the other two had been exposed a lot recently, the two sisters quickly recognized them and chatted with them skillfully for a few more sentences before starting their own topic. With someone sitting next to them, the two girls didn't dare to say more. Instead, the Hilton sisters next to them didn't care at all and chattered. I just came to see Ivanka. I'm not interested in Elizabeth. Besides, in 2 years, when I'm taller, I can also walk on the runway. Models all start at the age of 13 or 14 like Liz. Paris, you're 16 now. If you grow any taller, you'll be out of fashion. It'd be a wonder you can walk on the runway. I can do it if I want to. Then think about it. Paris Hilton glanced at her sister. I mean, when I think about it, I can ask Simon for help. Nikki Hilton immediately showed an expression as if someone was trying to snatch something from her. Simon won't care about you. The last time I went to China, Liz said she couldn't let me go. So what if Simon asked? Paris said, and pushed Kim Kardashian next to her. Kim, go to the back and don't bother me here. While her elder sister played the bad cop, Nikki was a good person by instinct. However, she said to Kim Kardashian with a look of regret, sorry, Kim, there's really no room. You should sit in the back this time. I will talk to Simon next time, and I will definitely fight for a front row seat for you. Kim Kardashian muttered to herself, a pair of little bitches, but she still had to smile. She turned to sit in the back row and couldn't help but think of the night of the last party at the Hall family. She was with her mother. Unfortunately, she was severely warned by her mother afterwards, otherwise she would be beaten to death. She knew the severity of the matter, so she could only pretend that nothing happened. So she could only be a follower. Amy and Jessica, who were quietly listening to the conversation between the two girls, felt it was strange. The Simon mentioned by the Hilton sisters should be that Simon. Someone is really everywhere. If you think about it carefully, it is true. In this world today, it is not easy for them to not touch anything related to the Westeros system for even a day. The 20 minutes of waiting passed quickly. The lights in the tent dimmed, and the show began. The two women turned their attention to the catwalk. Anna Sui has prepared 3 themes this year, all women's clothing. Each theme is about 5 minutes, and the overall style is still standard Anna Sui, bold, mysterious, and seductive. Compared with Simon's shabby appearance at the brand's show last year, this year's model lineup is much stronger, including Stephanie Seymour, Karen Mudd, Fernanda Lima, Naomi Campbell, Roberta Churko, etc., all of whom are first-line celebrities. In addition, there are Jerry Hall's daughter Elizabeth and a golden-haired real estate developer's daughter Ivanka and other young stars. The stars are shining. After a visual feast that lasted about 15 minutes, the designers and models began to bow amid the applause of the crowd. After the show, everyone stood up one after another. Lena, the assistant of Amy and Jessica, who had just sat down in the back row, came over. Just as she was about to say something, she sniffed and stared at Amy and Jessica with wide eyes, looking disappointed. "Who of you stole the chocolate?" Amy saw that Lena's eyes were more focused on her, and she felt a little aggrieved, but couldn't help complaining. "Is this a dog's nose?" Turning around, she found that Jessica was also looking at her with a look of disappointment, and her expression was simply impeccable. "Can I hit someone?" Amy was about to defend herself, even at the cost of betraying a fake Oscar winner next to her, but Lena sighed and said, Let's go backstage to say hello to Anna and the models, take some photos, and there will be a party later. You can also go there to show your faces. Then, if you want to eat, you can eat something, but try not to drink. A hangover will delay tomorrow's work." Seeing Lena urging her, Amy could only give Jessica a look that said I will settle accounts with you sooner or later, and stood up and walked backstage. After socializing and taking photos, the two women left Bryant Park and started to change clothes directly in a business car. They were going to attend a party later, and the dresses were borrowed. They were not suitable for party occasions, and it would be more troublesome if they got dirty, so they changed into another ordinary dress. After changing clothes, they arrived at a nearby hotel. When the three of them entered the door, there was another accident. There was a group of black-clad security guards at the door of the party hall. Not only did they have to pass through the temporary security gate, but they were also not allowed to bring cameras in. The two women were confused, but Lena handed over her ICAM and motioned for the two women to cooperate, obviously looking very excited. The mystery was soon revealed. Entering the party hall, the short Lena tiptoed in the crowd to look for it, quickly pointed in a direction, and lowered her voice to remind the two, "It's really Simon, let's go over and say hello, remember to be polite." Following Lena to someone who was obviously in the center of the crowd, they waited for a moment before they were able to squeeze forward. Amy and Jessica felt a little guilty for some reason, because they had just arranged someone before the show. Simon was originally greeting Jennifer Lopez, who came over attentively. There were two girls hanging on his left and right, Elizabeth Jagger and Nikki Hilton, and a group of the most dazzling big fairies around him. Seeing Amy Adams and Jessica Chastain appear in front of him, Simon raised the champagne in his hand to the two of them. "You have done a good job recently, keep it up." The two women nodded together, like chickens pecking at rice. Seeing that Jessica, who was more eloquent than herself in private, was speechless at this time, Amy found a topic that was not a topic. "Mr. Westeros, why are you here?" Simon smiled and gestured to Elizabeth next to him. "I came to apologize. I was originally scheduled to watch the show, but I was late because of something, so I had to come here." Simon said this, and Elizabeth, who was hanging on Simon's arm, pouted and showed a dissatisfied expression. It was obviously an excuse. "My cheat dad just didn't want to go to the show." On the other side, Nikki, who couldn't hang up because the man was holding a wine glass, listened to Simon and Amy's conversation obediently, looking like a curious baby. After the two girls left, she said, "Simon, I recently heard that the movie Paranormal Activity is very scary. Can we watch it in advance?" Nikki said this. Elizabeth also became interested and shook Simon's arm. "Dad, the party is boring. Why don't we go back and watch a movie in my private screening room? You can definitely get someone to send a copy, right?" In fact, it was mainly because of the group of big goblins with green eyes around that made Elizabeth feel threatened. Of course, it was not for herself, but to help her mother win favor. The movie will be released on a large scale tomorrow. Just transfer a copy a few hours in advance. Of course, it's no problem. Simon heard the girl say this and thought it was a good idea. However, of course it's not to watch a movie with a group of girls. There are so many big goblins around. Simon had been busy the past few days, but he planned to relax for a weekend, so he said to Elizabeth, "If you want to watch a movie, take Nikki and the others to the theater tomorrow. Be good and stop pestering me. I'll go and greet Anna and the others." After Simon said that, Elizabeth didn't dare to stick around. When the cheap dad walked towards Anna Wintour and the others, she gathered a group of friends and looked over angrily, and then glared at Nikki angrily. "Don't you like Simon very much? You didn't stop him, you're useless." Nikki looked aggrieved, lowered her head to look at her flat little body, and then looked at the group of big fairies with different styles who followed the man away, and suddenly felt inferior again. Seeing Nikki like this, Elizabeth couldn't blame her anymore. She shifted her gaze, first glanced at Kim Kardashian, skipped directly, and then turned and fell on Ivanka, the tallest and best developed among the group of girls. Her eyes lit up, and she came forward, intimately took Ivanka's arm, leaned over her ear, and said this and that. Ivanka didn't have any ideas at first, mainly because she felt that the man was too far away from her and she couldn't reach him at all, not to mention that he was Elizabeth's mother's lover. She usually played with Elizabeth just to gather some resources that this girl asked from Simon. Now that Elizabeth had instigated her, her mind inevitably became active. If her status among these girls would definitely be greatly improved. Chapter 1174. What's the situation? Katie, it's me, Roberta, still here with Simon, that is, the 2 shows during the day. I know about the penalty for breach of contract. I mean, can you find someone to replace me? They are just 2 small brands. At most, I can help them walk for free next time. I will definitely be on time for Donna Karen in the evening. Annie, she is also here, but she will go back in the morning. I also want her to replace me, but she has 4 shows during the day. She is a workaholic. Then, this, I can only help ask, that's it. After hanging up the phone, Robert Chilco, who was still wrapped in a bathrobe, excitedly raised his arms and stretched his body. He felt that the bathrobe was about to fall down, so he quickly pulled it back, and left the living room on the first floor barefoot, walked through the corridor, and came to the cloakroom at the end of one side of the villa. The cloakroom of hundreds of square meters is full of clothes, hats, and shoes. Every time Roberta accompanies a man, what she looks forward to most is the cloakroom the next morning. It is full and you can choose at will, and occasionally there will be extremely expensive limited editions as Easter eggs. It all depends on your eyesight. There were already several girls here picking clothes. Roberta glanced around with bright eyes, greeted everyone briefly, and then threw herself into the treasure hunt. Sometimes she couldn't help but fantasize about how nice it would be if this cloakroom belonged to her completely. She was kept as a mistress by a man, with luxury cars, mansions, maids and guards. Even if someone rarely showed up on various holidays and birthdays, there were always gifts. However, it was still not easy to support such a cloakroom. Because it was not a matter of just buying a bunch of clothes to fill a room. She didn't plan to leave during the day, so she only picked a set of home-based shirts and slim pants, the kind that showed her figure. She could feel that men liked them more than skirts. It was just a little more troublesome to take off. But it was also very easy for a certain guy. He had a strong hand. After changing clothes, he left the cloakroom with Heidi Klum, who had just finished her work at the same time, and came to the restaurant. Simon was already dining there. The man sat in the middle of one side of the long dining table. On the left was Angela Lindwall, whom he nicknamed the Little Fox, and on the right was Carla Bruni. There were also Fernanda Lima, Daniela Pasterva, Tricia Schiffer, and Eliza Thurbert and others. When the man left Manhattan last night, he brought back a total of 13 girls, saying that he wanted to invite everyone to watch a horror movie. The number 13 was just right, and then they went crazy until the middle of the night. Now it was obvious that some people had not gotten up yet. Roberta and Heidi, who came in with them, were not surprised by the newly favored Little Fox. When they saw Carla Bruni, the 2 girls couldn't help but curl their lips slightly. Heidi even leaned close to Roberta's ear and said, "She is really humble. She is obviously from Cindy's group, but she came to us." Roberta was not as sharp-tongued as Heidi Klum, but she couldn't help but have some complaints in her heart. Carla Bruni should be considered as one of the first generation of supermodels, along with Cindy Crawford, Linda Evangelista, and Claudia Schiffer. Cindy and the others, because they are engaged and have families, or because they have become wealthy and famous like the waist and legs beauties, will not easily mess around with the younger generations. But for Carla Bruni, this is not the first time. However, everyone knows that Carla loves rich people the most, and someone happens to be the one at the top of the rich pyramid. Although she was malicious in her heart, she was warm in greeting. After saying good morning, The two women found a seat at the long dining table that was big enough for 20 people to dine, ordered their meals, and began to listen to the topics everyone was discussing. I've been to Sandpoint with my agent to look at houses, but unfortunately I didn't buy anything because they were too expensive. I didn't expect that you, Simon, also have property here. By the way, there's a Guggenheim castle nearby. It's very beautiful, said Daniela Pestiva. Simon, why don't you build some castles too? What's so good about castles? They're so cold and icy, Tricia Schiffer said before Simon could answer. There are abandoned castles everywhere in Europe. It's not comfortable to live in. Carla Bruni interrupted, but looked at the man next to her. I recently saw a piece of news that the Hearst family has completely given up all rights and interests in the San Simeon Castle in California. The fairies at the scene all knew about the turmoil a few years ago, and when they heard Carla mention the word Hearst, they all looked more or less cautious. It was the little fox on Simon's other side who broke the silence. With a curious look on his face, he also looked at Simon. I have heard of the castle of St. Simon, but didn't the Hearst family donate the castle to the California government a long time ago? Simon knew something about this. The word Hearst was not as taboo to him as the girls around him imagined. He smiled and said, it was donated in name, but according to the agreement of that year, the members of the Hearst family still enjoy the rights to live and vacation in the castle. I understand. This is similar to the charity funds of those rich people. It is donated in name, but it is actually controlled by themselves. It's hypocritical. Fernanda Lima, who was about to spit out the word hypocrisy, suddenly realized that a man at the table was the richest in the world. She quickly swallowed half of the word and stuck out her tongue embarrassedly. Seeing Fernanda's slip of the tongue, the surrounding fairies all showed a gloating expression. Heidi Klum finally found a chance to interrupt at this time and also looked at Simon opposite. Since it was the original donation terms, why do you give it up now? Simon shrugged slightly and smiled without saying a word. Carla Bruni glanced at Heidi and said, do you really think it's a voluntary giving up? Carla said so, and the fairies in the room began to imagine. The Hearst family, which once had the ability to provoke war, has been on a downward trend in recent years. Even if Simon did not do it to the extreme, the Hearst family's family assets and the influence of the media platform have continued to decline. There is no shortage of people who take advantage of others' misfortunes in this world. If you can indirectly sell it to some superiors while taking advantage of others' misfortunes, you can kill two birds with one stone. For example, the most valuable asset that the Hearst family retained, the San Francisco Chronicle, because the Hearst family had a bad relationship with the Westeros system, many newspaper partners have withdrawn in recent years. Due to the loss of advertisers and the decline in sales, the San Francisco Chronicle has been losing money for several consecutive quarters, and its value has fallen to less than 1/3 of the original value. It is rumored in the industry that the Hearst family wants to sell the newspaper for $200 million. It is a very cost-effective deal, but unfortunately no one dares to take it. This time, the Hearst family gave up all the rights to the St. Simon Castle, probably because some people took the initiative to do so. Just like now, the matter seemed to be accidental but inevitable to reach Simon's ears. If he asked about it later, Simon would definitely remember the person who operated it. It's not a favor. Simon's favor is not that cheap, but in the future, if there is an intersection, giving the other party some convenience is also a good thing. Simon's good thing has a potential value that is not comparable to ordinary people. This is actually the intricate connection that the Westeros system has gradually formed. Whether it is in politics or business, the power of the old family is so great, the key lies in this. And the existence of a more monstrous system like the Westeros system, once it gradually forms this kind of intricate connection, it will only be more deeply rooted in the future. The busy fashion week is still going on. After breakfast, some of the big goblins said goodbye and left, and some who had no work or turned down work took the initiative to stay. Compared with a fashion show that costs thousands or tens of thousands of dollars, spending more time with a man will only have more potential benefits. Although it was Friday, Simon did not arrange formal work, and did not plan to see any little guy, because his old father also needed a rest. Therefore, in addition to the goblins who came with him last night, he also casually ordered that all the goblins in New York who had nothing to do for the time being could come here to relax. So, the Black Hawk helicopter of the Westeros family sent some goblins back to the city from the wealthy area of Sandpoint City on the north shore of Long Island, 25 kilometers northeast of Manhattan, and brought some more goblins back when they came back. When the helicopter arrived over Sandpoint City, which was full of luxury houses, Ines Navs, who was sitting next to her sister Melanie Navs, looked down through the porthole with expectation and trepidation. Below was a white modern-style villa facing the sea. The area of the manor where the villa was located was no less than that of the mansion with a castle nearby. The helicopter landed on the lawn. As soon as the gangway was lowered, Ludmila Besanoskova, who obviously liked fur and was wearing a furry white waistcoat when the weather was not cold, jumped down, asked the maid something, and ran directly to the villa. The Nav sisters and some other girls got off the helicopter, but they were not so lucky. A waitress in charge of welcoming the two sisters stopped the two sisters and said to Melania, "Ms. Navs, this lady is not on the list." Melania took Ines, who was slightly shorter than her and equally beautiful and delicate, and said, "This is my sister. I called Ms. Davis when we were in Manhattan. Do you think we can get on the plane?" The waitress heard this and said, "Wait a minute." She walked to a distance and dialed the intercom and said something. Then she came back and said to Melania, "Ms. Navs, you can go first. This lady will wait." Ines Navs immediately hugged her sister nervously. Melania probably understood something. She whispered a few words to her sister, pushed her next to some fairies who were also waiting, and walked towards the villa first. Ines looked at her sister eagerly as she walked away, and then looked at some girls around her nervously. There happened to be a pair of girls who looked like twins around. One of them smiled and came over and whispered, "Nothing, a free physical examination for us. Oh, by the way, my name is Amber Valletta." Ines shook hands with the other party and said in obviously awkward English, "I know you, Amber. I have been in Milan for a few years." Amber Valletta is also one of the top models of Elite in recent years. The waitress signaled the remaining 7 or 8 girls to go together, and everyone followed. Amber Valletta asked Ines as they walked, "Are you also a model?" Ines shook her head, "I am a designer." "Oh." Amber replied without asking any more questions. In the major fashion centers in Europe and the United States, there are as many people who call themselves designers as models, but only a few can make it. Ines was actually guilty. She thought of coming to New York to join her sister because she couldn't make it in Milan. The two sisters have a very good relationship. She has long known that her sister has been kept as a mistress by a super tycoon in the past few years. However, she also knows that her sister has never been able to get too close to Westeros, and often they don't see each other for several months, so she didn't dare to have too much hope this time. Thinking of this, Ines looked at the girl on the other side of Amber Valletta, who looked very similar to her. "Are you two twins?" Amber Valletta heard this, hugged the girl next to him, and smiled and put her face to face with her. "Are you very similar?" "Yes. We are not twins. Her name is Diane Kruger," Amber Valletta said. "I just found out recently that there is a girl who looks so much like me." Ines cooperated with a surprised expression. However, after a quick look, it was found that Diane Kruger was a little shorter than Amber Valletta. In addition, the two deliberately dressed up and really looked like twins. Everyone talked and entered the villa. The mobile phones, bags and other things they carried with them were taken away for storage, and then they came to a reception room temporarily. After sitting patiently in the reception room and waiting for more than 10 minutes, it was Ines' turn. She followed a waitress to the next room. After entering the room, she found several nurse-like girls in the room. There was a nurse operating and testing something on a test bench next to her. Ines was a little scared, but she thought that she would not kill them quietly, so she quickly let the nurse fiddle with her. About 7 or 8 minutes later, she walked out of the room with a disinfected cotton ball on her arm. Because of the foreign body sensation, Ines walked a little strangely and returned to the lounge just now. Then she remembered. After all, she had been in Milan for 2 years. It was also a world of feasting and drinking. She had been exposed to some upper-class insider information. It is said that those wealthy tycoons who invite models to private parties will conduct physical examinations in advance. However, she is Melania's sister. This time, Ines just wanted her sister to help introduce her to the legendary super tycoon. If she could get some support from him and start her own business, it would definitely be better. Now, what's the situation? End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.